10 shooting stars also appeared within Western Sea Clan. The stars that were sent out by Sky Mist City told both Freezing Sky and Western Sea to prepare for the worst. During the final night before the battle, compared to the silence within the mountains in Freezing Sky Clan, the sky was rife with rumbling sounds. Those rumbles came from Heaven Gate's 9 continents moving. To many people, this was a sleepless night. Once dawn arrived and the first rays of the morning sun appeared in the sky, many people would leave the land and head to Sky Mist. What awaited them would perhaps be glory, a step to fame, or perhaps death in foreign lands. Most of them could not sleep that night. Even if they were training, quite a lot of them found themselves unable to calm down. Some of them stared at the darkness and let their minds wander, some started wiping their enchanted vessels, some brought out the items given to them by their families and started praying. The rumbling sounds continued traveling through the dark world outside. The shift in Heaven Gate and the offset in the placement of the 9 continents gradually turned into a spread-out picture. There was a distortion right at the middle of the picture. Occasionally, lightning would swim about within, as if it had turned into a mirror. The treasure that was used primarily to kill among the 3 greatest treasures was slowly appearing from within the distortion. Su-Ming walked out of his cave abode at midnight. The rumbling sounds had become stronger in his ears. In fact, when he lifted his head, he could even vaguely see the shape of Heaven Gate's 9 continents in the dark, as well as the faint shape of something coming out slowly as if it was emerging from another world as it came from the swimming lightning. Su-Ming stood there for a long time, and his shadow looked bizarre under the moonlight. He averted his gaze and turned to walk towards the peak of the mountain. As he stepped on the ice covering the 9th summit, a look of reluctance to leave the place appeared in his eyes. He knew that once he left tomorrow morning, there was no way he could know when he would come back. Perhaps he would not even be able to come back, but there were some things that he must do. Only in battle could he grow up quickly. If he shied away due to fear, then what right did he have to search for a path to go home? The path to his home was much harder than the battle this time. However, Su-Ming still found it difficult to part with the 9th summit. He found it hard to leave the plants here, leave Huzi's snores, leave his second senior brother's smile, his eldest senior brother's silent but loving care, and his master's occasional crazy antics. All of these things he treasured. What he found himself unwilling to part with the most was the feeling from the 9th summit, the feeling of warmth here. Even if the weather here was freezing cold, but the warmth born within his heart amidst the cold made him value and treasure it even more. He wanted to stay here. He wanted to stay here forever and not think about Dark Mountain, about the underlying meaning within that destiny, about the years that had gone by when he was within the crack, and about the aloof pair of eyes and those words of disappointment. He wanted to give up on solving all these mysterious, stop thinking about them, and to just spend the rest of his days here within the 9th summit. Yet Su-Ming was not willing to give up. He could not forget Dark Mountain. He could not forget everything that had happened. He remained silent as he walked up the 9th summit. Once he reached the top of the mountain, he looked at the dust-covered hall and bowed towards it with his fist wrapped in his palm. I, Su-Ming, would like to meet Master. His words traveled out, but they were swallowed by the rumbling sounds in the sky and swept away by the cold wind blowing around him, making his voice sound as if it could not exist in the air. Su-Ming stayed in that bowed position, unmoving. Time trickled by. When the time taken for the burning of an incense stick passed by, a sigh came from beside Su-Ming. Your 3rd senior brother is not going, your 2nd senior brother is not going, your eldest senior brother, too, is not going back. Are you really going to leave? Along with the words came Xianxia, dressed in long blue robes. Su-Ming straightened his body and turned around to look at Xianxia. There was uncertainty on his face, but it quickly turned into resolution. I have to go. If I don't even dare to go to the land of the shamans and wait till I become stronger, then someday, even if I manage to reach the Berserker Soul Realm, I still won't dare to step out of the land of South Morning. It's just as you said. It's still incredibly dangerous to leave the land of South Morning, even for the powerful berserkers within the Berserker Soul Realm. The blue-robed Xianxia looked at his disciple, stayed silent for a moment, and a melancholic look appeared on his face. This battle will be different from the previous battles. Perhaps you made the correct choice. We can't run away from this battle. Fine. If you want to go, then go. Perhaps you might even run into me and your senior brothers there. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he asked softly, Master, just what happened? Didn't you hear some of what happened? Xianxia gave Su Ming a look. Not all of it. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, but he still answered. That's enough. It's not necessarily a good thing for you to know more of something. Xianxia was silent for a moment before he cast a conflicted look towards the dark sky and grabbed the air with his right hand. Immediately, a wooden slip appeared in his hands, and he handed it to Su Ming. The reason you came to me is because of the old Sun Maker which I brought you to see last time, right? This is the location of his tribe. Take this with you, and once you've traveled 3 nights on frozen sky, you can leave with this thing on you. That spot is the closest to where that person is. Xianxia looked at Su Ming deeply before he lifted his hand and patted Su Ming's head. A kind and loving look appeared on his face. Walk down the path you desire, just like how I did to prove to my master that the path I chose is correct. Go and prove that the path you chose is even better than mine. Xianxia moved past Su Ming and walked into the air before he gradually disappeared. Su Ming stood there, silent for a long time before he bowed towards the dust-covered hall. He walked down the stairs and returned to his cave abode. He looked around inside the cave. He did not sit down to meditate but chose to look at everything around him. All of these things were familiar, so familiar. When dawn arrived and the first sliver of light was just about to appear in the horizon, Su Ming finished packing his belongings. He did not take away anything from the cave and let it remain as it was. In a few years, he would still return to this place. He believed it wholeheartedly, because this place was also his home. Once he was out of the cave, Su Ming suddenly lifted his right hand and pressed it on the ice wall by his side before he dug out an ice block and put it in his storage bag. This is a sign of the 9th summit. Su Ming stood on the platform and looked at the dark sky. He looked at the gigantic thing that was already mostly revealed in the middle of Heaven Gate. But the space around it was so distorted that its form could not be seen clearly. He sucked in a deep breath of the 9th summit's air before Su Ming walked down the mountain stairs. When the sky started brightening up slightly, he arrived outside Huzi's cave abode. Snores could be heard coming from within the cave. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face and he entered Huzi's cave. Huzi was lying sprawled on the ground, in a deep sleep. Drool slipped down the corners of his mouth and gathered into a puddle on the ground. There was a large amount of wine gourds by his side, and many of them had fallen to the side. Su Ming looked at Huzi for a long time before he picked up a gourd that was filled with wine and left. The sky was beginning to brighten up, but the earth was still in darkness. Su Ming saw his second senior brother wandering about like a ghost on the mountain. He paused in his footsteps momentarily. The moment he stopped, second senior brother floated towards him in the dark. He stopped still before Su Ming and stared at him. Second senior brother. Su Ming opened his mouth and said softly, Youngest junior brother. I suspect that shamans are stealing my plants at night. Once you get there, remember to help me search for the perpetrator and find out who did it. Second senior brother said sternly. Su Ming was momentarily stunned before he nodded his head with a wry smile. Bring this with you and take care. Second senior brother exuded a chilling presence during night. He took a few steps forward and placed something in Su Ming's hand before he floated past him. Su Ming dipped his head and looked at his palm. There was a black piece of grass there that was glowing with a dim light. This thing grew up with my phantom aura. It'll turn into phantom mist once you place it down. It can be anywhere you like. When you're tired, you can rest at ease inside. Second senior brother's cold voice fell into his ears from the distance, but Su Ming did not feel cold. His heart became warm instead. Morning arrived without anyone's knowledge. The sky brightened up and the darkness in the land was chased away. A large number of people walked out of their cave abodes from the 9 summits and lifted their heads to look at the sky. Heaven Gate's 9 continents had positioned themselves into the shape of a ring in the sky. At its center, lightning swam about and they looked like a web. Within that web was an object that was about 1,000 feet in length. It was entirely black and its edges were sharp. By the looks of it, it was a giant sword. That revealed part of the sword was already 1,000 feet in length, and its breadth was about 100 feet. making it look like the top of a mountain. There were complicated runic symbols flashing on it, and every single time they shone, a gigantic amount of pressure would descend upon the land. Rumbling sounds continued reverberating in the air, and Su Ming saw that gigantic sword rapidly coming out from within the web. As it came out, the rumbling sounds grew stronger. Soon, when the morning sun shone on the ground with a piercing light, the sky trembled, and with a loud crash, that sword was now completely out of the web created in the middle of Heaven Gate. It was a black sword. The length of it was about 1,000-something feet, and it was 100 feet in breadth. It floated in midair with a shocking murderous aura. It would have been fine if that was all there was, but the moment the sword appeared, it started swelling up rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, in a bizarre fashion, a large shadow was formed on the ground. That sword swelled to several hundred times its size. Its length had become nearly 10,000 feet, and it had turned into a gigantic object floating in the sky like a giant mountain. It looked like a sword, but if anyone took a closer look, it would then look like a ship. The gigantic shadow on the ground had practically covered all the 9 summits on land. As that sword appeared, an intense pressure fell upon the minds of all those who had lifted their heads to look. I am Jing Chung Rong, the leader of the army. 9 people flew out from Heaven Gate's continents. All of the 9 wore white robes, and 8 of them sat down cross-legged at different corners of the giant sword. Only one of them stood at the tip of the sword. As his gaze swept through the land, he spoke slowly. All those who want to fight, step onto frozen sky. Once you step on it, you'll be branded, and if you die during battle, that brand will disappear. All you disciples of freezing sky, come forth now for the shaman hunt. Come forth now. Those words stirred up a large amount of echoes that sounded as if there were countless people howling at the same time. That voice spread throughout the entire area, and when those words fell in the people's ears, they could turn into a form of mind control that stirred up an endless amount of battle will within the people's hearts. In the span of a breath, people started charging forth from the mountains on the ground towards frozen sky. The moment they stood on it, they instantly turned into small white dots on that gigantic black sword. The white dot symbolized their life force, and its position would not change. Once it disappeared, it meant that the person had died. Soon, more people flew towards frozen sky, and as more people landed on the sword, the white dots increased. An overflowing amount of battle spirit erupted forth within Freezing Sky Clan, 20 days earlier than the promised date. The Battle of Sky Mist, the Shaman Hunt. This is the pride of all berserkers. This is the most important battle in our lives. In this battle we might die, but even if we die, we would die for the berserker tribe. Perhaps we will not die, but if we don't die, then we will live in glory. The old man standing at the tip of the sword shouted, and his voice reverberated through the air. That strange power in his voice roused all those who heard his words. Even more people charged towards frozen sky. There were even some who came from Heaven Gate's continents, and the number of disciples from Heaven Gate who stepped onto the gigantic sword wasn't small. We already know that the shaman tribe will march out before the promised date. We saw the shooting stars from Sky Mist, and I will tell you this. What you saw was not an ill omen. To me, that is the signal of the start of the battle. I will tell you this. I have been waiting for this for 100 years. The old man roared, and his voice reverberated furiously through the air. Even more people flew towards frozen sky and stood on top of the sword to be branded with the mark that symbolized their life force. Freezing Sky Clan has not reached 10,000 years of age since its creation. But do you know how many shamans Freezing Sky Clan has killed over the thousands of years? I will tell you this. We've killed a countless number of them. Freezing Sky Clan has come to its current state from a weak clan. We kill the shamans to show our power, and now we are one of the only 2 great clans in the land of South Morning. That is because we always win. The old man's voice echoed in the air once again, and once more, a large number of people charged towards the sword. At that moment, there were thousands of Freezing Sky Clan disciples standing on frozen sky. There are 100,000 berserkers in Freezing Sky, and now the berserkers in Freezing Sky will be in Sky Mist. The old man let out a huge shout, and that shout shook the sky. Su Ming stood on the 9th summit. Even if he knew some things the others around him did not know, the old man's words still stirred up an endless amount of battle will within his heart. Yet soon a glint appeared in his eyes and he regained his senses. What incredible persuasive abilities. Su Ming mumbled. If he did not possess divine sense, it would have been difficult for him to recover from being enticed and regain his senses just now. He took a deep breath and turned around to cast a glance at Ziche. Ziche's battle spirits had already been ignited, and he looked as if he just needed one word from Su Ming to immediately rush out. Ziche, since you chose to join the battle, I'll return your freedom to you. You don't have to stay by my side during the battle, said Su Ming. Ziche was stunned, then turned to look at Su Ming as if he wanted to say something. I've already made up my mind about this. If you follow me, you'll be exposed to more danger, and if you can't control your own actions during battle, it'll be far too easy for you to die. You're free now, Su Ming said calmly. Understood. Ziche remained silent for a moment before he bowed respectfully to Su Ming. Su Ming turned his head back and gave the ninth summit a final look before he turned around. Just when he was about to walk towards Frozen Sky, a gust of black mist suddenly appeared behind him. That black mist appeared too suddenly, and before Su Ming could react to it, it encircled his wrist and turned into a black bracelet. At the same time, his eldest senior brother's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Youngest junior brother, your journey to the land of the shamans will be perilous. I'll give you a slave of mine. Her name is Fa Zong. Su Ming cast a glance at the black bracelet on his wrist before his gaze fell on the glacier underneath the ninth summit. Once he bowed towards that direction with his fist wrapped in his palm. He turned into a long arc and charged into the sky. Ziche followed behind him, and the two of them fused into the long arc that was formed by the other people of Freezing Sky Clan. Together with the other people, they stepped on the gigantic sword. The instant Su Ming's foot landed on the sword, he immediately felt a surge of power fuse into his body through his foot before it swiftly returned to the sword. Soon, even if he could not see the brand that symbolized his life force on the sword, he could clearly feel its existence. As time passed by, more of those from Freezing Sky Clan came forth and stepped onto Frozen Sky. When there were 10,000 berserkers gathered on the gigantic blade of the sword trembled and slowly rose into the sky. Send off our warriors. An old voice came from within Heaven Gate, and soon, numerous people flew out of Heaven Gate. A large number of people from the 9 summits on the land also flew out or stood at the peaks of their mountains and looked towards the gigantic sword and the 10,000 people gathered on it. These people stood densely packed against each other, and they numbered to several tens of thousands. With our first bow, we pray the souls of our gods of berserkers will protect our people from freezing sky and grant us victory. As the old voice reverberated in the air, all the people wrapped their fist in their palms and bowed towards the gigantic sword in the sky. Once they bowed, the 10,000 people on the sword were immediately stirred up. They stared at the ground, at the many familiar faces gathered there, at their clans, and fell silent. Once more, we bow to send them off to battle. We pray to our ancestors in Freezing Sky to protect them so that you can all return safely. Su Ming stood at the edge of the blade with Ziche by his side. Besides Ziche, he did not know anyone else. He looked at the ground at the 9th summit, and he could see the faint shadow of his master appearing at the top of the mountain, and Wuxia waving at him as he drank wine at the side of the mountain, and his second senior brother smiling at him gently as he stood under the sun with the light shining on him. He also saw Han Songzi standing on the 7th summit while staring at him. And there was also Han Feizi standing on the 3rd summit with freezing aura emanating from her. She too was looking at him. Then one particular gaze attracted Su Ming's attention. When he lifted his head to look at one of the continents in Heaven Gate, he saw a girl dressed in white staring at him. This is our final bow. All you warriors of Freezing Sky, in this battle, slaughter the shamans. That old voice shouted in a low roar that reverberated in the air and stirred up almost all the people on the sword to begin roaring back. Slaughter the shamans! Slaughter the shamans! Su Ming's ears rang with these voices. He stood silently and closed his eyes. The instant he closed his eyes, the sword that was Frozen Sky trembled once again under his feet and slowly turned its tip in another direction. As the people staying in Freezing Sky Clan roared with the people on the sword charged swiftly towards the direction of Sky Mist City. The moment it charged out, a screen of light surrounded the sword and turned into an oval-shaped mantle of light. With a piercing whistle and a loud bang, the sword charged into the distant world. It traveled at a speed so quick that in the blink of an eye they could no longer see Freezing Sky Clan. In an instant, the ground underneath them was no longer a layer of silvery white snow but was instead covered in green. Su-Ming opened his eyes. He could clearly sense that the sword's speed could almost rival his when he took off half of his ice hoops. And while Su-Ming was confident that he could surpass the sword's speed for a short distance once he took off all his ice hoops, but if he had to travel a slightly longer distance, his body would immediately break down because he could not endure it, and he would be unable to compete against the sword. Since this was one of the greatest treasures of Freezing Sky Clan, with its speed, it could arrive at Sky Mist City just in a few days. Are you afraid? When they left Freezing Sky Clan and the 10,000 feet sword continued charging forward, the old man standing at the tip of the sword turned his head around and laughed boisterously. No! Someone from among the 10,000 people on the sword immediately roared back. You lie. The shamans are brutal. It's okay for you to be afraid. But once you cut off the heads of those shamans, you will realize you're not the only ones afraid. Those damn bastards are also afraid of you. The old man's laughter was very spirited and hearty. The previous persuasive tone in his voice was no longer in his voice. Also, we have quite a large number of people fighting with us. We might only have 10,000 people on the sword, but those bastards from Western Sea Clan will also have nearly 10,000 people joining the battle, and a large number of berserkers from all the other tribes will go to Sky Mist City during the next few days. At that time, our men will not be few. This is what is meant by a great battle. This is the great battle that occurs only once a century. If you don't die in this battle, then through your experiences, you will all transform into powerful berserkers. The old man's laughter rang heartily throughout the entire sword. Now sit down and meditate. Make sure you are at the peak of your condition. We still need 4 days before we reach Sky Mist City. As the old man spoke, gradually, a large number of people chose to sit down and meditate while they waited on the sword whose end could not be seen. For days later, they would step onto Sky Mist City. Right till the end, Su-Ming never spoke one word. He sat down at edge of the sword, the endless sky right before him. He could see the screen of light that surrounded the sword, and behind the screen were white clouds tumbling about in the clear blue sky. What are you looking at? A delicate voice came from behind Su-Ming. He did not turn his head back because the person who spoke had just sat down by his side. I'm looking at just how big the land of South Morning is, Su-Ming said softly, then turned his head to the side to cast a glance at Tianlan Meng, who was sitting beside him. Tianlan Meng's face was still stark white. She was also looking at the sky beyond the sword, immersed in her own thoughts. What did the 10 shooting stars mean? Su-Ming suddenly asked in her head. It's nothing. Don't ask anymore. Tianlan Meng then stayed silent, and after a long while, she shook her head. Su-Ming stared at Tianlan Meng and sent his question to her. Then, what is the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands? Tianlan Meng's body jolted. She turned her head around, and with shock in her beautiful eyes, she stared at Su-Ming. Su-Ming looked at Tianlan Meng calmly. Their gazes met not too far away from each other on the edge of the 10,000 feet sword. Tianlan Meng remained silent for a moment before she opened her mouth and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Why do you find the need to hide it from me? Su-Ming frowned, then turned around to look at the blue sky beyond frozen sky. Tianlan Meng hesitated for a moment, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. How did you learn of the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands? After a long while, her gaze fell on Su-Ming's face and she asked him in his mind. It was not quiet around them. There were low whispers occasionally appearing in the air, but the sword was too huge and there were 10,000 people sitting on it. That's why if the people were further away from each other, they would not be able to hear what the other was saying clearly. The loud whistling sounds from the sword as it sliced through the air also drowned out voices. When the 10 shooting stars appeared, I heard some of what they said. Su-Ming did not hide anything because he had to know the truth. In his mind, this piece of information that was only privy to those in the Berserker Soul Realm was very important. It might even affect some of his actions in the land of the shamans. Tianlan Meng averted her gaze and looked at the sky beyond the sword. After a long while, she spoke gently. Have you ever heard of the legend of the harmonious Morris Alba? Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. He did not speak. Harmonious Morris Alba is a butterfly of legend. It will only flap its wings 3 times in its life. The first time it flaps its wings, it will cause the mountains to crumble and the earth to shatter in the east, said Tianlan Meng softly, looking at the sky beyond the sword. It's just a legend, Su Ming retorted. A legend, Right now, in our world, no one has ever seen the first god of berserkers, but could you say that the first god of berserkers is also a legend? We don't know whether the harmonious Morris Alba exists. Tianlan Meng shook her head. 9 shooting stars mean that the great patriarch has appeared within the shaman tribe. That is an entity that exceeds all life forms, a thing that exceeds what we can understand with our realms of cultivation. Tianlan Meng's voice in Su Ming's head was gentle, but there was a hint of fear within her words. Su Ming could clearly feel her fear as her voice reverberated in his mind. Great patriarch? Su Ming turned around and looked at Tianlan Meng. You should know that the great berserkers of the land of South Morning fought against the great patriarch thousands of years ago. The 3 great berserkers won in the end, but the great patriarch did not die. He simply went into deep sleep. He is an indestructible entity. Now he woke up again. That is why Sky Mist City sent out those 9 shooting stars to tell Freezing Sky Clan and Western Sea Clan. Tianlan Meng bit her bottom lip and spoke gently in his head. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He remained silent for some time before he asked, what about 10 shooting stars? In the land of South Morning, 9 shooting stars should have been the limit of what Sky Mist City can send to Freezing Sky and Western Sea. From what I can remember, ever since Sky Mist City was formed, they have never sent out 10 shooting stars. Today is the first time they did so. Tianlan Meng's face was stark white as she mumbled under her breath. By logic, 5 shooting stars mean a great disaster, 8 shooting stars mean that the berserkers of the land of South Morning are faced with the threat of annihilation, 9 shooting stars mean that the shaman tribe's power has reached its peak. Then 10 shooting stars might mean. Once Tianlan Meng spoke to that point, she stopped, and when she put on a look as if she was thinking about how she should phrase her next sentence. Su Ming softly spoke beside her. South Morning will fall. Once Su Ming said those words in her mind, Tianlan Meng shuddered and her face turned stark white. After a long while, she nodded her head bitterly. Just what sort of thing could cause the land of South Morning to fall? Su Ming found it a little hard to believe that idea. He simply could not fathom what sort of power could possibly exist in the world that could do such a terrifying thing. If the great patriarch truly possesses such power, then there's no need to fight in this battle, Su Ming said in her head, his voice low. He might have such incredible power that it exceeds our understanding, but he can't do that. Still, even if he can't do it, it doesn't mean that no one else can. Didn't the battle between the second god of Berserker and the Immortals from the other worlds divide the continents of the land of Berserkers? Tianlan Meng said softly, Do you still remember me mentioning the harmonious Morris Alba? Tianlan Meng looked at Su Ming, and he could clearly see the fear in her eyes. The first time the harmonious Morris Alba flaps her wings, it will cause the mountains to crumble and the earth to shatter in the east, answered Su Ming. The eastern continent is the eastern wastelands. Between the 5 continents belonging to the Berserkers is the endless Dead Sea that is filled with water that looks like an ocean but is not an ocean, looks like ink but is not ink, and looks like blood but is not blood. No one can pass through the Dead Sea. Ever since the 5 continents were separated, we lost all contact with each other. It's as if our messages were intercepted. Tianlan Meng's voice echoed in Su Ming's head. If someday the Dead Sea extends to our lands like a tidal wave that drowns out the entire land of South Morning, at that time, how many people would be able to survive? Tianlan Meng dipped her head down. Perhaps there would be some who would survive, but when the land of South Morning is flooded, the mountains crumble and the earth shatter, and the entire land of South Morning is destroyed, at that time, how many people would survive? Will the both of us survive? Tianlan Meng closed her eyes. That's the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands? Is it connected to the Eastern Wastelands? Su Ming was shocked to the core. His breathing quickened, and a thought that to him was ridiculous gradually appeared in his mind. The Dead Sea won't expand without reason. It has existed since forever. It won't change without reason. Tianlan Meng remained silent for some time before she spoke bitterly. Unless there is a power that could move that endless Dead Sea and make its waters surge like the waves in the sea. Su Ming mumbled. You heard the words the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands, but you didn't hear what was spoken before them. My ancestor mentioned that more than 10,000 feet of the area close in the eastern part of South Morning, which belongs to the shamans, has been flooded by the Dead Sea. This is the first time such a thing has happened in the land of South Morning. It is also precisely this change that prompted the shamans to panic and attack Sky Mist Barrier before the promised date. The Dead Sea won't grow bigger for no reason. It would only grow bigger because the Eastern Wastelands, a continent that is located really far away from the South Morning, is pushing the Dead Sea towards the land of South Morning at an inconceivable speed. Tianlan Meng finally told Su Ming the secret from Sky Mist City that was originally only privy to those in the Berserker Soul Realm, and the one they had been forbidden to spread to others. Eastern Wastelands and South Morning crashing into each other. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. He understood what was going on now, but he still could not imagine how such a huge continent could move at such a high speed. Perhaps it'll take 1 year, perhaps 10, or perhaps less than that, but eventually when Eastern Wastelands crashes into the land of South Morning at that high speed it's traveling now, what do you think will happen to South Morning? From what the ancient maps tell us, the mass of land belonging to the Eastern Wastelands is several times the size of South Morning's. Tianlan Meng stared at Su Ming, and despair appeared in her eyes. Su Ming shuddered and closed his eyes. He could somewhat imagine the horrors that would happen the instant two continents of different sizes, one big and the other small, crashed into each other at an indescribable speed. First, the edge to the east of the land of South Morning would instantly shatter, and the impact that caused the land to shatter would continuously spread out. In a very short amount of time, that crack would extend to Sky Mist Barrier. Then, Sky Mist Barrier would crumble and the land of Berserkers would be destroyed along with it. Even if we escape to the westernmost part of the land, it'll still be difficult for us to escape the fate of being destroyed. When the continent crumbles and tilts to the side, the part of the Dead Sea that came with the Eastern Wastelands will drown out everything. Perhaps some of us will survive. When the land under our feet has turned into pieces, we will continue living on one of the pieces, as if it was an island floating in the endless Dead Sea. But it's clear that it's very difficult to find such an opportunity when you live close to the borders, and especially once they knock into our land. The land of South Morning will definitely start moving west. At that time, the west part of South Morning and all its coasts will suffer the worst damage. And the shamans live at the outer parts of South Morning. For the sake of their survival, you can surely imagine just how devastating the Sky Mist Shaman hunt this time will be. The shamans want to invade Sky Mist Barrier and occupy the center of the land of South Morning. Only if they stay there can they have a hope that their race can survive through the disaster when it comes. But would you be able to let the mortal enemy of generations of your race walk into your home? Besides, if they move into Sky Mist Barrier, then we have to divide a part of our land to them. The result of us providing a piece of land to the shamans that might or might not remain safe during the disaster is us wiping away the lives of the berserkers who were originally living in those places. And it stands that no one can be certain which part of the center of South Morning will remain safe till the end. If the shamans aren't around, then the berserkers can spread out and the possibility of us continuing our line will surely exist, no matter how small, but once we make the wrong choice and give up the safe place to the shamans. Tianlan Meng's voice became weaker until she eventually fell silent. The catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands. Su Ming's face turned pale. All of this surpassed his imaginations. In fact, even if he heard the truth now, he still found it a little hard to believe all of it. Yet, at the same time, he also instantly understood why the information could not be shared with everyone. Once that happened, it would definitely bring about an unimaginable disaster brought by human hands. Harmonious Morris Alba. Su Ming committed that name to memory even though he knew that this was a legend that just might be coincidental to what was happening now. You won't be able to hide this for too long. As time passes by, more and more people will know about it. Su Ming sent his message to Tianlan Meng, and his voice was solemn in her heart. During this disaster, many people will die. We live in this day and age, and we have no choice. Tianlanmeng stood up and went to stand at the edge of the sword as a profound look appeared in her eyes. Thank goodness we're not alone. Tianlanmeng turned her head to the side and looked at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes. There was a strange light flickering within them. Su Ming, do everything possible to increase your power before the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands arrives. If you do, then even if you lose the land of South Morning, even if you lose everything, as long as you're alive, then you still have your powers to keep you company and support you. Su Ming stared at the sky beyond the sword and did not say a word. It's not necessarily a good thing for you to know more of something. Su Ming stood at the edge of the sword and his master's words before he left appeared in his head. That was what Xianxia had said when Su Ming asked him about the 10 shooting stars. Su Ming finally understood what he meant now. It was truly not necessarily a good thing to know more of something. Right then, the one thing that occupied his mind most of the time was the scene the Eastern Wastelands moving the Dead Sea. In his mind's eye, he saw the continent rapidly traveling forth under the sky. He saw mountain ranges rising and falling. He could even see some tribes, but in the blink of an eye, the mountain ranges before his eyes crumbled. The ground was flipped into the air as if it was lifted up. Plenty of people died and were injured, and at the same time, the Black Dead Sea spread out and drowned all signs of life. Tianlanmeng sat beside Su Ming, also having fallen silent. She could be thinking about something, but her mind might be blank as well. Time passed by, and soon, the first night arrived. The sky turned dark, but Su Ming could see a white line in the distance. It was as if it was still bright over at that place. The disciples of Freezing Sky Clan on the sword started moving about after meditating for an entire day. The people who were close to each other formed groups of 3 to 5. Laughter rang in the air, as if they were using this sort of method to calm their minds before the start of Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. Laughter appeared on top of frozen sky. Looking at them, at the people who did not know the truth, Su Ming could already imagine just what would happen once all these people learned of the truth. Then, how many of them would be able to laugh? How many of them would be able to fight in the coming battle? Just as Su Ming looked towards the disciples of Freezing Sky Clan, he also saw some people from Heaven Gate sitting at the edge of the sword, and each of them was distanced quite evenly from each other. The old man sitting at the tip of the sword had a calm expression on his face, but he would occasionally frown. Su Ming could sense that the old man's mind was perhaps not as calm as his words were, and how he presented himself to be. He knows the truth. Perhaps all 9 of them from Heaven Gate know the truth. When Su Ming sized up Jing Chung Rong, who was sitting at the top of the sword, that old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Su Ming with a gaze like lightning. Su Ming closed his eyes. He could feel the old man's gaze falling onto him like sharp needles. After some time, that feeling slowly went away. Is your name Su Ming? An old voice suddenly appeared by Su Ming's ears. As Su Ming opened his eyes, he immediately saw that Jing Chung Rong had still not averted his gaze and was still staring at him. But that piercing gaze was no longer there. Su Ming nodded his head. Come to my side. Jing Chung Rong looked at Su Ming and his voice echoed by Su Ming's ears. The method in which he sent his voice to Su Ming was different from Tianlanmeng's, but the effects were similar. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he stood up. Tianlanmeng cast him a glance by his side, but she did not speak. Su Ming moved forward and walked past the crowd. When he walked past his fellow disciples, he heard their laughter and their voices, some of which sounded close to him and some far away. He heard the different sounds of breathing coming from those who were meditating. And he continued hearing all these things until he traveled a long distance and arrived at the tip of the giant sword. He had arrived before Jing Chung Rong. The distance between them previously was not really far away, or else it would have been difficult for the two of them to see each other. However, Su Ming still needed quite some time to walk over. Sit down. Jing Chung Rong looked at Su Ming and spoke with a raspy voice. The tip of the sword was positioned right before the space that spanned endlessly before them. It was also the spot where the whistling sounds were the strongest. In fact, as he stood there, Su Ming could even somewhat feel the wind blowing against his face and feel the power of the sword breaking through space with that intense speed. Jing Chung Rong was the only person sitting over there, and there was an empty space of about 100 feet around him. Without being summoned, no one was allowed to go into the area. Su Ming did not speak and sat down beside the old man. The moment he sat down, a feeling as if a huge gust of wind was blowing against him, causing his breathing to quicken and his body to tear apart appeared within him. That sensation came too suddenly, and Su Ming even had the feeling as if his body was about to be blown away by that huge gust of wind, as if he was about to be blown off the giant sword. His hair was blown into a mess and fluttered about behind him rapidly. Su Ming could not remain sitting. Once he staggered a few steps backwards. A glint appeared in his eyes, and with one stomp on the sword, he stopped his body from moving away. His face was flushed red as he took a few steps forward once again and returned to the spot where he originally wanted to sit down. He did so slowly. The moment he sat down, that feeling as if he was being torn apart appeared once again. But this time, Su Ming was prepared. Banging sounds came from within him, and even though he did so slowly, he sat down. As he sat there, Su Ming's body trembled. All his blood was rapidly circulating in his body. The power of awakening within him was also activated, and even his divine sense chose to spread out around him. At that moment, his body had automatically started resisting the power of the gust of wind even without his control. This is what it means to train your body by refining it. When Jing Rong saw Su Ming sit down, praise appeared in his eyes. Even if you're wearing 20 incredibly heavy ice hoops, it's at most superficial training. The praise within the old man's eyes disappeared and was replaced with scorn. Su Ming was having trouble breathing and could not speak, but there was a dubious look in his eyes. This was the method he came up with, and this method had indeed allowed him to endure much faster speeds rapidly. In fact, once he moved at full speed, he could surpass Frozen Sky's speed for a short distance. Not convinced? I'll let you have a chance to prove yourself. Jing Rong let out a cold snort and suddenly lifted his right hand to grab Su Ming's shoulder before he flung him to the side. The old man's actions were too quick and Su Ming could not dodge them. He only felt his vision blurring, and with that one throw, he was flung off Frozen Sky. In fact, the force of that throw not only flung Su Ming off the sword, he was also cast out of the protective screen of light outside the giant sword. It caused him to instantly break away from the sword and be thrown into the darkness, the mad gust of wind whistling towards him. Only at that moment did someone on the giant sword notice what had happened, and they immediately let out cries of surprise. The instant Su Ming was flung off Frozen Sky, rumbling sounds immediately rang throughout his entire body. That sword traveled so quickly that in the blink of an eye it had already covered another distance of 100,000 feet. Once Su Ming could see his surroundings clearly, he saw the sword hilt passing by in a flash, and the gust of wind that appeared as it swept past blew him away, causing him to be unable to stand still. Anger appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not offend that old man, yet he still did such a thing. However, he did not have time to ponder about it. The sword was about to disappear further into the distance. Rumbling sounds immediately begun in Su Ming's body. All the ice hoops instantly shattered at that moment, and his speed reached a terrifying state. He charged towards the departing sword. With his speed, he could surpass that sword if it was for a short distance. As if he warped through space, he appeared 1,000 feet behind the sword. Wind tore against Su Ming's body, and red appeared in his eyes. He charged forward once again, and when he reappeared once more, he had already caught up to the sword, but he was only at the sword hilt. Blood trickled out of Su Ming's mouth. Then with one step, he moved through the protective layer and landed on the very end of the rapidly flying sword's hilt. The moment he landed, Su Ming coughed out a huge mouthful of blood and his face turned stark white. He wiped away the blood at the corners of his mouth and walked with huge steps forward. As he passed through, all the gazes of the people looking at him were filled with awe and respect, and they moved away to open up a path for him. Just now, they had seen Su Ming catching up to the sword from behind with their own eyes. However, the sword was too big, that was why there were only a few who saw the entire process. Su Ming charged forth, and in a moment he had already traveled 100,000 feet in distance to stand once again at the tip of the sword. Jing Rong sat there and stared at Su Ming coldly. Still not convinced? Do you think you're really great for catching up to the sword? Just what exactly constitutes as body refinement? Su Ming stared at the old man and let out a long breath. Letting your body bear extra weight, then suddenly becoming lighter when you activate your speed is extremely foolish. How does that make you any different from a leaf? Or do you perhaps want to be like a leaf and be blown far away when the wind blows, just like the leaf because it's light? But even a leaf can't last long in the wind. A little longer and it will be torn apart. In fact, once it runs into headwind and these two gusts of wind crash into each other, the leaf will be instantly destroyed. Do you believe me? The faster you go, the faster you die. Do you believe me? The old man spat out coldly. Su Ming lifted his head in shock. If it wasn't for Bai Zai, I wouldn't have bothered enlightening you. Come here and sit down. With a scowl, Jing Cheng Rong shouted at Su Ming. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he walked to the old man's side and bowed towards him with his fist wrapped in his palm. Then he sat down respectfully beside him. To the easternmost part at the edge of the land of South Morning was a cliff that looked like a ladder. Now, a large part of the cliff was already covered by dark seawater. As Jing Cheng Rong taught Su Ming that seawater was releasing a strange presence. The surface of the sea was not calm. Waves were rising and falling. There were 7 to 8 people wearing red robes standing on the only part of the cliff left. These people's faces were pale and there were very colorful totems on their faces. One of them crouched down and took a scrutinizing look at the waves slapping against the spot around 100 feet underneath the cliff. It just rose by another 10 feet. Before long, this cliff will be covered by seawater. And once it is, a large part of the Dead Sea will move into our lands. The moment this person spoke softly, immediately, roars came from within the endless and black Dead Sea before them. It was soon followed by the waves increasing in size, and from the sea in the distance, a tail that was about 1,000 feet in size shot out from the sea before slapping the surface of the Dead Sea, causing more waves to appear. More tails slapping against the sea like these appeared further away, and they numbered in the hundreds. The faces of the shamans over there turned pale. One of the old men who had his eyes closed opened them slowly at that moment. I can sense their fear. These soul alligators that should be staying at the depths of the Dead Sea were forced to come here due to their fear. The prophecies of the Berserker's Realm Mountain are not an ancient legend. It came true, the old man mumbled. He lifted his right hand and waved it at the sky, and immediately, a speck of light flew out from his palm and charged towards the dark sea. Once it traveled far into the distance, the speck of light exploded, causing an area of several hundreds of thousands of feet within the Dead Sea to instantly brighten up. That is, the crowd immediately let out cries of surprise and their expressions changed drastically. No one knew what the shamans saw. During that night, they disappeared from the edge of South Morning. Their people could only find some broken enchanted vessels on the land several hundreds of leagues away from that spot. Other than that, there were no other clues about them. All 8 of them disappeared. In fact, there was a shaman tribe that was located not too far from the Dead Sea from that place. During the night these shamans disappeared. No one from the tribe heard anything, not even the sounds of fighting or the casting of spells. Neither did any of them notice anything. It was as if these shamans were swallowed by the void. The shaman tribes had been enveloped in terror since several months earlier. This terror was no longer hidden by now and had become increasingly stronger as time went by. That fear spread far, causing a large amount of shaman tribes near the Dead Sea to start migrating. That place was no longer suitable for living. Sometimes, there would be a long arc flashing through the land of the shamans. In that long arc was a ferocious beast with a dragon head but with the body of a horse. That creature was not big, and although it was only several hundreds of feet in size, the murderous aura coming from it instilled fear among people when people got closer to it. Its most distinct trait were the balls of blue flames blazing under its hooves. As it passed through the sky and the long arc disappeared as it left, it would leave behind a trail of fiery hoof prints that gradually vanished into the air. All the shamans who saw that creature would put on a look of reverence and wrap their arms around their chest before bending their backs down to bow. There were even a number of them who knelt down with looks full of respect. Because this creature had a special name. Its name was Shaman Stallion, and only the temple of the god of shamans could possess this creature in the entire land of the shamans. Yet during the past few months, creatures with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse had been appearing quite frequently in the shaman's sky. There were about hundreds of ferocious beasts like these charging through the sky in long arcs. They traveled to the corners of the land of the shamans to deliver sealed orders to the tribes and also to perform their duties. As the Dead Sea expanded according to the legends in the land of the shamans and as the shaman stallions brought the sealed orders to the tribes, the shamans began to execute the planned migration. The storm was about to arrive. In truth, disaster had already come to the spot near Sky Mist Barrier. Sounds of battle and slaughter shook the sky and earth. The sky there was dark, and the land was filled with a stench coming from the blood that had seeped into the earth. The war came suddenly upon the berserkers, quick as lightning, and in a manner the berserkers were still not completely prepared. Right then, the sounds of battle echoed in the air on many spots on the gigantic Sky Mist Barrier that stretched far into the distance, and sounds coming from Sky Mist City were the strongest. Behind the walls of Sky Mist Barrier was the land of the berserkers. The sky in the distance was covered in ripples, and the clouds were spread out like the scales on a dragon's back. It was as if that was a sign that said there was a great sword that was about 100,000 feet in size slicing through the air and stirring up a loud and shocking whistle. As that whistle spread out, the sword charged towards Sky Mist City. Compared to the anxiety and terror that filled the air in the land of the shamans, the land of the berserkers was peaceful. Even if they were about to face the great battle that only occurred once a century, most of the berserkers were already used to these type of battles, hence they did not treat it as truly a battle to the death but merely a trip to gain experience. They believed that the existence of Sky Mist Barrier could keep the shamans out. They believed that the battle would end several years later, and once it ended, they would continue living in their land, which was filled with their tribes. Even a large part of those on the giant sword that was charging through the sky while it stirred up piercing bangs also had the same thought. This was just an experience, a battle that could make them instantly famous. Refining your body is not what you think. No matter how much extra weight you place on yourself to train, besides allowing yourself to become lighter in your imagination, it has no other uses. Su Ming sat at the tip of the sword. His face was pale, but he still gritted his teeth and endured through it. There were huge gusts of wind blowing at the spot where he was, and it was blowing against almost all parts of his body, causing his body to tremble. In fact, even his blood seemed to be going up against a lot of resistance just trying to flow in his veins, causing his heart to feel as if it was a challenge to keep pumping. Behind Su Ming, Jing Cheng Rong sat calmly, speaking languidly. Su Ming's lips trembled and his breathing was rapid, but he still gritted his teeth and hissed out his words. But the birds in the sky fly because they're light. That's why they can have unlimited speed. Doesn't that mean that training my body by adding extra weight is working? What a joke. Do you only look at birds? Then have you seen ferocious beasts with gigantic bodies flying in the sky? They're so fast that even us berserkers cannot compare to them. Are they light now? Jing Cheng-rong gave him a cold sneer before he asked. Su Ming was silent and could not find any way to retort even after a long moment. The golden rock appeared in his mind. It was definitely incredibly heavy because of its big body, but it could travel at incredible speeds. Training your body by adding extra weight to it is not right but not wrong either. We can even call it the first step in body refinement, but there are simply too many drawbacks to this. True body refinement means for you to control the patterns of the wind and the direction of the wind resistance. You use these two forces to push your body and continuously fuse them together so that you can walk in the skies as if you're traversing on even ground. However, not even I have fully understood this method, so you don't have to think about it for now. Still, this is a direction for you. Only when your direction is correct can you chase after your path. If your direction since the start was wrong, then you'll only be wasting your time. As Jing Cheng-rong spoke in a low voice, he lifted his right hand and pointed towards the spot before Su Ming. With one point of his finger, a small tear instantly appeared on the protective light screen before Su Ming at the tip of the sword. The moment that tear appeared, Su Ming's body started trembling viciously. He could feel that the thin layer of wind had instantly become several times stronger. The intense pain that made him feel as if he was being torn apart also became stronger. If you want to pursue this path, then you must walk down that path with the right direction. Now, think of yourself as a gust of wind and feel the resistance of the wind coming against you. Sense the reaction in all parts of your body when the two forces collide against each other. Blood flowed down the corners of Su Ming's lips. The sharp pain in his body made him unable to endure through it. The wind coming right against him felt like blades cutting through his flesh. There was not a part of his body that did not hurt. His body swayed as he sat there as if he was about to be swept away by the wind at any moment and be blown backwards. Jing Rong scowled and said with a cold snarl, "You useless piece of trash. If it wasn't for Bai Tsang Zai, I'd definitely not give you even the slightest bit of my attention. I may need to respect Senior Xianxia Zi, but you're not that worthy of becoming his disciple." Jing Rong snorted. Su Ming trembled and blood trickled out of the corners of his lips once again. His body was forced back 5 feet even though he was still seated. His face was pale. The pain in his whole body made him feel that even the strength required for him to stand up was gone. The circulation of his qi had become incredibly difficult under the assault of the wind. Even the circulation of his power of awakening within him had become much slower, as if it was going up against an incredible resistance. Under this sort of premise, it was very difficult for him to keep his body in the same spot. "Trash is trash, you're so dumb." Jing Rong lifted his right hand and pointed at the protective light screen before Su Ming at the tip of the sword once again. Immediately, the tear that was previously formed let out a loud rip and became a little larger. By doing so, the wind blowing against Su Ming instantly became much stronger. Before Su Ming could even get used to the previous wind, he was forced back once again, and he even coughed out a mouthful of blood. That mouthful of blood was immediately scattered away by the wind, but strangely, at the same time the blood was scattered away. One small drop that had turned into blood mist stayed before Su Ming's body for the span of several breaths before it gradually disappeared. Still a useless piece of trash. 1 incense stick later, I will open up the protective screen a little wider again. If you can't endure it, then get your butt back to the edge of the sword. Jing Rong scowled and his expression turned icy cold. Su Ming's face was pale. The act of opening and closing his eyes was already difficult enough in the wind, much less breathing. His body trembled and he was already at his limit, but he kept his eyes glued to the part where the blood mist was just now and did not move his gaze elsewhere. Imagine myself to be a gust of wind. It's easy to say that, but how am I supposed to do it? Su Ming felt troubled, but he did not give up. He simply gritted his teeth and persevered. Yet he also knew that this sort of perseverance was not of much use. That blood mist. How did it manage to stay for several breaths under that wind before it disappeared? In his silence, Su Ming suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out blood once again. Without care for the consequences, he stared at the blood he just coughed out into the wind, and then, everything in his sight seemed to slow down. With his own eyes, he clearly saw his blood turning into mist and tumbling backwards once it came into contact with the wind. Yet there was a small part of that blood mist that was only scattered away once the wind blew through the fine gaps in between the drops of blood. At that instant, understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He closed his eyes, and his body gradually moved back once again as wind blew against him. Why does Bai Tsang Zai place so much value on a useless piece of? Jing Rong had already grown impatient, but before he could even finish speaking, he widened his eyes abruptly. Su Ming was originally moving from the wind, but he had stopped, and that was not all. Right before the old man's eyes, Su Ming, while still having his eyes closed, stood up and took a few steps forward. Once he came back to his original spot, he sat down cross-legged without any hesitation. The moment he sat down, Su Ming's hair started flying rapidly while his robes danced madly in the air. But his body was not forced back by the wind. Although he was trembling, he was already in a completely different state than he was previously. Jing Rong observed him for a moment, and amazement gradually appeared on his face. He lifted his right hand and once again pointed at the protective light screen at the tip of the sword right before Su Ming, causing the tear to widen a little more and the wind to blow even stronger. Before, Su Ming would definitely not have been able to endure it and would have been blown tumbling backwards. But now, he continued sitting on the spot firmly, simply allowing the wind to blow against the front of his body. Then, the gust of wind passed through his body and came out from his back. When he saw a part of the wind blowing against Su Ming exiting his body through his back, a serious look instantly appeared on Jing Rong's face. He suddenly understood why Bai Zai placed so much value on this youth. Not bad, Su Ming. Jing Qingrong mumbled. I originally wanted to provoke him through words so that he could endure through the wind a little longer. After all, the wind blowing against us is definitely uncommon due to Frozen Sky's speed. It's wind that is excellent for body refinement. And only one person can obtain the chance of body refinement over here at the tip of the sword. It's only because of Bai Zai that I'm allowing this person to train here. But I didn't expect that this person's comprehensive abilities had reached such a level. He actually managed to reach this state through his epiphany. Jing Qingrong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Ming. I told him to think of himself as the wind, and by doing so he could sense the power of wind when both gusts of wind run into each other. By doing so he could refine his body by using wind to refine wind, but his epiphany had allowed him to surpass that state. He made it so that wind would pass through his body, and then, even if he ran into wind, there is no wind. If the person is there, but at the same time not. Jing Qingrong was stunned for a moment, then his gaze as he looked at Su Ming became strange. Su Ming sat there for a long time before he opened his eyes. The moment he did so, a calm look settled within them. Senior Jing, this wind is a little too weak. Could you open up the tear a little more? Jing Qingrong let out a harumph. But he did not call Su Ming a useless piece of trash anymore. Instead, he lifted his right hand and pointed in the direction before Su Ming. Immediately, the tear widened up a little more, causing the wind blowing in to become stronger. The instant the wind blew against Su Ming, he closed his eyes, and all the pores in his body opened up. In his head, he imagined his body to have turned into the blood mist. Within him were numerous fine gaps that allowed the wind to pass through. It was as if he did not exist. It was as if his pores could breathe, and when the wind blew against him, it would be sucked into his pores in a bizarre fashion. Then, it would be rapidly exchanged with something else within his body before being released from the pores on his back. However, this method of breathing could not replace Su Ming's true breathing. Even with this, he still felt as if he was about to suffocate. In fact, when he was exchanging the air within his body, a sharp pain that grew increasingly stronger came about. Nonetheless, this method could indeed allow him to achieve and maintain a higher speed that surpassed that of when he took off all the extra weight on him, even as wind blew strongly against his face. In fact, it could even lengthen the duration of the time he could stay in that state. Time passed by. When the second night arrived, Su Ming opened his eyes and took a few steps back swiftly. He took a few large breaths of air, and the color of his face gradually returned to normal. He had repeated this particular action several times during the day. Jing Qingrong still did not speak. He was instead sizing up Su Ming with a strange glint in his eyes and observing the act of Su Ming using his pores to breathe. From what I know, there are some creatures in the world that do not need to use their mouths or noses to breathe. They use their skin to replace their mouths and noses. If I didn't know that you were a berserker and you didn't occasionally look like you were about to suffocate, I would definitely think you were one of those creatures taken up human form. Jing Qingrong spoke with a strange tone in his voice. He fell into contemplative silence for a while before he commented languidly, that method of yours is different from the idea I gave you previously. But judging by your looks, you can't stay in that condition for too long. It's still not perfect. But my speed has indeed increased by a huge margin compared to last time, and I can even last a much longer time than before. I'm already satisfied with this result. As for searching for an even better method, I'll need to survive through the battle before I have the right to try and gain an epiphany for that. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he said softly. Jing Qingrong did not seem to agree with him, but once he looked as if he had just thought of something, he did not offer any retorts. He simply turned his words into a sigh. Perhaps you're right. Only when you survive will you have a chance. Train on your own. I'm a little tired now. He shook his head and closed his eyes to start meditating in silence. The sky during night was filled with stars, but Su Ming did not have the time to look at them. After a moment of rest, he took in a deep breath, then he went to the spot where the wind was coming from at the tip of the sword. Once he sat down, he started refining his body with the method not even Jing Qingrong himself understood fully. In truth, Su Ming himself did not really understand the method either. He simply used the inspiration he gained from the part of the blood mist that had not disappeared immediately. This method may look as if it was not difficult, but controlling all his pores to breathe in required fine control, and it was something difficult for any ordinary person to do. Even Su-Ming himself had to continuously try before he gradually found a pattern to it. Only then could he slowly start with the refinement that was completely different from training his body by adding on extra weight. I can't give up on the training of adding extra weight to myself. Other people's words are not necessarily completely true. Besides, this battle might last for several years. The level of devastation would be unbelievable. Surviving is the most important thing. A determined look appeared in Su-Ming's eyes, and he closed his eyes. Night slowly went away. When the third morning came and the morning sun peeked its head out of the horizon, Su-Ming saw a different sunrise in the sky. The sunrise was so magnificent that it attracted his attention. After a long while, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in refining his body. Night arrived once more, and when the third night went away to welcome another new day, Su-Ming stood up and went to Jing Qingrong, who still had his eyes closed, looking as if he was deep in sleep. The moment Su-Ming walked towards him, the old man opened his eyes. "Senior Jing, thank you for your guidance." Su-Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards him with gratitude shining in his eyes. "Don't thank me now. If you can survive through the battle, you can thank me then." Su-Ming was already a little used to the way Jing Qingrong spoke. When he heard the old man's words, he simply smiled and brought out the wooden slip Xianxia gave him before he handed it over to the old man respectfully. Jing Qingrong took the wooden slip and cast it a glance. Then a frown appeared between his brows. "Senior, I would like leave at this place," Su-Ming requested calmly. "You can leave at any time you want with Senior Xianxia's plate, but there's still a little over a day before we reach Sky Mist City. If you leave now, you will need to head to Sky Mist City yourself." Jing Qingrong lifted his head and gave Su-Ming a look. "If it isn't really important, I'd suggest that you don't do it. This is really important to me." Su-Ming looked at the old man. "I'll give you 7 days. With your speed, you'll be able to reach Sky Mist City by then. You can get the city's approximate location by sensing the brand on your life force left on the sword. If you don't return after 7 days, I will punish you as according to how we punish deserters." Jing Qingrong waved his arm and threw the wooden slip back to Su-Ming before he closed his eyes once again and no longer paid any attention to him. Yet when he waved his arm just now, a spot on the protective light screen behind him started to distort. Clearly, that was the exit he temporarily opened for Su-Ming. Su-Ming caught the wooden slip and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards the old man. He turned around and cast a look at Ziche, who was watching him at the edge of the sword from the crowd. Su-Ming smiled and nodded at him with encouragement in his eyes. Ziche was silent as he looked at Su-Ming. Then he gave him a nod as well. Tianlan Meng remained sitting at the edge of the sword with her back turned towards Su-Ming. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders and she seemed to be looking at the sky, immersed in her thoughts. Su-Ming averted his gaze, and right under the people's curious gazes, he charged towards the temporary door behind the old man. In a flash, he passed through that distorting light screen. The instant Su-Ming left the screen of light, a deafening roar reverberated in the air. That roar persisted as frozen sky charged past him into the distance. When Su-Ming turned his head back, he could only see a black dot disappearing into the distance. Disappearing along with it was that loud rumble he had heard just now. Silence gradually returned to the vast sky. Su-Ming stood alone in the air as he looked in the distance. He only averted his gaze after a long while and took a step towards the ground. Due to the ice hoops on him exploding some time ago, the instant he took that step, his speed immediately reached an astonishing level. As he charged forward, he felt a strong blast of wind crashing onto his body, and the moment that blast of wind closed in on him, Su-Ming activated that breathing method he came up with through his own understanding. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. That speed had already reached a state that would startle all those who saw him. After a moment, at the top of a mountain in a mountain range on the land of the Berserkers, a gust of wind charged through the air. Distortions appeared in the air as well, and Su-Ming stood on top of the mountain looking as if he was a series of afterimages overlapping with each other. His face was pale. Once he appeared, he took a few deep breaths in succession, and only then did he gradually start to recover. But his eyes were bright, and his heart pounded rapidly against his chest. I'm much faster than before, and I could even last an hour in this state. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face, and he waited till his chi calmed down before he lowered his head to look down the mountain range. Not too far away, he saw a small berserker tribal village that was surrounded by a forest. Chimney smoke rose from the tribe in the morning. He could even hear the faint sounds of children playing. As he stood on the mountain, Su Ming saw the people within the small tribe working on starting a new day. This was the second time Su Ming came to the tribe. His gaze fell on a normal-looking house within the tribe. He walked down the mountain and towards the tribe. Su Ming arrived without a sound. With his current level of cultivation, he could step into the small tribe without letting any of its people notice him. When he appeared within the tribe and stood right outside that ordinary house, he heard a song played by a sun coming from within the house. That song was filled with a serene tone that made those who heard it feel peace within themselves. Su Ming stood there and closed his eyes to immerse himself in the song. After a long while, the notes slowly disappeared, and an old, raspy voice came from the house. "You're here. I am Su Ming, and I would like to request an audience with you, Senior." Su Ming opened his eyes, and they were calm. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. "Come in. I've already finished repairing your sun." Su Ming lifted the flaps to the house respectfully. The instant he stepped into the house, he saw that everything was the same as before. In fact, the old man had not even changed the position of where he was sitting. It was as if the old sun maker had not gotten up in those days. As he turned his eyes towards Su Ming, there was a kind smile on his face. His eyes were empty. Su Ming might not feel any hint of power from the old man before him, and in fact, the old man felt as if he was just a candle flame that would be extinguished by a gust of wind, but Su Ming was still filled with respect in his heart towards him. He respected this old man, but not because even Xianxia had to sit down quietly before him when he came to him. He respected this old man, but not because he was mysterious, neither was it because of Xianxia, whose robes even had to change its color when he came before him. Su Ming respected this old man for one reason alone. He repaired that ordinary bone sun for him. That sun contained all of Su Ming's memories, and the act of repairing his sun was an act of kindness to him. He was grateful to this old man, that was why he respected him. For this alone, no matter how high Su Ming's level of cultivation would become, and even if the old man was truly just an ordinary person, that respect would never change. "I will forever remember the kindness of you repairing my sun." Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm towards the old man and bowed deeply towards him. The old sun maker continued smiling, then groped about at the straw mat beside him with his right hand. Very soon, he brought out the bone sun that belonged to Su Ming. "There are some things that can't be considered as acts of kindness. Since you believed that a blind man like me could repair your sun and trusted me with it, then it was tied to me through fate, and you were also tied to me through fate. This is fate. It is not an act of kindness." The old man lifted the bone sun with his right hand, and with his left, he brushed against the surface of that sun lightly. "Come. Sit before me." The sun is incomplete, but the broken parts on its body aren't the main cause for it. The main cause is that it no longer has a soul. "Did its previous owner pass away when he was playing a song?" the old man asked softly. Su Ming sat down silently before the old man. He looked at the bone sun in the old man's hands, and a hint of sorrow appeared in his eyes. "That should be the case then," the old man sighed. "Its owner's life was not the only thing that disappeared. What went with it was the sun's soul. That is why it is no longer willing to make any sound. That is the main cause for it being broken." The old man lifted his hand and pushed the bone sun in the direction before Su Ming. It was only during this moment that Su Ming could tell from the details that the old man was indeed blind. Can it still produce sound?" Su Ming took the bone sun. There were cracks on that thing before, and now they had all turned into red, blood-like lines. It looked as if the cracks were sewn together, and the sun was much heavier. Felt heavy in his hands. "I can only repair what is broken outside. As for the fact of its soul refusing to sing, that is not something I can change with my power. The only person who can change it is you," said the old man softly. "I have always believed that suns have songs. That is why they moan when they sing. If suns didn't have souls, how could they bear the weight of the people's emotions? How could they produce sound and let people get immersed in their songs? However, there are some who can sense the Sun's soul, and others who cannot. The old man trained his eyes on Su Ming, but the emptiness in his eyes made it seem as if the world he saw was different from the people around him. Suns have souls, Su Ming mumbled. He remembered holding that Sun during many nights when he felt lonely while quietly playing a song that only he could hear. The sorrow in the song was like moonlight falling down onto the ground, and it allowed Su Ming to recount his memories time and again. The Sun's soul is dead. That death is vague and cannot be explained with words. But right when I saw it, I knew that its soul was no longer present. If you want it to sing once again, and sing with a voice that belongs to you, a voice that you want to hear, then you will need to give it a new soul. The old man's voice echoed in the house with an ancient tone. The children's playful laughter occasionally traveled in from the tribe outside. Sometimes they sounded close, and sometimes they sounded as if they were far away, causing Su Ming to feel a little dazed as he continued listening to it. How can I do that? Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the old man. Forget it. The old man remained silent for some time before he closed his eyes. Su Ming looked at the Sun in his hands blankly for a long time before he got up and bowed deeply towards the old man. As he turned around and was just about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Senior, the land of South Morning will be plagued with a lot of disasters, especially where the tribe is located, since it's not too far away from Sky Mist City. If you can, please migrate to the center of the land. The battle this time might not be like the previous battles that only occur once a century. Su Ming said softly and lifted the flaps to the house before he went out. The moment one of his feet stepped out of the house, the old man's ancient voice came from behind him. There is no place in the world that is absolutely safe, but similarly there is no place in the world that is absolutely dangerous. Do plants have a choice where they grow? Su Ming stopped for a moment. He had a somewhat hazy notion of what the old man meant. In silence, Su Ming walked out of the house and into the small-sized tribe. As he looked at the bright sky, a conflicted look appeared on his face, but there was a firm resolution within his heart. He knew that he was about to face a disaster the likes of which the land of South Morning had never seen. He also knew that there might be countless people dying in this disaster. He could also choose to run and find a place to isolate himself so that when the disaster arrived, he might be able to escape from the crisis. Yet he could also choose not to run and make himself stronger as he went through the baptism of the disaster. If he trained normally, then during the span of time that would last less than a decade, his growth would slow down. If he wanted to live and make himself stronger, then he must have a heart that did not fear death. If he could not find any serendipities, then he would battle till he found himself a serendipity. If he could not get any fortuitous encounters, then he would kill until he obtained a fortuitous encounter. If he ran into a wall during his training, then he would use fresh blood to solve that problem. If his life was in danger, then he would use the desperation that would appear within him during the crisis and create a path of survival for himself. There is no place in the world that is absolutely safe, but similarly there is no place in the world that is absolutely dangerous. Su Ming mumbled, and as he walked further into the distance, his footsteps grew increasingly more firm. Su Ming continued walking down the village this way. He did not activate his speed, neither did he circulate even the slightest bit of his power, not even his chi. With just his body, he walked through the mountain range and the forest within, just like an ordinary person. He walked in the direction of Sky Mist City. His destination was Sky Mist City, but the destination within his heart was Dark Mountain. He might be walking down this path, but in his mind, the path he saw was still Dark Mountains. He was walking on his path back to his home. He was walking through his memories, as if he was reminiscing. The mountain range rising and falling, along with the humidity, as well as the swamps in the forest, did not make Su Ming stop for too long. 3 days passed by as he continued walking this way. In truth, if Su Ming activated his speed, the distance which he had just traversed during those 3 days could be instantly traveled. But he did not do it. In the beginning, he was intentionally trying to forget his own power and to forget everything. Yet gradually, as he walked through the mountain range, the forest and the plains, when he could not see anyone else in the vast world before him, he slowly began to be able to get into a condition as if he had forgotten everything. He forgot his power, forgot that he was walking on the lands of South Morning, forgot his own goals, forgot many things. And when the fourth night arrived, Su Ming became tired in that forest. He leaned against a big tree, exhausted, and lifted his head to look at the night sky, at the moon that was partially hidden behind the many leaves within the forest, and as he looked at them, Su Ming brought out his sun. He placed the sun by his mouth and closed his eyes before gently blowing into it. Yet even after a long time, no sound broke the calm of the forest. Still, nostalgia appeared on Su Ming's face, as if he was immersed in the sun song playing in his memories. In this silence, there were 3 people charging towards the edge of the forest from Sky Mist City, to a spot in the forest that was rather far away from where Su Ming was, but not too far away. Those 3 people were incredibly careful as they moved forward. The person leading the team had his eyes closed. Around them, in an area of several thousands of feet, was an invisible wave of ripples that was echoing in the air. When those ripples touched the trees, they would bounce back a little. Only when they touched the small beasts in the forest would a large amount of ripples gather. Under the moonlight, the picture of a bat could be seen carved onto the leader's face. It was not a berserker mark. It was a totem. It was the totem of the shamans. One of the 2 people following behind that person was incredibly brawny and looked as if there was an enormous power stored within his body. The bulging muscles made him seem like a small hill. With every single step he took, he would make the earth seem like it was trembling, but strangely, not one sound was made. That person carried a gigantic battle axe on his shoulders. There was a dark reddish-brown stain on the blade of the axe, and that was the stain left behind when blood dried up. The other person was a petite and thin figure. Judging from the curves of the person's body, it could be seen that it was a woman. She had a normal-looking appearance, and the skin tone of her face leaned on the darker side. Her gaze was electrifying like lightning. Of the 3 of them, only the woman was relaxed at the speed which they were using to travel at that moment. It was as if she even had to slow down to achieve that speed so that she could move with the other 2. There was a poisonous snake tattooed on the woman's face, causing her to look rather ugly. Before long, as the 3 people charged forward, they stopped within the forest. At that moment, they were only 50,000 feet away from Su Ming. Yet clearly, these 3 people had not noticed his existence, and Su Ming was immersed in the soundless song. None of them knew that their race's mortal enemy lay 50,000 feet away from them, and should they run into each other, they would definitely fight to the death. This is the place. According to our promise, we have to wait here for about 2 hours for Wu Duo. Inghuan, you're the fastest among us. Patrol the area 100,000 feet around here once to make sure that this place is safe. From what the map says, there should be no tribes here. The closest tribe is still a little far off from this place. There should be no berserkers appearing in this place, but we still need to be careful. If Wu Duo doesn't appear 2 hours later, I will leave. The woman among the 3 people turned around and cast a glance at the person who spoke just now, then said those words before she disappeared into the darkness. Wu Duo likes killing. If he doesn't come, I will leave as well. The man with the battle axe on his shoulders sat by the side and cast a cold glance at the person with the bat tattoo on his face. Don't worry. He needs the shaman crystals we brought with us. He'll definitely come. Then it won't be a waste for us sneaking into the land of the berserkers after so many of our people died. With his spell, we can turn into berserkers and avoid the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands. The man with the bat tattoo on his face spoke with a gruff voice. The moment he mentioned the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands, his breathing quickened slightly. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to your people in Shamanic Bat Tribe, or else we wouldn't have been able to sneak into Sky Mist Barrier. The man placed the battle axe by the side and brought out some medicinal salve before he smeared it on the wounds on his body. There were a lot of blood stains on his body. You're indeed a merciless one to have sacrificed hundreds of your tribesmen for this one chance. The man smiled. If we don't enter the land of the berserkers, we will definitely die when the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands arrives. To survive, this is nothing, especially compared to you pretending you died to escape. The man with the bat tattoo on his face let out a cold snort. We should be the first batch of people using this method to escape into this place. It's a pity that the risk for this method is very high and only 3 to 5 people at most can come in, or else, if we presented this method to the temple of the god of shamans, we would be able to obtain quite a large amount of rewards. The man frowned, then avoided the topic of just now. It's useless even if you hand it to the god of shamans temple. Do you think they don't know about this method? With the strength and how terrifying Sky Mist City is, they must have seen through this as well, but they didn't seal the wall off. There's a very profound reason for this. The person with the bat tattoo laughed coldly. Oh? I thought that Wu Duo was the one who first discovered this method. He has already disappeared for more than a decade and has been living among the berserkers. I wonder what is his level of cultivation now. The man lowered his head, his eyes sparkling. As the two people chatted with each other, they would occasionally look around them carefully. If there was even a hint of movement around them, even the slightly rustle of grass, they would attack immediately. After all, to them, this was the land of the berserkers, and all the people in this land were their enemies. Even with their levels of cultivation that were equivalent to the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm, they still did not dare venture too deeply into the land of berserkers. They had already paid a large price to be able to enter this place, and they could no longer return to the shaman tribe. Right now, they only wanted to find a small berserker tribe, hide their identity, then follow the tribe as they migrated, which would allow their chances of surviving through the catastrophe to become higher. They did not want to die in battle. At that moment, there was a shadow slicing through the forest around 20,000 feet away from the two people. That incredibly fast thing was the woman of the 3 people patrolling the area. She was searching through the forest incessantly, and gradually she came to be at a spot that was less than 30,000 feet away from Su Ming. With her speed, even if she was patrolling through the area while going in a circle, she would still discover him within less than the time taken for an incense stick to burn. Once she ran into Su Ming, a berserker, when they had yet to conceal their identities as shamans, they would be engaged in another battle to the death. Su Ming was leaning against a big tree with his eyes closed. There was nostalgia on his face, and in his hands he held the bone sun while he played that soundless song. If anyone took a closer look, they would be able to vaguely see that there were some faint and barely indistinct ripples around Su Ming. The ripples spread out around him and echoed in a circular area of several hundreds of feet. Suns have souls, that's why they can produce sound. What I blew in is wind, but what comes out is the notes produced by the soul. Su Ming mumbled and opened his eyes to look at the bone sun in his hands. After a long time, he closed his eyes once again and immersed himself in the soundless song. Gradually, once he managed to forget everything on the way to this place, he forgot about himself holding that bone sun under the big tree during the dark night. He no longer tried to see whether the sun could produce any sound but started searching for the feeling of home as he listened to the song in his memories. On his face, Dark Mountain Mark gradually appeared. The trees and plants in Dark Mountain Tribe gradually surfaced on his chest, hidden under his robes, and falling snow slowly appeared around that tribe, causing his closed right eye to turn red, little by little. The ripples around him became stronger, causing the area of about hundreds of feet around to become distorted, even as his presence was hidden away as he stood within the area. It was as if Su Ming no longer existed. He was immersed in the song, in his memories, and he leaned against the big tree unmoving. Time trickled by, and soon the time for an incense stick to burn passed by. A shadow dashed past an area that was 3,000 feet away from Su Ming. That shadow stopped, revealing a petite figure, and the shaman woman appeared on the spot. She swept her gaze around the area, then disappeared in a flash. Time continued trickling by, and in a manner not even Su Ming himself noticed, the distorted ripples around him started rising and falling like waves. As they reverberated in the air, they started spreading out, and once those ripples reached an area of nearly 500 feet, suddenly a mournful song begun in the silent night. The sound of the sun was originally rather weak and sounded like the first whimpers of a baby. But soon, that sound gradually stabilized and turned into a mournful sound that contained an endless amount of sorrow. It filled the air in the area, and even spread out further into the distance. Su Ming's eyes were still closed. He was leaning against the big tree with the sun held beside his mouth, still unmoving. Yet the moment the sun produced its very first sounds available for others to hear, a white storage bag that was tied to Su Ming's robes suddenly let out a red glare. That red glare flew out from the bag, then right before Su Ming and amidst the large amount of distorted ripples, the fire ape appeared. It squatted on the ground with a curious glint in its eyes as it stared at Su Ming. In truth, that storage bag could not hope to keep it locked within. If it wanted to, it could come out at any time it desired. This was what Su Ming promised it, that was why he never sealed the bag tightly. It stared at Su Ming blankly. That sorrowful sound within the song made it feel horrible, but it continued squatting and listening in silence. Su Ming's shadow casted under the moonlight started swaying. A pair of red eyes appeared at the shadow's eyes, and within those eyes was bafflement. Almost the moment the first notes of the song came out from the Sun, the female shaman who disappeared from the spot 2,000 feet away from Su Ming suddenly appeared as if she had just walked out of thin air. A wary look appeared on her face as she stared in the direction where Su Ming was, which was also the direction where the song was coming from. Murderous intent appeared in her gaze, but she hesitated for a moment and decided not to act rashly. Instead, she chose to gradually move backwards. The sound of the Sun started spreading out to an even wider area, and lingered in the air even as the notes resounded in a circular area of several thousands of feet. In fact, some lingering notes from the song even spread out to further distances in the quiet night. The melody of the song sang of sorrow and solemnness, making those who heard it feel their emotions stirring within them. It was as if there was some sort of strange power within those notes and they could touch souls. Several tens of thousands of feet away in the forest, the two shamans who had sunk into silence after their short exchange lifted their heads at almost the same time and wary looks appeared on their faces. Did you hear that? That brawny man tightened his grip around the battle axe, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The sound of a Sun. The man with the bat tattoo on his face stood up grimly. This is already nighttime, and to the berserkers, this place should be quite far away as well. There aren't any berserker tribes around this place, and the sounds from a Sun suddenly appeared. At the same time, the murderous look appeared in the man's eyes. Anxiety bubbled within him as well. The man hesitated for a moment before he asked softly, "Could it be Wu Duo?" Before the man with the bat tattoo on his face could answer, an aloof voice belonging to a woman came from the patch of forest beside them. "No, he's a berserker." Along with that voice came the female shaman, who had been at the spot 2,000 feet away from Su Ming just a moment ago and had now returned to her companions. "What is his level of cultivation?" the man with the bat tattoo on his face immediately asked. "He didn't seem strong to me. Besides that song of his, which was a little strange, this person's level of cultivation should not even be at the bone sacrifice realm," stated the woman coldly. "Not even the bone sacrifice realm?" The man with the battle axe let out a sigh of relief, then started laughing ominously. Yet the man with the bat tattoo on his face frowned and turned his gaze towards the female shaman. "Since he's not even in the bone sacrifice realm, why didn't you kill him off? This is the land of berserkers. If we're going to attack, then we're doing it together. I'm not doing it alone." The woman's voice was still as aloof and indifferent as ever. "Wu Duo is about to be here. Come on, we'll finish off this person quickly, and once we kill him, we need to search the area and see whether there are any other berserkers around, or else there'll be trouble." The man with the bat tattoo on his face charged into the forest with a glint in his eyes. The female shaman followed behind him. When she moved, her body was like a wisp of smoke, making her seem as if she was drifting through the air. "Since he's not even in the bone sacrifice realm, I'll rip his skin off and see whether I can wear it on myself." That brawny man licked his lips in a bloodthirsty and cruel manner as he followed closely behind them. The three of them could be said to be moving incredibly cautiously. Even if they were about to fight against a berserker who had not even reached the bone sacrifice realm, they still chose to act together. From this alone, it could be seen that they did not have even the slightest feeling of safety within the land of berserkers. "Inghuan, you're fast. Launch the first strike later, but don't kill him. Keep him alive. There's something off about him, and I have some questions to ask that berserker." The man with the bat tattoo on his face instructed the female shaman by his side as they dashed forward. The three of them traveled incredibly quickly, and before long, as they ran in a straight line over those 50,000 feet, they arrived at a spot not too far away from Su Ming. Yet as they got closer, the mournful song became clearer, And in that silent night, that song made them feel incredibly uneasy. When Ing Huan heard his words, she nodded. She too thought that there was something odd about that berserker. 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet. Like long arcs, the trio stirred up piercing whistling sounds in the air as they traveled at full speed. When they arrived at the spot 300 feet beside him, they saw Su Ming leaning against the big tree, still and unmoving. They also saw a fire ape with fiery red fur squatting down before him. Almost the moment these three people arrived, the fire ape turned around abruptly and bared its teeth while glaring at them. Right then, the woman, who excelled in speed among the trio, charged forward suddenly. She was originally 300 feet away from Su Ming, but in the next breath, she appeared right beside him. A cold glare appeared in the woman's eyes and she lifted her right hand. 5 black needles could be seen in her hand, and she thrust them towards Su Ming's jugular notch. Yet the moment this woman was about to swing her lifted right hand down, she suddenly let out a shrill, pained cry and started trembling while coughing out blood. On her face was shock and disbelief. "There's something on my back." The woman's shocked scream was filled with utmost terror, and her body started withering away rapidly, as if her flesh was going to be instantly devoured. The man with the battle axe widened his eyes, and terror could be seen within them. By his side, the man with the bat tattoo sucked in a sharp breath. He just saw clearly that there was a black shadow that looked like a layer of skin behind Ing Huan. It was stuck to her, rapidly spreading all over her as if it wanted to envelop the woman's body within. That strange sight shocked the male shaman with the bat tattoo on his face. He had never seen such a bizarre art before. In fact, he did not even know what that shadow was. All of this happened too quickly, and he only managed to see the shadow immediately appearing behind him the moment Ing Huan got closer to the young man playing the sun while leaning against the big tree. That shadow got closer to her without a sound, and what came next were Ing Huan's screams. The man with the battle axe came to an abrupt halt as he was moving forward and his heart started pounding against his chest. The things that happened before them right then made him and his companion's skin crawl. Almost the moment the female shaman let out that shrill cry, the shadow behind her opened its mouth wide and covered her entire body completely, making it seem as if the woman was swallowed by it. It would have been fine if that had just been the case, but once the female shaman was swallowed up by the shadow within the area that was filled with the song's ripples, the fire-red ape that was squatting before the young man leaning against the tree glared at them with a murderous look. The ape had originally not bothered the shamans, but at that moment, as it let loose its murderous aura, a brutal sensation came crashing into them. That ape moved and turned into a dash of fire red that charged towards the man with the bat tattoo. It was so fast that it arrived almost instantaneously, and as the fire ape swiped at him, the pupils of the man with the bat tattoo shrank. As he tumbled backwards and coughed out a mouthful of blood, his chest was turned into a bloody mess. His face was filled with shock. As he retreated, a sharp whistle came from his mouth, and his entire body instantly turned into a layer of mist. Only then did he manage to avoid the fire ape's fatal strike. "Meng Hang, kill that berserker!" That sharp cry tumbled out of the male shaman's lips, who had now turned into mist, and as his body moved back, the fire ape chased after him furiously. Meng Hung was the brawny man with the battle axe. There was not a hint of hesitation in him. He knew well that this was the Berserker tribe's land and every single step they took here was filled with danger. If he cared about his own safety at this moment, then once the other two died, it would be difficult for him to survive. It would be better if he tried and fought for his life. This was a battle none of the 3 shamans had expected. They had originally thought this to be an easy battle. Their opponent was just a Berserker in the Awakening realm, not even one in the Bone Sacrifice realm. Yet he had not even struck. His body had not even moved an inch, and one of their own had already been swallowed bizarrely by a black shadow, while the other was currently being hunted by an ape. They were in grave danger. Just what is this person's status within the Berserker tribe? The brawny man let out a low growl and charged towards Su Ming like a cyclone with his battle axe in hand. His status within the Berserker tribe must be really high, or else why would he possess that treasure that could swallow Ing Huan, and own that ferocious beast that can even fight against Fu Gu when he's just a berserker who hasn't even reached the bone sacrifice realm. This person must be really weak and can't even hold his own in a fight. Fu Gu must have asked me to kill him because he saw through this. Once this person dies, all his treasures will be ours. A fierce glare appeared within the man's eyes. He was so quick that with just one step he had already closed in on Su Ming, who was by the big tree while playing the Sun, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Die! A strange green light appeared all over the man's body. As that green light flashed, his lifted right hand swelled up and a bloodthirsty aura spread out from the battle axe. With one swing, the axe sliced through the air, straight down towards Su Ming's head. Not too far in the distance, shrill, pained screams rang out from the mist, which had been ripped apart several times by the fire ape once it caught up to it. The mist's speed increased as it escaped once again, and the male shaman who had turned into the mist saw the axe swinging down on Su Ming as he hastily retreated. "Kill him," that male shaman shouted, then withdrew once again. The brawny man laughed ominously. That blow contained all his strength, and he was confident that even if he ran into a berserker in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm, if they were just like this young man, who would not even dodge and just allowed him to cut him down, they would surely die. Yet when the shaman now turned mist looked on eagerly and the brawny man began envisioning Su Ming being cut in half with a savage look on his face, Su Ming remained unmoving, a black bracelet on his wrist. It suddenly dissipated and broke off from Su Ming's wrist in the form of black mist, which rolled together and turned into the form of a woman's body. She appeared before Su Ming, right in front of the man, and lifted her right hand to receive that strike. The woman appeared too quickly, so quickly that she almost materialized in the span of a breath. Her whole entire body was black and her face could not be seen. They could only see her curvaceous body, and as her hand touched the axe swinging down, a loud bang abruptly rang out. The man holding the axe shuddered, and his right hand instantly exploded, causing the axe to fall back with a humming sound in the air before it turned into an arc that fell into the forest in the distance. That man trembled, and blood mist burst forth from his body. He staggered backwards and coughed out a huge mouthful of blood with a pale face. Without any hesitation, he retreated, and once he did so, shock appeared in his eyes. He was not the only one shocked. The male shaman who had turned into mist was also stunned. As he continued retreating, the fire ape, which had been incessantly chasing him down, suddenly froze. That distance was the limit of the chain wound around the fire ape's neck. It could not continue onward. It bared its teeth and let out a low growl, then slightly backed off at a very slow pace. Using that chance, the male shaman changed back into his physical form from the mist. His breathing was quick as his heart pounded with lingering fear, but when he saw Meng Hao coughing out blood, withdrawing in haste, his breathing stilled. The woman formed by the black mist standing before Su Ming glared at the two shamans coldly. She did not speak, but her gaze alone was enough to make their hearts tremble. The middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm. The male shaman with the bat tattoo on his face felt a bang go off in his head the moment his gaze met the woman's. The brawny man's entire right hand had exploded and was now a bloodied mess. His direction as he fell back was different from the male shaman with the bat tattoo on his face. He did not dare go to where the male shaman was. The fire ape was there. Between them was Su Ming, leaning against the big tree with his eyes closed. The short battle became silent. The fire ape squatted on its spot and swept its gaze at the two people coldly. The woman formed by the black mist did the same thing. He possesses a valuable treasure that could swallow Ing Huan. Owns an ape that has the power equivalent to that of those in the bone sacrifice realm with a speed that is shocking. Then has a spirit slave that is in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm protecting him. How could he be so powerful? He's supposed to just be in the awakening realm. The man with the bat tattoo on his face was pale. He knew that there was no hope for him to win this battle, and he was just about to leave. In the other direction, the brawny male shaman's heart was also racing in fear. The dangers in this battle made him lose all will to continue fighting. Now he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He had gone through many trials and tribulations before he finally managed to get into the land of berserkers. He did not want to die here. To the brawny man, that young man leaning against the tree with his eyes closed was filled with enigma. He did not want to get closer to that mysteriousness. He just wanted to get out of this place. Yet the moment thoughts of escape appeared within him and his fellow shaman with the bat tattoo, and they were just about to run into two different directions, their bodies suddenly froze. With increasing fear, they saw a figure gradually appearing out of thin air, right at the spot before Su Ming and behind the fire ape, where Ing Huan was swallowed up previously. That figure had a curvaceous body but leaned on the slightly petite side. It was a woman with a tattoo on her face that made her look ugly. That woman was the shaman, Ing Huan. She reappeared. However, the originally empty eyes of the newly appeared Ing Huan were suddenly filled with a lively glare. Standing there, she lowered her head to look at her own body. Then, as the other two shamans were stunned still, she moved her limbs. By the looks of it, it was as if she was not too used to this body and needed time to get used to it. She's not Ing Huan. The male shaman with the bat tattoo on his face instantly turned stark pale. He just saw very clearly coldness and unfamiliarity showing up within the newly appeared Ing Huan's eyes. The brawny man also noticed this. Terror appeared within his eyes, and he retreated hastily without any further hesitation. Almost the moment he started retreating, the shaman with the bat tattoo on his face also instantly fell back. The two of them ran in opposite directions, but right as they took their very first steps, the newly appeared Ing Huan smiled with a hint of darkness on her lips. She charged towards the man with the bat tattoo. The black figure that was given to Su Ming by his eldest senior brother and was floating before him also moved and turned into a gust of black smoke that charged towards the brawny shaman. Only the fire ape remained around Su Ming while it let out displeased growls, because it was tied down by the chain around its neck. Before long, from another side of the forest came wisps of smoke that looked like a person. A woman appeared right before Su Ming, and a human head fell from the wisps of smoke before they charged towards Su Ming's right hand and turned into a black bracelet. Some time passed by, and a muffled scream echoed in the air. After a moment, from another side of the forest came a man. This person was the shaman, Fu Gu, who had been running away. As he walked forth, he kept shaking his body as if he was trying to get used to it. In his right hand he held a human head, and it belonged to Ing Huan. His eyes sparkled and he stopped 100-something feet away from Su Ming. His gaze fell on him and his eyes sparkled, a murderous gleam evident within them. It was as if he was hesitating and being unsure. His eyes shone with killing intent as he continued observing Su Ming. Pitter, patter. The blood from the human head in his hand let out pattering sounds as it fell on the ground, and the sound was incredibly distinct in that quiet night. Almost the instant he stopped moving, the fire ape turned around and glared at the thing with the shaman Fuji's appearance. It snarled and growled at him because it could sense it. Even though this person's form was different, it was still that shadow that the ape despised. That person's hostile gaze made the fire ape's growls turn increasingly more murderous. The bat tattoo on the man with Fuji's appearance was originally dark, but at that moment, dim light started shining on it. He lifted his foot slowly and took one light step towards Su Ming. The instant he took that one step, the fire ape stood up swiftly, lifted both its arms towards Fu Gu, then struck its chest repeatedly with madness shining in its eyes, looking as if it would immediately strike should Fu Gu take one more step into its territory. The man who looked like Fu Gu was not bothered by the fire ape. He kept his gaze trained on Su Ming, who still had his eyes closed, and lifted his right foot once again, but hesitation appeared within him once more. As he hesitated, he had his eyes fixed on Su Ming and stared at him with a piercing gaze, as if he wanted to see whether there was anything off about him. After a long while, killing intent appeared within his eyes. Yet the instant he was about to put his foot down on the ground for the third time, "Yifeng, are you tired of living?" a calm voice suddenly asked. The instant that voice spoke, the killing intent within the eyes of the man who looked like Fu Gu disappeared. He shuddered slightly and instantly knelt down on one knee. He saw Su Ming, who had been leaning against the big tree, open his eyes. The soon in his hands was already placed on the ground, and he was looking at him coldly. Strangely, even though Su Ming was no longer playing any songs on the soon, the mournful notes from the song still echoed gently in the area. "Master, you're mistaken. I only wanted to return to your side." Yifeng's heart shuddered and he quickly lowered his head. He looked calm, but the emotions in his heart were surging wildly due to that one sentence from Su Ming, along with Su Ming's gaze. Su Ming did not speak. He only stared coldly at the man before him, who had the appearance of a shaman but was in truth He Feng. This was the first time he saw He Feng's mystical ability. That mystical ability was incredibly strange, and it was enough to make Su Ming feel a little alarmed. He Feng had a rebellious bone within him, and that was something Su Ming knew since a long time ago. This person was not willing to be used by him, that was why he harbored unfaithful sentiments. If Su Ming wanted to use this person, then he must dominate He Feng using extreme measures, forcing him down beneath him forever, have terror fill his mind. Only then would Su Ming be able to control him. He had to control He Feng using fear. Su Ming closed his eyes, and the instant he did so, He Feng, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly started shuddering viciously. As he trembled, He Feng let out shrill and pained cries that were filled with intense agony, as if he was going through an unimaginable amount of suffering. He continued screaming, and as He Feng trembled, he found himself not even being able to keep his body upright. He fell to the side, and as convulsions wrecked the body he had just obtained, the body started withering away and drying up rapidly. A large amount of black smoke could even be clearly seen coming from the body's skin as it continued to rot and wither away. There was a countless number of wings of the moon within that black smoke, devouring the body madly. The sudden change did not make He Feng surprised. He was incredibly intelligent, and right from the start Su Ming said those words, he knew that he was definitely going to be punished. Yet he was not at all bothered by this punishment. In his mind, there was in no way Su Ming would kill him. Even if he wanted to kill him, he would not do it now. After all, He Feng would be of incredible help to Su Ming during the battle in Sky Mist. He believed wholeheartedly that Su Ming would not dare to kill him. It's just going to be a light punishment, and it's just to let me know that he's my owner, so that I won't have any rebellious thoughts. Judging from such an immature tactic, Master, you're still too naive. You might have changed a lot during these years, but compared to me, you're still lacking. I'll just show a pained face so that you'll be happy when you see it and feel relaxed. Then I'll make some promises and it'll be enough to deceive you. This is just a show, and I'll act it out with you. He Feng laughed in his heart coldly, though he was still screaming out in pain while begging for mercy. He Feng might be rebellious, but the wings of the moon were not. To the souls of the wings of the moon, Su Ming was their king. Su Ming's will was their everything, and with just one thought, he could let them willingly do anything, even if he was demanding them to self-destruct. Hence, even if He Feng had fused together with the wings of the moon and by spreading out his will half become the main body after the fusion, but everything that he had was from the wings of the moon. That was why He Feng, who had never gone through any sort of punishment before, had still underestimated the pain. As his newly acquired body continued trembling and he kept screaming, He Feng went through two different pains coming from his body and his soul. He felt his body rotting away, sensed the pain of his soul being ripped apart, and the indescribable agony of his entire being. His body and his soul being devoured by the wings of the moon. Damn it! Why does it hurt so much? Su Ming, you asshole, you bastard. Once I regain my freedom, you'll be the very first person I devour. Remember that. He Feng raged in his heart, but his face was filled with pain, and his voice became increasingly agonized. Master, I did wrong. I did wrong. Please forgive me. Please spare me this once. He Feng's body convulsed on the ground, and his pained screams made even the fire ape's eyes change. His screams reverberated in the air and intersected with the mournful notes of the Sun. Master, I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me. Please spare me. The new body He Feng acquired had already completely withered away and turned into a dried-up corpse. Its flesh had completely rotted away, and the black wisps of air coming out of the corpse started tumbling about like smoke. The shrill screams were also coming from the shadows of the wings of the moon that were occasionally appearing in the smoke. Su Ming had his eyes closed as if he could not hear anything and did not bother about him one bit. Time trickled by, and once He Feng's screams reached their peak, his voice slowly started to weaken. Su Ming, I'll never forgive you. Master, please spare me. Su Ming, I'll return this pain I suffered back to you several-fold in the future. You won't kill me, I know that. Master, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please spare me this once. Just this once. Just this once. Yifeng's thoughts and words were two complete opposites, but gradually, the curses in his mind slowly dwindled down, and the pleads for mercy increased, because gradually, Yifeng discovered something terrifying. Wisps of smoke started drifting out of the ball of black smoke floating in midair. Once every wisp of smoke separated itself and drifted out of the ball, they would turn into a wings of the moon that would wander about in the area. Gradually, the black smoke became less until eventually there was only one wisp left from that black smoke, and within it was Yifeng's shivering soul. Master, please spare me. Yifeng's soul looked as if it was about to dissipate, and as that black smoke was continuously dragged out, his soul became weaker, but that was not the true cause of what made him terrified. Occasionally, Yifeng lifted his head and looked at the sky, and when he did, the anxiety in his pleads for mercy grew increasingly stronger. By then, the curses in his heart were gone without a trace. The sky had already started to brighten up. The morning sun had peeked its head out of the horizon in the distance, and before long, it would show up completely. Once it did, the darkness on the land would be chased away, and a new day would arrive. To Su Ming, this was just another day, but to Yifeng, it would be the final moment of his life. He originally did not fear daylight, but once he fused with the wings of the moon, even though he could still exist during the day, he could only do so if there were shadows around. Yet as he was being punished by Su Ming and the wings of the moon in his body were dragged out by his will, in the state where he lost the wings of the moon, he suddenly realized that for some unknown reason he was immensely terrified of the sun. In fact, he even had a feeling that if the morning sun shone on him while he was in this state where the wings of the moon had yet to return to his body, then what awaited him was absolute death. This was something he had never imagined was possible. It was something completely out of his expectations. As time passed by and the morning sun was about to appear fully, Yifeng's terror reached its peak, because he just realized he had made a horrible miscalculation. He wants to kill me. He actually wants to kill me. Extreme fear appeared on Yifeng's face. He was terrified now, truly terrified. That's impossible. He must still be thinking of just scaring me. He'll definitely not destroy me for such a small mistake. Not after wasting so many weeks infusing me with the wings of the moon. This is him warning me. That's right. This is just a warning. Yifeng continued consoling himself, but his eyes were glued to the horizon. Suddenly, right the moment he looked over, the morning sun appeared in the horizon, and at the same time, the darkness enveloping the land started disappearing at a shocking speed along with the darkness within the forest where Su Ming was. Yifeng sank into fear, the fear that had been long absent from within him. He had only experienced this fear right when he was captured by Su Ming in the past and had originally forgotten it, but now he suddenly remembered. At that one moment all those years ago, he had been certain Su Ming would not kill him, but in truth, if it had not been for Yifeng convincing Su Ming with his final sentence, Yifeng would have been long dead. He really wants to kill me. Yifeng let out a pained scream, and as the darkness disappeared while sunlight descended on land, his body started rapidly dissipating. As he disappeared, he went through pain that was several times more intense than that time in the past, and the feeling of death rose swiftly within him. Master, I did wrong. I made an absolute mistake. I was truly wrong. Please forgive me just this once, Master Ahhh. This time the scream was not fake. Yifeng was truly begging for mercy. Yet his plea did not get Su Ming to open his eyes. Yifeng was already in despair. He could tell that his body was about to disappear and his soul about to scatter into nothingness. When that happened, Yifeng would no longer exist. A deep-seated terror and regret filled his entire being. As he continued screaming, half his body disappeared, and when his head was almost gone as well, he suddenly remembered how he escaped death in the past. Master, I don't want freedom. I'd rather follow and serve you with my entire life. I did wrong, and I will do this as punishment for myself. You don't want freedom? Su Ming opened his eyes. I will give you freedom, but it won't be within 500 years. I will now increase it by 1-fold. After 1,000 years, you can be free. he declared unhurriedly. The moment he spoke, Hifeng suddenly realized that there seemed to be something different about Su Ming. The flatly spoken words had a chilling tone that made Hifeng shiver. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed it at him, and immediately the wandering wings of the moon let out piercing shrieks and charged back towards Hifeng. Once they surrounded him in multiple layers, Hifeng managed to not completely disappear when the morning sun rose fully in the sky. The wings of the moon fusing once again into his body gave Hifeng a feeling as if he had just escaped death. In his heart, fear now replaced all thoughts of rebellion. He simply could not get a grasp of Su Ming's thoughts, because how he thought Su Ming would react was completely different from how he truly acted and thought. Just like today, he had originally thought that Su Ming would definitely not truly kill him. While he was indeed not dead, Hifeng knew that if he had spoken a little slower just now, then what awaited him would have been death. Hifeng had an incredibly wild nature and could not find it within himself to accept being someone else's slave. Right now, fear took up a large part of his heart. Even if slowly, as that fear gradually drained away, he would once again try to backstab Su Ming. But for now he would not dare to, not when he had not found a way to avoid the huge threat brought by the sunlight. He would not dare to try and kill Su Ming again. Su Ming understood this fully. He did indeed not want to kill Hifeng. After all, his power was strange, and he would prove to be incredibly useful in Sky Mist Shaman hunt. As for this person's possible betrayal, well, Su Ming had his own plans to deal with it. Hifeng, who had by then fused back with the wings of the moon, turned into a shadow. He bowed towards Su Ming with fear lingering in his heart, then blended back into Su Ming's shadow. On the ground were 2 bloody heads and 1 rotting and withered corpse. When the fire ape saw that Su Ming was awake, it yawned by his side, then casually picked up the brawny shaman's head before starting to toy around with it. If anyone saw this scene, it would be difficult for them not to be scared. The notes from Su Ming's sun gradually disappeared as the morning sun rose into the air and light illuminated the land. Su Ming looked at the clear blue sky and took a deep breath. Then he slowly stood up after having sat cross-legged for the entire night. When he got up, popping sounds came from within his body. Those pops were like the sounds of bones knocking into each other, like his flesh rubbing against itself. As those sounds echoed in the air, Su Ming's mountain mark appeared on his face. Under his clothes, dark mountain tribe manifested. Snow trailed down his skin, and red appeared in his right eye. The entire picture of the snow-covered blood moon and dark mountain was completely revealed. Light shone on the picture, and a song played by a Sun could be heard faintly in the air. It was as if that song itself existed within Su Ming's berserker mark. When that berserker mark was completely revealed, it would naturally ring in the air. Su Ming's hair started moving without wind. He lifted his head, then slowly, his feet floated off the ground until he was 3 feet away from the ground. A powerful cultivation aura abruptly erupted forth from Su Ming's body. His level of cultivation had reached the later stage of the awakening realm after his first change of heart before the auction. He was already only 1 step away from reaching great completion. Su Ming had already understood at that time that he needed the sound of the Sun to complete that 1 step. He needed to play out the melody in his memories, and if he could do it, then his dark mountain berserker mark could fuse completely with his memories. When his berserker mark rumbled with power, it allowed his level of cultivation to move straight from the later stage into the great completion of the awakening realm. After the auction, Su Ming came to this place, retrieved his repaired Sun, walked for 3 days until he forgot everything, and only on the 4th night, the quiet night filled with bloodshed and murder, did he manage to truly play out a song on that Sun, causing the Sun to obtain a soul once more. This soul was formed through the accumulation of Su Ming's memories. This soul was the soul of Su Ming's berserker mark. The presence of power within Su Ming became increasingly stronger, and after a moment, the ground in a circular area of several thousands of feet rumbled. The trees rustled as if there was a huge gust of wind blowing past them. Su Ming's body was floating several dozens of feet away from the ground. A brilliant glow appeared in his eyes, and a feeling that he held the reins over an incredible power in his hands rose within him. It might seem like there was only a level between the Great Completion and the later stage of the Awakening Realm, but in truth, the Great Completion was the peak of the Awakening Realm. It was the most powerful level within it. Those who reached this level could call themselves berserkers who had attained great completion in the awakening realm. That level was also known as inferior bone because there was only a paper-thin distance between that stage to the berserker's bone sacrifice realm. If they managed to reach a breakthrough, then they would be able to tear through that paper with just a poke of their finger, but if they did not manage to reach a breakthrough, then even with time they would not be able to wear out that sheet of paper. Su Ming gradually descended from midair, and the moment he stood on the ground, his hair slowly fell on his shoulders. He had his eyes closed, and when he opened them a moment later, tranquility could be seen within them. This is the 5th morning. There are still 2 days left. I don't have enough time to make it back to Sky Mist Barrier from this place. When Su Ming had his eyes closed just now, he was not just calming down the fluctuations in his power, he was also sensing the location of the brand belonging to his life force. He could somewhat sense its position, and from there, deduce the approximate distance between himself and the brand. If that's the case, a brief spark appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he picked up the female shaman's head before he threw it to the fire ape. The fire ape leaped up and caught it. Once it did so, its face lit up with a smile. It held the 2 heads by their long hair and tied them to its waist, then patted its chest in Su Ming's direction while putting on a face as if it was really strong. Su Ming then walked towards the dried-up corpse of the man with the bat tattoo on his face. With his right hand, he slashed down at the corpse's dried-up throat. Rumbling and cracking sounds appeared. Before Su Ming could pick up the head, the fire ape had already run towards him, unable to control itself. It snatched up the man's head, causing it to be separated from his body. Not one drop of blood fell from the tear between the head and its body. Fire Ape became even more pleased with itself and quickly tied the 3 heads together on its waist. It shook its body several times beside Su Ming, growing even more excited. Su Ming did not lift his head but continued staring at the headless corpse. Once he patted several spots on the corpse, he found a grass-woven bag. That bag looked really worn out, but when Su Ming held it in his hands, he realized that this bag had the same function as a storage bag. With his divine sense, he left his own brand on it without any difficulty. Su Ming poured out the contents of the bag onto his palm, and out fell a stone about the size of a fingernail. That stone glowed in 5 radiant colors under the sun, and wisps of smoke could be seen within, giving it a rather pretty look. There were about 100 stones like this within the straw bag. Besides those stones, there were also some medicinal herbs Su Ming had never seen before. There were also quite a large amount of these herbs in the bag. Su Ming put away the straw bag into his bosom, then stood up. With one move, he disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he stood in front of the brawny man's headless corpse located in a spot in the forest not too far away from where he was previously. Once he searched through that corpse, Su Ming frowned. He got up and disappeared once again. This time, he reappeared beside Ing Huan's corpse in opposite the man's corpse. He searched through her body, but there was still no straw bag that could be found. A barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Once he got up, he started walking into the distance in the forest. The fire ape followed behind him. Somewhere along the line, it had found the giant battle axe and swung it over its shoulders. That battle axe was very heavy, but with the fire ape's natural godly strength, it did not feel that the axe was heavy. Su Ming looked at it, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Xiao Hong," Su Ming called out to it softly. The fire ape lifted its head and rolled its eyes at Su Ming, then ignored him. Su Ming smiled. Then with one move, he charged forward at a high speed. The fire ape quickly followed behind him, and a competitive look appeared on his face. It was clear that it was not satisfied with how it lost to Su Ming the last time they raced. The man and ape dashed forward, and 2 hours later they left the forest and appeared on a spacious grass plains. The grass rustled in the wind. Some wild flowers could be seen, and their faint fragrance wafted in the air, causing the uninhabited place to be filled with a beauty that no human was present to appreciate. "How's this place for you?" Su Ming stopped on that grass plains before he asked languidly. His voice echoed in the area. The fire ape looked around itself, then thought that Su Ming was talking to it, causing it to roll its eyes at him again. Sir, you've been following me all the way and escorted me here, but still choose to keep silent. Could it be that you still aren't ready to attack? Su Ming turned around and looked towards the distance, in the direction where his back was previously, his eyes burning brightly. The fire ape was momentarily stunned, then immediately looked in that direction. As the grass continued swaying in the wind on the grass plains, a thin and frail figure slowly revealed itself and walked towards Su Ming. Once he was several hundreds of feet away, he stopped. It was a thin and tall person wearing a long black robe. He looked to be in his 30s. His gaze was perceptive, and he had his hair done in many tiny braids that were scattered behind his head. He stared at Su Ming with a grave look on his face. Su Ming, too, stared at him, and their gazes met each other from where the two of them stood several hundreds of feet away from each other. I am Wu Duo, of Western Sea Clan. After a long while, the man lifted his right hand and a deep blue plate appeared in his hand. He threw it towards Su Ming. That plate turned into a deep blue line that charged towards Su Ming. But Su Ming simply took a few steps back and let the plate fall to the ground. He did not touch it. When he saw Su Ming doing this, the man's pupils shrank, though it was barely noticeable. I am Mo Su of Dark Mountain Tribe, Su Ming stated calmly. It is none of my concern to which clan you belong to, but you took away my battle prize. You will have to give me an explanation for that. Su Ming stared at the man. From what he could sense, this man had also yet to reach the bone sacrifice realm. He was the same as he himself. They had both attained great completion in the awakening realm. Yet this man gave Su Ming the feeling as if he was standing before a ferocious and murderous lone wolf. That murderous aura had far surpassed that of the 3 shamans earlier who had power equivalent to those in the bone sacrifice realm. When he heard Su Ming's words, the man fell silent and did not speak. Similar to what Su Ming sensed, he could also tell that this Mo Su standing before him looked as if he was just in the great completion stage of the awakening realm, and what was more, he had just arrived at that level. Still, he felt uneasy about Mo Su, especially when this person had noticed him following behind secretly. This alone made Wu Duo unwilling to act rashly. Besides, he also understood that he definitely could not judge Mo Su by his level of cultivation alone if he could kill those 3 shamans. He had also never heard of Dark Mountain Tribe, which meant that Mo Su had made it up on the spot. Perhaps you followed me for this, Su Ming said slowly and lifted his right hand. A gem the size of a fingernail, shining brilliantly with 5 colors, appeared on his palm. The instant he saw the crystal, a smile suddenly appeared on the man's lips. That's right, I followed you because of that. It's a pity that the other 2 useless pieces of trash calling themselves shamans didn't have it. But since you have it, then it naturally belongs to you, Brother Mo. Judging by the direction you're going, you should be heading to Sky Mist City. If that's the case, we're going down the same path. Wu Duo wrapped his fist in his palm in a greeting towards Su Ming. Don't need. Su Ming gave Wu Duo a look, then turned around to leave. He could tell that this person was dangerous, and he did not want to waste too much time now that he was about to enter the Battle of Sky Mist. Of course, if this person attacked first, then Su Ming would not mind checking out how powerful he himself was now. Brother Mo, please wait. Wu Duo took a few steps forward and immediately spoke. Su Ming came to a halt and a chilling glint appeared in his eyes. Brother Mo, don't misunderstand, I just want to make a deal. You will definitely be interested in it. Wu Duo looked calm and offered a smile as if he did not notice the chilling glint in Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming did not say anything. He simply stared at this Wu Duo coldly. Brother Mo, if you can bring some proof of your accomplishments when you go to Sky Mist City alone, once you enter Sky Mist City, your rank will definitely be quite high. Brother Mo, I need your help with something that will definitely net you some credit. Once you succeed, I promise you, you will obtain enough credit to make even Sky Mist City look at you favorably, Wu Duo said slowly, licking his lips. Go on. Su Ming kept a calm composure. Hehe, Brother Mo, you're a decisive one. I admire you for that. I won't beat around the bush then. I received a tip that some shamans are sneaking into our land using some special methods now that Sky Mist City is too busy to bother with them. The 3 shamans you saw previously were the first batch. There should still be some other shamans who had snuck in. If the 2 of us work together and manage to kill all of them, then bring their heads to Sky Mist City, we'll definitely be able to net a huge achievement under our belts. Brother Mo, what do you think? Wu Duo asked, smiling at Su Ming. If they can sneak under the defenses of Sky Mist City then run into our land, then they are definitely not weak. Besides, if they are few in number, we won't gain a lot of credit, but if there are a lot of them, then even if you and I work together, it will still be difficult for us to kill them. And more importantly, how do you know about this? Su Ming's voice was freezing cold as he asked languidly. Brother Mo, I suppose you don't know about this, but there is a crack in Sky Mist City's defenses. Well, it's not really a crack. Only fledgling shamans and those below can pass through it. Medial shamans would find it hard to enter because their power is too great. More importantly, you need to sacrifice a lot of lives to get through that crack. Usually, only those who have made ample preparations are able to find a chance and sneak through during battle. There are very few people like that, or else it wouldn't be a secret. I received a tip that there are less than 20 shamans who have entered our land and are loitering around the area. Besides, these people are at most fledgling shamans with the power equivalent to berserkers at the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm. As for why I know these things, Brother Mo, I would have to ask you to not continue asking. This is my secret, Wu Duo said in a dark voice, his eyes on Su Ming. I won't hide from you. Once we kill these people, I will let you have the corpses to claim the credit, but their items have to go to me. As thanks, once this is over, I can tell you what the crystals are for. After all, there are still many chances for us to obtain them during the Battle of Sky Mist. This is the first time we work together. If all things work out, then we can still continue working together. If you still can't find it in yourself to believe in me, then I will take the first strike each time we run into a shaman. You will be able to make your decision if that's the case, Wu Duo said in a low voice. Su Ming remained silent. If this mysterious Wu Duo had mentioned any other deal, he would not have been interested. Yet if he hunted down and killed these shamans, Su Ming could use this as the perfect excuse for why he could not make it back to Sky Mist City within the allocated time. What is a fledgling shaman, and on that note, what is a medial shaman? Su Ming was silent for a moment before he suddenly threw that question out. Wu Duo was taken aback for a moment before he cast a surprised glance at him. Brother Mo, you don't know? Oh well, this isn't a secret anyway. Your clan or tribe might have forgotten to tell you about it. Wu Duo was slightly thrown off track and found himself slightly unable to figure out Su Ming's origins. All those from slightly bigger tribes would definitely know about the ranking system within the shaman tribe, and Su Ming did not give him the feeling that he came from a small tribe. Could it be that he's testing me? Wu Duo gasped in his heart but managed to maintain a calm composure and say with a smile, the shaman tribe is different from the berserker tribe. You can even say that they are completely different from us. We of the berserker tribe divide our levels in a manner similar to us moving up a ladder, which are the divisions of the 4 great realms: blood solidification, awakening, bone sacrifice, and berserker soul. Each realm is also divided into 4 small stages, which are the initial, middle, later, and completion stages. But the shaman tribe is different. The ranking system in the shaman tribe is rather messy, but it can also be said to be rather simple. They have 6 great realms. They are divided into battle shaman, spirit wisdom, thought soothsayer, soul catcher, spirit medium, and split dawn. These 6 realms are seldom divided in a manner where one is superior to the other. You can say that these are 6 paths each shaman can choose after their coming-of-age ceremony. Their patriarch or matriarch will hold a test for them to find the most suitable path for their cultivation. They have 6 types of realms, and each one of them is divided into 4 stages: fledgling, medial, ladder, and end. A fledgling shaman is equivalent to those of us in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm, and medial shaman is about the same as those of us who have attained the great completion of the bone sacrifice realm. Ladder shaman is equivalent to those of us in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm, and end shaman is equivalent to those of us who have attained great completion in the berserker soul realm. There is still a legendary stage after the end. It is known as hollow. Within the 6 great realms, anyone who has gone past end can call himself or herself as the hollow shaman. But the difficulty for a hollow shaman to appear is second only to the god of berserkers appearing among us berserkers. Wu Duo smiled faintly, explaining in detail. Battle shaman, spirit wisdom, thought soothsayer, soul catcher, spirit medium, and split dawn. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. This was the first time he had heard of the rank division among the shamans. It was completely different from the divisions in the Berserker tribe. Among these 6 types, he had seen the Split Dawn and Spirit Medium before, but he had no idea which category the Patriarch of Lizard Shaman tribe belonged to. The simple part of it is due to the 4 stages, which are the fledgling, medial, latter, and end stages. The messy part is because these 6 realms are all different from each other. The battle shamans are the warriors of the shaman tribe. They number the highest, and in a way akin to a sacrifice, they will use the power of their bodies along with their sense towards their totems to gain great power. Spirit wisdoms can control other people's fate after combining their strength with their wisdom. They are very unique in the shaman tribe. All of the patriarchs in the shaman tribe are spirit wisdoms, and their wisdom is supreme to all others. They can call upon the wind and summon rain, force their own people to sacrifice their lives for their gods. Once Wu Duo started talking about the spirit wisdoms, his voice became much softer, as if he was very wary of these spirit wisdoms. When Su Ming heard about them, he was slightly shaken. He remembered just how strong the Patriarch of Lizard Shaman tribe was. He was one of the rare, incredibly powerful enemies that Su Ming had run into in his life. Thought soothsayers are chosen among the most handsome men or beautiful women in the tribe. Then their powers in prophesying will be trained. They will observe the stars and govern over the land to become more familiar with maintaining good human relationships. Powerful thought soothsayers can arrive at a terrifying state where they can tell when lives return to Earth, when Earth is affected by the sky, and when sky provides for all. Soul catchers are skilled with the Red Death spell, the Revival spell, and the Immortality spell. You must absolutely not look into their eyes. They are as powerful as the Candle Dragon. I killed 2 fledgling soul catchers before, and it is a nightmare fighting against them. When Wu Duo spoke up to that point, he fell silent for a moment. Spirit mediums govern over the souls of the dead and the living. They pity the dead, but are completely unbothered by the living. A single spirit medium might not be strong, but if a powerful one works together with a soul catcher, they will bring about disaster to the living. The final one are the Split Dawns. They are beautiful, rare, and each pair of split dawns can only be fully developed after the shaman tribe pours in a large amount of effort into them. They are an existence that is unworldly, an existence that defies reality. It is said that they can imagine anything they like, and all their imaginations will turn into reality. I hate these sort of shamans, but in truth, it is also the most difficult for hollow shamans to appear from this class. Once a hollow split dawn appears, then his existence would be the same as a new god of berserkers appearing among the berserkers. In fact, he'd be even more powerful than the god of berserkers. That is the shaman tribe. Brother Mo, the more you understand them, the higher your chances of survival will be during the Battle of Sky Mist. Now then, do you think we have a chance of working together? Wu Duo licked his lips and looked at Su Ming. Su Ming pondered over it for a while, then said resolutely, if you're this confident, then you must be certain that you can find them. Lead the way. Brother Mo, you're a straightforward person. I can indeed find them. As for the reason, well, I can't say it. But don't worry, I'm offering to work together sincerely. Wu Duo laughed boisterously and stepped onto air before turning into a long arc and charging into the distance. Brother Mo, the closest batch of shamans are somewhere near us if we go straight ahead. Once I attack, please help me. Su Ming got up and stepped forward. Then right behind Wu Duo, he too turned into a long arc and charged into the sky without a word. Far off in that direction, there were 2 shamans who were cautiously dashing across the plains. One of these 2 was wearing a leather helmet with bull horns on it. His gaze was ghastly, and there was a scar on his lips, making it seem as if his lips divided into 4. It was a terrifying sight to behold. By his side was a boy. That boy's hair floated behind his head and he had his eyes closed, but there was an air of ghastliness surrounding him, causing fear and respect to appear on the man's face when he occasionally looked over. You're scared. As the 2 of them moved forward, the boy, who still had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was rather sharp and it sounded as if it was scraping against the man's soul. Lord Soul Catcher. The man beside him shuddered. Don't be afraid. That Wu Duo won't dare to play any tricks. Once we finish the trade, he will become your companion and follow me while enjoying an undying shaman body. A smile appeared on the boy's lips, and even though his eyes remained closed, There was still a strange black light shining through the slit between his eyelids. Yes. The man's eyes immediately turned blank, and he lowered his head before answering respectfully. There was not a hint of emotion in his words. It was as if he was a dead man talking. The instant he lowered his head, a maggot crawled out and fell onto the ground from his 4 parted lips. That man. His body was filled with maggots. He was a dead man. On the 5th afternoon since Su Ming left Frozen Ice Sky, the wind blew gently while the sun shone brilliantly, and the clouds spread out in the sky like scales. The sun was bright and illuminated the plains. It was as if the light had fused with the wind itself and was blowing through the grass, causing rustling sounds to fill the air. Wu Duo was charging forward at an extremely high speed in the form of a long arc. Su Ming was by his side. His robes were fluttering in the wind. His face was the epitome of relaxation, and his thoughts could not be read from his expression. He did not choose to travel behind Wu Duo. After all, the two of them had just gotten to know each other, and the process in which they got acquainted had not been on good terms. That was why there was no need for him to do anything that would lead to misunderstandings. This was the reason why, while Su Ming and Wu Duo's distance between each other did not seem too far away when anyone lifted their heads and looked up, but in truth, they were about 1,000 feet apart from each other. As they charged forth, Wu Duo would intentionally lower his speed and observe Su Ming, but no matter how many times he observed him, he could not find any clues. He could not tell where Su Ming came from, so he turned his attention to the fire ape, which was also traveling with them right beside Su Ming. This Mo Su might not seem old, but his actions are experienced. His words are also very sharp. It's clear that he's not someone who has just left his clan or tribe. He's also a very independent person, and his goals are very clear. If it wasn't because I tempted him by saying he can gain achievements by killing shamans, he would have definitely not agreed to come with me. So, by this alone, it can be said that he's not without weaknesses. This person's desire to gain achievements is great. The ape was a new type and was not something Wu Duo knew of. The more he observed it, the more mysterious he found Su Ming. It was not as if there was no malice within Wu Duo's heart, but that malice slowly diminished by a large amount due to his uncertainty towards the mystery surrounding his new travel companion. Su Ming could see all of Wu Duo's actions. He might not know what the other was thinking of, but he could guess it somewhat. His guesses might not be perfect, but he knew that if he continued keeping his silence, Wu Duo would not dare act recklessly. This could be clearly seen from how he had continued to follow Su Ming, choosing not to attack. This person is a skeptic. Perhaps this is his virtue, but it is also his weakness. Unless absolutely certain, a skeptical person will not attack easily. Su Ming averted his gaze from Wu Duo, then calmly continued to travel in a long arc that sliced through the sky. Time slowly passed by as the both of them pondered over their own thoughts. When noon was gone, Wu Duo suddenly came to a halt, and Su Ming also stopped 1,000 feet behind him. Wu Duo closed his eyes as if he was using some sort of special method to check their surroundings. After some time, he opened them and spoke grimly. "Brother Mo, there are shamans right in front of us." In truth, Wu Duo had deliberately put on this face. He did not know whether there were any shamans around the area, but he knew the place which he had set to meet with the shamans for the trade. He would receive shaman crystals in exchange of providing the method for them to change into berserkers. That was the original plan, but after he ran into Su Ming, Wu Duo changed his plans. He did not want to provide them with the method to hide their identities as shamans, but he also wanted to obtain shaman crystals. From what I can sense, there is only one person in front. The fluctuations from that person's power aren't strong, so he should be a fledgling battle shaman. It won't be hard for me to kill him, so to show my sincerity, you can just watch by the side. I will handle this on my own. Wu Duo stared at Su Ming and a smile appeared on his face, but there was a freezing glint in his eyes. It was clear that the chilling gaze was not directed towards Su Ming, however. Once Su Ming heard the words, he nodded, but in his heart, he remained dubious about the mystical ability Wu Duo used to locate shamans. Wu Duo's eyes shone with a freezing glint and he took a swift step forward, charging towards the end of the plains. He was so quick that in the blink of an eye he had already traveled 1,000 feet. Like a shooting star falling down, he grew increasingly closer to the land. Su Ming followed behind him with a gaze like lightning as he stared at where Wu Duo was going. The moment Wu Duo descended on the land, a person suddenly stood up from the grass. That person was incredibly tall, and he wore a leather helmet with bull horns on it. A ghastly presence surrounded that person, and a huge gust of wind rose, following his act of standing up, causing the grass around the area to continuously sway around. There was a totem on the man's face, but that totem was rather dull. It could not be seen clearly. The only thing that was easy to see was the vertical scar on the man's lips, causing them to look as if they had been split into four, making all those who saw the man to be terrified. The moment the man saw Wu Duo charging towards him from midair, his dull eyes instantly brightened up and he grinned. But it was horrifying to see his lips split apart. There were even a few fat maggots that crawled out of the man's mouth as he grinned, falling out with their bodies twisting. Wu Duo originally traveled really quickly, but when he got closer and saw the man's lips, along with the maggots inside his mouth, his expression instantly changed. He came to an abrupt halt. The moment he was about to begin his retreat, the scarred man lifted his head and let out a low growl. That growl was filled with wickedness, and as he growled, he leaped forth and spread his arms wide open to envelop Wu Duo. Su Ming was standing somewhere far away in midair and had his eyes fixed on the scene. The moment he saw that man, his pupils shrank. That man was filled with a thick aura of death around him, but it did not spill out from within his body before he revealed himself. Clearly, he had concealed it within himself. But that was not all. Su Ming could even sense the same feeling he got from living corpses coming from that man. It was as if that man was the material he needed to create spirit plunders. Even if Su Ming did not know why that man would be in this condition, but he had a feeling that he would absolutely not misidentify the material he needed to create his spirit plunder. The only difference, if perhaps the living corpse I need to create spirit plunder has more aura of death to suppress the faint life force within the body, causing the person to be unable to move. However, their will is still present. It is as if their life force is trapped within, and the aura of death has the body enveloped outside. But this person has fused the aura of death into his life force and arrived at a strange sort of balance. It's as if his aura of death is trapped within and his life force has his body surrounded. With that, this person can move his body around, able to remain in a half-dead but half-alive state. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He stared at the man with an interested look. Contrary to Su Ming, Wu Duo was charging forward swiftly, but the man laughing ferociously while pouncing on him was even faster. It was as if he was a wall that was rapidly closing in on Wu Duo. With Wu Duo's power, he originally would not have shown this sort of reaction when he saw the man. But the reason behind his drastic change of expression was because he knew that the man's current condition was what the shamans called an undying. And the only people who could do this were the shamans who walk down the path of a soul catcher. Wu Duo had killed soul catchers before, and he knew personally just how terrifying these people were. As he was retreating, his gaze swept through the land, trying to find the hidden soul catcher. At the same time, the instant the man closed in on him while cackling ferociously, a freezing glint appeared in his eyes, and as he retreated, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. Crack! With that one grab, a cracking sound came from above Wu Duo, and a colossal deep blue ice mountain appeared out of thin air. As Wu Duo swung his hand down, that ice mountain charged towards the man. The moment these two people came into contact with each other, shocking rumbling sounds reverberated through the air. The man shuddered, and the ice mountain started cracking apart inch by inch. Those cracks were not caused by the man, but were due to Wu Duo's divine ability. As the ice mountain cracked apart, the shards turned into numerous sharp blades that pierced through the scarred man's body, causing his arms, legs, head, and body to be ripped into several parts. No blood flowed out of his wounds, only a large amount of maggots flew into the air. Wu Duo, I hope you have been well. At that moment, a ghastly and sharp voice abruptly came from below. Right then, suddenly, the scarred man's eyes shone with a dim light from deep in his head, which had been separated from his torn body. In fact, all his torn limbs were also shining with a dim light, and as they fell apart, an absorption force seemed to come out of nowhere, and they swiftly gathered together, reforming into the man's body. However, there were numerous cracks in many parts of the body, making it seem as if the man was a shredded ragdoll that was sewn together once again. Though it was inevitable that there would be some signs of that. That scarred man grinned viciously and moved, but this time, he did not rush towards the grim-looking Wu Duo. Instead, he turned into a long arc filled with the aura of death and charged towards Su Ming. Clearly, he had just received a new command. Yaku! The moment Wu Duo heard that sharp voice, his face grew even grimmer. 3 more deep blue ice mountains swiftly assembled around his body. Those ice mountains surrounded him and let out a freezing chill under the sun. A large amount of grass on the plains suddenly started withering away. As it did so, a boy walked out from among the grassland. That boy had his eyes closed and his hands placed behind his back. There was a ghastly smile on his lips. Without any hesitation, Wu Duo lifted his right hand and pointed downwards. Immediately, those 3 ice mountains let out a rumble and charged towards the ground, turning into a mighty pressure that caused muffled booms to come from the land. The boy sneered coldly. He did not dodge, but instead lifted his right hand and pushed forward. Instantly, black light shone on his right palm. The moment that black light spread out, it turned into an oval-shaped door of light before the boy. A low growl came from within that door of light, and it was soon followed by a dried-up leg stepping out. The skin on that leg was completely withered away, and there were quite a lot of dull bloodstains on its skin. At the same time as the leg appeared, a completely dried-up person that was about 10 feet tall came from within. That person looked like a skeleton at first glance, but his eyes shone with a dim light. Once he appeared, he roared and charged towards the 3 incoming ice mountains. Almost the moment the boy casted the unique spell belonging only to soul catchers, the man filled with cracks on his body charged towards Su Ming ferociously. He was so quick that a thick aura of death was stirred up in the air. That aura of death whistled behind him and seemed as if it covered the sky and earth. The man's distance from Su Ming grew smaller. Su Ming stared at the man closing in on him, and a curious glint appeared in his eyes. I wonder if I can use this thing to create spirit plunder. This thought appeared in Su Ming's head, and an intense fascination towards this undying rose within him. Almost the moment the man closed in on him, Su Ming started moving backwards. The undying instantly gave chase, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 men left Wu Duo and the boy's battlefield. Wu Duo watched Su Ming leave, but he could do nothing to stop him. As for the boy, even though he had his eyes closed, he could still notice what was happening. However, he did not pay any attention to Su Ming. To him, only Wu Duo was his goal. Su Ming retreated at a moderate pace and continued baiting the undying man to chase after him. Once he was some distance away from Wu Duo, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and a green light shone in the center of his brows. The small virescent sword shot out and charged towards the man at an extreme speed. The man did not even have time to dodge. The sword immediately pierced through the center of his brows, but there was still no blood coming from his wound. The scarred man only staggered slightly, clearly not too affected by the attack. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and he pounced on Su Ming with a low growl. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The moment the man pounced on him, he naturally sidestepped it. He was too quick, and he left behind an afterimage because of his speed, causing the man to pounce on empty air, though he immediately turned around and roared at Su Ming. This unique material isn't really agile. His speed when he charges in a straight line isn't slow, but when his ability to dodge and change direction is lacking far behind. Su Ming mumbled. He lifted his right hand and the green light fell back, turning into the small sword in his hand. It was held between 2 of Su Ming's fingers, and he walked towards the man face first. The man pounced on him once again, roaring. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The instant he came into contact with the scarred man's body, the sword between his 2 fingers sliced through the man's right arm. He appeared behind his opponent, then sliced across his left arm once again. Then, in the span of a breath, he took 1 step and reappeared once again behind the man the moment the latter turned around with a low growl. With 1 slash, the small sword in Su Ming's hand sliced cleanly through the scarred man's right leg. But the sword did not stop there. It continued on and cut through his left leg. Once he finished doing that, Su Ming took a few steps back in a relaxed manner. He looked at the man whose back was turned towards him. The moment the scarred man turned around, Su Ming saw his arms and legs instantly breaking off from his body. Yet soon after, that bizarre sight appeared once again. The 4 limbs that Su Ming had cut off shone with a dim light, and instantly, they reattached themselves to the man's body. A large amount of yellowish fluid flowed out of the man's mouth, and he pounced on Su Ming once again. As he closed in, Su Ming drifted backwards, and a curious glint appeared in his eyes. He spread his divine sense, enveloping the man's body. With his divine sense, he could clearly see a brimming ball of life force within the man's body. It was that life force that was allowing the man's body to endlessly gather together. Could that life force be the soul catcher's secret? If that's the case, spirit plunder might have a special effect on this person. Su Ming's eyes sparkled while he continued retreating. Still observing the man, he swiftly lifted the sword in his right hand and swung down. Instantly, a gash appeared on the man's chest, and he was thrown back vertically. A foul stench attacked Su Ming's nostrils, but it was empty inside that gash. There were no organs in his body. There was only a faint wisp of gray smoke that could be detected solely by Su Ming's divine sense, and that smoke was seeping out from all parts of the man's body. It's a pity that while this man's aura of death is thick, it's very easy for that aura to become chaotic. If it wasn't because of that strange life force supporting it, it would have crumbled a long time ago. It's clear that he was just created. Else, if I had run into a person with a more stable aura of death in him, then I could perhaps use him to create spirit plunder. Su Ming shook his head and lost his interest in the man. The moment the scarred man pounced on him, he lifted his right hand once again, and another item appeared in his palm. That item was a pearl, and it was his spirit plunder. Su Ming's gaze was calm as he threw spirit plunder at the man. The instant the pill was tossed out, a dazed look immediately appeared in the man's eyes, but soon, it turned into an empty stare. He stopped moving and stared at the spirit plunder floating before him blankly. Gray wisps of smoke wafted out of his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes from each part of his body, and those wisps of smoke rushed towards spirit plunder at a shocking speed. All of this only lasted for the span of a few breaths, and after those few breaths, the man shuddered and his body gradually fell apart. His limbs broke off, his body shattered, and after a moment, he turned into a large amount of loose flesh that scattered down to the ground. After absorbing a large amount of gray smoke, spirit plunder clearly became slightly different. It was clouded inside, but there was an exuberant ball of life force twirling within. Once Su Ming summoned the pearl back, he held it in his hand and gave it a few looks. This strange life force must be the secret of the soul catchers. Su Ming fell into a brief moment of pensive silence. He listened to the muffled rumbling sounds from the distance. Clearly, Wu Duo's fight against the boy had reached an incredibly critical moment. Su Ming put away that spirit plunder and started walking towards the origin of the sounds. The fire ape continued following beside him. As it watched everything that transpired, impatience appeared on its face. In its discomfort, it put down the battle axe and bared its teeth at Su Ming. Now that it saw Su Ming heading towards the battlefield, the fire ape quickly followed behind him. Before long, when Su Ming returned to where Wu Duo was, he narrowed his eyes. There were 9 giant ice blocks on the ground, and in each of those ice blocks was a sealed, dried-up corpse. They were all frozen in the exact same position. The boy floated in the sky, 3 patches of black smoke around him. Those 3 patches had turned into shadows that looked like malicious spirits, and they were all fighting against Wu Duo. Wu Duo looked rather pathetic. He was wearing a long robe made of beast skins, and he held a bone staff with a snake skull perched on top in his left hand, while his right hand held a knife. As he swung that knife, it looked as if the blade could cut apart space itself. Behind him was a black illusionary tower. Half of the tower was surrounded by mist. It looked rather blurry, and low growls could be heard from inside. It made the earth tremble, causing all the people who heard it feel shaken to the core. Su Ming's arrival caused Wu Duo's face to be filled with surprised delight. He originally thought that Su Ming had already run away, and now that he saw him again, Wu Duo immediately shouted at him. "Brother Mo, help me kill this person. His head is worth much more than all the rest." Almost the moment Wu Duo yelled at him, the boy who still had his eyes closed let out a cold harumph. One of the 3 black patches of smoke surrounding his body instantly broke off and charged towards Su Ming. It turned into a malicious spirit 1,000 feet before impact and roared, then moved in to devour him. Su Ming didn't have time to act, for the fire ape howled and rushed out with the battle axe in its paw. Su Ming released the chain, allowing it to be temporarily free. Dragging the chain behind it, the fire ape instantly closed in on the malicious spirit and started fighting against it. The boy frowned in the distance, but before he could do anything else, Su Ming lifted his right foot and took a step forward. The moment his foot landed, distorted ripples immediately appeared in the space around him. Together with those ripples, he disappeared, his speed instantly reaching an indescribable extent. His speed was so quick that it was completely unexpected. Wu Duo had not expected it, much less the boy. He only felt the presence of the berserker, which he had locked onto, suddenly disappearing, and once he reappeared, he was already right before him. When Su Ming appeared, he was less than 10 feet away from the boy. He swung the small virescent sword in his right hand sideways, and the blade landed on the boy's throat. Then, with that indescribable speed, the blade cut through it. The entire process only lasted the blink of an eye. When Su Ming reappeared, he had already returned to his original spot as if he had never rushed out. He stood there and stared coldly at the boy in the distance. Blood gushed out from the boy's neck, and his head flew into the air. The black smoke around his body instantly crumbled, along with the 2 gusts that were fighting against Wu Duo and the 1 gust that was fighting against the fire ape. All of them crumbled and vanished into thin air. Wu Duo was stunned. He sucked in a sharp breath and turned to look at Su Ming as if this was his first time seeing him. Instantly, the slight bit of malicious intent left within his heart mostly disappeared. Su Ming gave Wu Duo a calm look. He didn't do this only to kill the boy, but to also scare Wu Duo. If he wanted to continue with this trade, then the 2 of them would definitely need to establish a relationship in which it was obvious who was the superior and who the inferior one. Su Ming was not willing to take the inferior position in this relationship. That was why he could only be the superior. Brother Mo. When Wu Duo looked towards Su Ming, he forced out a smile. He was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. It hasn't ended. A piercing howl that came from all around the place traveled forth, eventually turning into a soundless voice. The boy's head that had been thrown into the air when Su Ming cut through his neck previously had not fallen to the ground with the body. The head was instead floating in midair, eyes still closed, and that piercing cry came from its mouth. As the boy spoke, he opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, Wu Duo shouted out, "Don't look into his eyes!" That pair of eyes did not have pupils, but they were not white. They were instead like an empty void, completely dark, as if they had the power to absorb everything in the world. Those were the eyes belonging to the Candle Dragon, the legendary sacred beast of the Shaman tribe. Among the 6 different realms within the Shaman tribe, it was said that the soul catchers obtained their power from the Candle Dragon. When Su Ming saw that pair of eyes, his vision immediately started blurring. It was as if the world before him shattered into pieces and fell into a state of chaos. His mind turned blank. The voices by his ears gradually faded into the distance. Among those voices were the fire ape's roars, the boy's eerie chuckles, muffled rumbles, and also Wu Duo's warnings. It was as if all those voices were gradually leaving Su Ming's ears, and right when they were about to completely disappear, at that moment, the mysterious black stone hanging against Su Ming's chest, the strange object that he always kept around his neck, let out a cool wave of air that seeped into all parts of his body. At the same time, while Su Ming was still caught in his daze, a voice that seemed to be coming from the distance spoke in his ears. "Big brother, big brother." Su Ming shuddered. Su Ming had almost forgotten about that voice. It had been a long time since that voice last appeared in his memories. Yet at that moment when that voice appeared, Su Ming's body was not the only thing about him that shuddered, his soul was also shaken. That voice came closer, then went into the distance again. It drifted from place to place, just like when he heard it in the past, but there was also something different about it. That difference lay in the anxiety in that voice. That anxious voice sounded as if she was crying. "Big brother. It's almost too late now. Big brother. Big brother, hurry up and wake up, wake up. Big brother, he's stopping. Big brother." Su Ming opened his eyes swiftly, cold sweat having broken out all over his body. The moment he opened his eyes, all the voices he previously heard returned, the fire ape's roars, Wu Duo's words, and the boy's eerie chuckles. The world in his vision that had previously shattered rapidly recovered right before his eyes. Voices reached his ears, and when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the fire ape rapidly retreating right before his eyes. Before it was an illusionary ball, belonging to a head with a person's face but a snake's body. That head was red and about 100 feet in size. It had its mouth wide open, and a ball of fire could be seen burning within its body, which was illusionary, but it made the fire ape continuously retreat, howling. The fire ape's fire red fur was rapidly losing its shine, and there was also a large amount of its fur that fell off. It looked as if it was already very difficult for it to continue fighting, and even the blade of the battle axe in its hands was swiftly melting away as it blocked the human-faced, snake-bodied creature's attacks. Wu Duo was also fighting against a head of the same composition. Wu Duo's expression was grim, and an innumerable amount of ice swirled around his body stirring up wind. As the freezing wind whistled, Wu Duo lifted his right hand and made a strange seal. The instant he made it, all the hair on his right hand fell off at the same time. Lives returned to earth. Wu Duo let out a low growl, and the entire ground rumbled. The grass on the endless mass of land under his feet was instantly blown apart by the wind, and a large ring shape appeared on the land. As blue light shone, an invisible energy erupted forth from below. When that energy first appeared, it manifested in an incredibly large area, but as it rose into the air, it started shrinking until it eventually shrank into an entirely blue light that was only about 100 feet in size. From the distance, it looked like a blue light pillar shooting off from the ground and penetrating the human-faced, snake-bodied head. The instant the strange creature's head was destroyed, the boy's head let out a piercing scream and started rapidly withering away. All of this happened in an instant, and it was the first thing Su Ming saw once he opened his eyes. The fire ape was already unable to continue fighting. Su Ming knew that the slave-turned bracelet his eldest senior brother had given him would only protect him and not the fire ape, while He Feng shared a mutual hate with it. Besides, Su Ming was not in any form of danger. He had ample reason not to attack. Without any hesitation, Su Ming took a step forward. The moment his foot landed, he had already appeared before the fire ape. He fell back slightly, and a gentle energy was transferred into the ape once his back touched it. That energy pushed the fire ape backwards, and during that moment, the strange creature's head roared and charged towards Su Ming. A murderous look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Once again, he gained a deep understanding of the bizarre nature of the shaman tribe's divine abilities. Almost the moment the strange creature pounced on him, Su Ming lifted his right and drew a line at the creature. That one line was created by Su Ming. It had a beautiful name, Berserker Obliteration. The moment he casted Berserker Obliteration, the human-faced, snake-bodied head turned into a sheet of paper for him to draw. Su Ming cut apart the creature's body as if he was just normally drawing. With that one line, the weather changed. The wind and clouds tumbled backwards, and the strange creature shuddered violently before letting out a piercing howl. When the head reached Su Ming, it split into half right before him. Those two parts whistled past him and turned into red gusts of smoke before disappearing into nothing. Right as the creature died, Su Ming's pupils shrank. He noticed that the body might have disappeared, but one wisp of red smoke had rushed toward him at an incredible speed. It seeped into the strange rod insect-snake hybrid, which Su Ming was keeping and refining, resting within Han Mountain Bell. The insect-snake hybrid sucked in a sharp breath and breathed in the wisp of red smoke before a delighted and excited expression appeared on its face. A thought appeared in Su Ming's mind, but this was not the moment for him to think further into things. Right when the strange creature died, the boy's head floating in midair let out a piercing scream once again, and the speed at which it withered away increased. This was especially so for his eyes. Black blood flowed out from them. They were now completely destroyed by Su Ming and Wu Duo using different methods. As the boy's head screamed, he retreated quickly. At the same time, his body, which had fallen to the ground, abruptly stood up and charged into midair as if it wanted to run into the head and fuse with it once again. The 12 undying ancestral lunar shamans let the power of the candle dragon, which lasted 180 years, scatter. As the boy's head retreated and was about to get closer to his body, these words came from his mouth. 180 years? I was wondering why he was so powerful, so he's a fledgling shaman who has arrived at the peak. He has suppressed 180 years of his life to attempt turning into a medial soul catcher. He has even turned himself into a puppet so that he could be an undying. This is a forbidden spell among the soul catchers. Wu Duo moved to stand by Su Ming's side and has lifted his right hand. Freezing air immediately spread from his palm. That air instantly turned into numerous ice layers that covered his whole body. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and those ice layers left Wu Duo's body, spreading rapidly as a single entity to charge towards the boy's head. As they did so, Wu Duo lifted his head and let out a roar. A large amount of hair fell off his body simultaneously, and even some fine hairs from his brows also joined in. As his hair was detached from his body, the ice layer that was stretching towards the boy instantly grew bigger by more than tenfold. It also became faster, and the instant the boy's head fused together with the body, a dim light shining from the tear to make it seem as if they were going to be sewn together, the ice layer caught up with them. Rumbling that shook the skies echoed through the air, and the boy's body was instantly covered by the ice, turning him into an ice statue floating in midair. Brother Mo, I can only seal him with my ice for a quarter of an hour. Once he fuses his body together once again, he will disperse the power he has stored for 180 years to turn into a medial shaman and use it to work with his undying body. Then it'll be very difficult for us to kill him. If we let our guard down for even a moment, we will definitely be heavily injured. Even if we kill him, we gain nothing. Why don't we leave this place and search for other shamans to kill? It'll be much easier and much more efficient. The idea of retreat had already appeared within Wu Duo's head. He knew clearly that if they did not give up on some treasures, it would be very difficult for them to kill the soul catchers of the shaman tribe. In his mind, the value of this was rather low. As Wu Duo spoke, rumbling sounds rang in the air, and he noticed that cracks had appeared on the ice sealing the boy inside. The boy in the ice slowly lifted his head. His strangely enticing eyes shone with a gray light as he stared at Su Ming and Wu Duo. Hatred appeared on his face, as if he wanted to burn the image of these two people in his head. Let's go. Wu Duo frowned. He was just about to leave the place, but Su Ming did not move. He stared at the boy in the ice, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The fire ape was behind Su Ming. Its fur was dull and looked rather shriveled up. This was something Su Ming could not accept. Wait! Su Ming called out. He just remembered the scene when the man died under the hands of his spirit plunder, and he quickly brought out 3 spirit plunders from his bosom with his right hand. He threw them forward at full force, and they rushed quickly towards the ice that had sealed the boy inside. The 3 spirit plunders let out an explosive boom as they whipped through the air faster than sound. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the ice and formed an equilateral triangle around the boy's ice sculpture. The moment those spirit plunders appeared, in the distance, Wu Duo's pupils shrank and even his breathing quickened. He stared at them with a look of disbelief on his face. The other person whose expression changed was the boy in the ice. His face shifted drastically, and he opened his mouth as if a scream was about to escape from his lips, but no sound came out. However, a hint of fear had appeared within his expression and his eyes. From that alone, it could be seen that he recognized what spirit plunder was and was terrified of it. Su Ming could deduce what the boy was thinking after testing it out, that he could kill the man with his spirit plunder. Once he tested the boy as well by throwing out the pills. He lifted his right hand and pointed at them. Immediately, the 3 spirit plunders let out a powerful dark light. That dark light instantly seeped through the ice and charged towards the boy sealed inside. The boy started struggling. His face was filled with terror, and as he struggled, the cracks on the ice increased. Muffled rumbling sounds reverberated through the air, and some of the cracks connected with each other, causing the ice to begin crumbling apart. Yet as violently as the boy struggled, the black mist rushing in from the 3 spirit plunders into the ice was even faster. In a moment, it touched the boy inside and seeped into his body. The boy's expression became twisted, as if he was screaming. He trembled, and a large amount of gray mist started uncontrollably crawling out of his body towards the three spirit plunders. The boy seemed to be in great pain, and with one violent shudder, his body finally could not withstand the burden of the gray mist being torn out from him, and most of it exploded, which resulted in only a small portion of his body to remain nearby. There was no longer any ice left in front of the boy, but the three spirit plunders continued floating there, unmoving, causing the boy to let out piercing screams and struggle violently. Yet judging by his looks, the boy's body seemed to be restricted. Despair appeared on his face, along with disbelief and incomprehensibility. It was as if Su Ming bringing out the spirit plunders had left him in horrified shock. Soul Catcher Pearl. The soul catcher pearl that only end shamans can create. The boy's voice was shrill but raspy, and the instant it reverberated through the air. Su Ming took a step forward. His gaze was chilling, and the moment he got closer to the boy, a green light appeared in his hand. The small fluorescent sword sliced through the boy's chest, causing a huge gash to appear on his chest. Meanwhile, Wu Duo's face had also turned pale where he stood in the distance. There was confusion on his face. The scene he saw was something he would never forget, and it was also one that made him no longer harbor any malicious thoughts towards Su Ming. He saw the person called Mo Su slicing apart the frozen boy's chest with a dark expression, and once he cut through the boy who could only struggle but not move, he brought out a large amount of medicinal herbs from his bosom, picked out a few of them, and stuffed them into the boy's wounds. Judging by how smooth his movements were, this was not the first time he did such a thing. What is he doing? Wu Duo's heart pounded against his chest, while Su Ming stuffed the herbs into the boy's wound. Once each of those herbs were placed inside, they would immediately start growing in a bizarre but enticing manner. After a moment, Mo Su brought out a bone with some herbs growing on it, then plucked out those herbs and placed them into the boy's body. The other person who was similarly terrified was the boy. He was watching Su Ming do all this without a hint of an expression on his face, and as he did so, despair filled with utmost terror appeared on the boy's face. What are you doing? The boy screamed in a shivering voice. Creating medicine, Su Ming answered coldly. Su Ming's answer made the boy's originally bloodless face instantly be filled with red. Soon, a howl filled with anger left his lips. That howl was piercing to the ears, and it was a show of just how terrified he was in his heart. In the distance, Wu Duo took in a sharp breath. With a blank stare, he looked at Su Ming calmly, ignoring the boy's struggles and screams, as he continued stuffing the herbs into his wounds. As time passed by, Su Ming's speed increased. After the burning of half an incense stick, he placed the final herb into the body, and right after, he lifted his right hand and patted the boy's body in the air. Immediately, strange wiggling bumps appeared bizarrely on the boy's stomach. I won't forgive you. Even if I die, I will turn into a vengeful spirit and take revenge on you. The boy's face was twisted in endless hatred. He glared at Su Ming and let out a piercing shriek. You won't turn into a vengeful spirit, because once I finish refining your body, even if your spirit still exists, you will only exist within my medicine. As Su Ming retorted coldly, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, lightning arcs began swimming in his palm. As all those plants started growing on the boy's body, a large amount of aura of death spread from his body and into the area. However, that aura of death was not enough to attract lightning to fall. Before this, Su Ming had always needed to gather the aura of death to create spirit plunder. Even if it was just some time ago, he still needed to ask his second senior brother to bring additional aura of death to aid him. Yet after the last time he created spirit plunder and gained some further understanding towards his origin lightning, he had mastered a way for him to bring down lightning even without having the aura of death around. If gathered a large amount of earthen lightning on himself, then the invisible void lightning would naturally rush towards him. The instant they touched each other, they would turn into a sight of lightning falling on him. What if you fail? Just as Su Ming was about to call upon lightning, Wu Duo, who was standing in the distance, hesitated for a moment before he asked, If I fail? Su Ming lifted his left hand and pressed it against the boy's head, who was glaring at him ferociously. The boy let out a piercing screech, but his shivers betrayed the indescribable terror in his heart. The instant Su Ming pressed his hand on the boy's head, with his body as the center, the earthen lightning that existed everywhere on the land abruptly surged towards the boy from all directions in a manner that no one could see. Even if he is a soul catcher, there's no possibility of him turning into a vengeful spirit, because if I fail, his soul would disappear. Everything about him will also be wiped away. It would be better if he was refined into something else. The instant Su Ming replied, a deafening rumble suddenly came from the sky. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and the bolts of lightning in them turned into a large number of light dragons. They illuminated the cracks between the clouds, and at the same time, with a loud crackle, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, straight towards Su Ming, or more accurately, it charged straight towards the boy beside him. The loud bang sounded as if it had landed straight on Wu Duo's heart. It made his skin crawl. With his own eyes, he saw the boy trembling violently once he was struck by the lightning. His face instantly shriveled up. His screams had already turned hoarse, and there was no longer any maliciousness in his eyes, only a monstrous amount of terror. In fact, there was even a faint plea for mercy. Wu Duo instinctively gulped. His gaze fell on Su Ming, and when he saw how calm he was, a chill rose in his heart. This person is cruel and merciless, and he does things resolutely, and his power is not weak to boot. He has a lot of mysterious treasures, and I've never even glimpsed his arts before. Unless I absolutely have to, I must definitely not bother this sort of person. Even if I am forced to, I still have to avoid him. I cannot face him head-on. Wu Duo's attitude had changed multiple times on the way as he saw the things Su Ming did, and now, his impression of him had taken complete form. The rumbling continued in the sky. The bolts of lightning seemed to be attracted to the earth, and they crackled and sliced through the air, descending on the boy beside Su Ming. The rumbling lasted for more than an hour. The bolts of lightning became increasingly stronger as they fell, until eventually, the breadth of each bolt of lightning was about the size of a pail. When they struck down, they looked as if the heavens had become angry and were handing out their punishment. When one particular bolt of lightning fell, Wu Duo became incredibly shocked. He did not hesitate at all and instantly retreated several thousands of feet away, because this time, the bolt of lightning that struck down was purple. The purple bolt of lightning contained a mighty presence that seemed to scream that it would destroy the sky and earth as a charge towards the boy. Su Ming still had his head lifted, looking at the sky. At that moment he frowned and let out a sigh. He knew that this time, he might not be able to succeed with his refinement. Using this method to create spirit plunder was much more difficult. The purple bolt of lightning closed in on the boy. A violent shudder racked his body, and as the bolt of lightning struck the boy's chest, his body started crumbling, starting from the chest. The part below it instantly turned into ashes, and the part above was shattering apart, inch by inch. Just as the cracks reached his neck, Su Ming shook his head. With his left hand, he grabbed the only part that remained of the boy, his head, and his origin lightning surged into it through the left hand. As it crashed into the bolts of lightning that were rushing down, cracking sounds rang in the air. When the dark clouds in the sky cleared out after a while, Su Ming stood in midair with a head in his left hand. That head belonged to the boy, and there was a burnt area around its throat. There was also a bag made of straw in Su Ming's hands. That item had belonged to the boy. Su Ming had picked it beforehand so that it would not be destroyed. He did not open the straw bag, instead putting it away into his bosom. He turned around and threw the head to the fire ape standing by his side, then he looked towards Wu Duo. Pity I failed. Wu Duo laughed wryly, then looked at Su Ming's bosom. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but eventually chose not to speak. There was an array of mixed feelings and doubts within his heart at that moment. When he casted the shaman tribe's divine ability previously, he had thought that Su Ming was dead for sure. That was why he risked revealing his identity and used the shaman tribe spell to dissolve the power of the candle dragon. He did not know whether Su Ming had noticed this, but his merciless actions and unknown battle power had increased Wu Duo's wariness of him. The fire ape played around with the boy's head before it tied it around his waist. In fact, just now, even though it looked rather shriveled up, but it still did not forget to go to the destroyed corpse of the man who had previously fought against Su Ming. Once it found that remaining half of the man's head, it tied the remains around its waist. When it turned around, those 5 heads whirled around along with its movements, making it look rather frightening. "Brother Wu, where are the next batch of shamans?" Su Ming asked Wu Duo calmly, putting away his spirit plunders. Green light shone at the center of his brows and the small sword returned to him. Wu Duo was silent for a moment. He was originally a rather ambitious person to begin with, so when he heard it, a resolute look appeared on his face. He did not try to hide anything anymore and simply pointed into the distance. "There are still shamans about 2,000 lis away from this place. From the information I have, there should be 2 people there, but perhaps there will also be unexpected situations occurring. Then, should we go?" Su Ming smiled faintly. Wu Duo nodded and wrapped his fist in his palm as a salute towards Su Ming. He traveled before him and Su Ming followed behind as usual. As for the fire ape, it simply continued following behind with the battle axe across its shoulders. However, its battle axe had already largely melted away when used to block the human-faced, snake-bodied creature's attack just now. Currently, the battle axe's blade was rough and uneven. The staff-shaped handle, however, remained completely unscathed, though no one knew what it was made of. The fire ape followed behind Su Ming. While charging forward, it would occasionally lift up the battle axe and sweep it across its fur as if it was scratching his skin. At one point, it looked like it was struck by an unknown thought and grabbed the broken axe, biting down on it. The blade seemed to have hurt its teeth slightly. Once the fire ape relaxed its bite and lifted its claw, it broke off the blade from the handle, then threw it to the ground. When it did so, it started swinging around the axe handle that was now without a blade. Thankfully, the axe handle was very long, making it look like a long staff. As the fire ape swung it around, it looked like a hero. The staff let out humming sounds as it was swung around and the ape immediately smiled joyfully because of it. It swung the handle across its shoulders and flew towards Su Ming. The 2 men and the ape flew in the sky, and when evening arrived, they were several thousands of lis away. After a brief pause, a thunderous boom accompanied by a shrill scream came from that place. When Su Ming and Wu Duo left, 2 extra bloody heads were on the fire ape's waist. This continued all along the way. Su Ming and Wu Duo each had their own needs in this trip and their coordination became increasingly better. 10 days later, with the fire ape's help and Hefeng's occasional aid, more than 20 heads now hung off the fire ape's body. No one knew how it managed to do it, but none of the heads fell off its body, making it seem as if it was wearing a shirt made of human heads. Wu Duo was not weak to begin with, and along with Su Ming's battle prowess that surpassed his level of cultivation, their coordination could be said to have stirred up a storm of blood within the area belonging to Sky Mist City. Eventually, their efficiency reached such a high level that when Wu Duo went out to search, he would also go out of his way to lure the shaman's attention. Then Su Ming would abruptly charge forward with a speed that made even Wu Duo shocked. At the same time, Wu Duo would also attack. Most of the time, through this process, 1 out of a team of 3 shamans would die, while the other 2 would be heavily injured. There were also cases where 2 would die while the last one got injured. The ones remaining could not even hope to fight back against Su Ming and Wu Duo. This massacre only stopped half a month later, because Sky Mist City was already not too far away from them. Su Ming stood on a low hill. If he looked into the distance from that spot, he could see a majestic and awe-inspiring wall that spanned from the earth to the sky. That aside, there was also a magnificent city that would make anyone's breathing quicken the first time they saw it. "Brother Mo, it has been really delightful working with you during these past few days. We didn't get off to a good start, but I hope that you won't mind." Wu Duo stood with quite a large number of dried-up blood patches on his face. He looked rather tired, but his eyes were bright. "We're now at Sky Mist City. With your speed, you should be able to get there in no time. I still have some things I need to do, so please excuse." As Wu Duo spoke, a thrumming suddenly came from Sky Mist City's direction. There was a desolate quality to it, but it also made their hearts race, as if there was a strange power contained within that voice. Su Ming was rather familiar with that voice. Wu Duo's expression changed. As the thrums resounded in the air, a sound wave that was formed from accumulating the voices of several tens of thousands of people spread in all directions like a bolt of lightning traveling horizontally across the land. "Kill them!" That shout shook the sky and earth, and even if Su Ming was still a small distance away from Sky Mist City, he could still feel the madness and bloodlust in those voices. If he stood on Sky Mist City, it would definitely be even more shocking. Those voices did not come from berserkers. It's the shout of the shamans attacking the city. Wu Duo took a few steps back instinctively and spoke in a hushed tone. Brother Mo, I'll have to take my leave now. If we are ever fated to meet again, then we will surely run into each other. Take care. Wu Duo lifted his head and cast Su Ming a glance. He and Su Ming originally did not know each other, but the past half a month had indeed been enjoyable for the both of them, and there grew a sort of rapport between them as they worked together. Su Ming also looked at Wu Duo and wrapped his fist in his palm towards him. You take care as well. Wu Duo nodded and turned into a long arc that charged in another direction, away from Sky Mist City. The fire ape pursed its lips at Wu Duo, leaving them as it stood behind Su Ming. At that moment it already had nearly 30 heads tied to its body. It could be said that all the shamans Wu Duo knew of who entered the land using that special method before this were all hanging off its body. The battles in the past half a month had made Su Ming's knowledge towards the shaman tribe increase by quite a large margin. As he averted his gaze from the departing Wu Duo, a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. He knew of Wu Duo's identity. During the past half a month they had been together, and when he had woken up earlier, when he was under the effects of the boy's mystical ability, to see the skills Wu Duo casted, there was in no way that he would not know that Wu Duo was a fledgling thought soothsayer of the shaman tribe. Su Ming also had his suspicions that what he saw was not all of Wu Duo's mystical abilities. There was a high possibility that Wu Duo was the same as Su Ming. He also kept some of his abilities a secret. Yet no matter what, there had only been benefits and not a hint of loss for Su Ming during the half a month they had worked together. They had even grown rather fond of each other after the trip. Su Ming shook his head and no longer mulled over it. After all, he was not a berserker of the land of South Morning, or else, once he learned of Wu Duo's identity, he would have definitely killed him. However, Su Ming believed that there was a more important reason as to why he should pretend not to know of Wu Duo's identity. It doesn't matter whether we are berserkers or shamans in the land of South Morning. When the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands arrives, how many people will survive? Su Ming sighed. Compared to the battle at hand, this matter was still rather far away, and now was not the time to think such heavy thoughts. Once he calmed himself down, muffled rumbles and an endless clatter of battle from the direction of Sky Mist City fell into his ears. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he took a leap before charging towards the end of the sky. Standing high in the sky, he looked at Sky Mist City. What he saw shocked him. Su Ming saw a familiar, endless mountain range that looked like a tall wall had been erected on even ground. As it lay on the land, the mountain range looked like a wall, and that was the reason why it was known as the barrier by the berserkers in the land of South Morning. Yet from Su Ming's position, that wall was like two black dragons that were using their bodies to form a ring around the land belonging to the berserkers in the land of South Morning, protecting it within. The spot where the two black dragons' heads met was Su Ming's destination. The name for that spot on the wall was Sky Mist City. It was a gigantic city that was built right on top of Sky Mist Barrier. Its tall walls were like a huge lock that had locked up Sky Mist Barrier, causing the shamans to at most be able to get a few people into the land of the berserkers. Yet for the entire shaman tribe, this was a giant gate that could not be crossed over. The wall was majestic, and the top of it was about hundreds of thousands of feet above the ground. The world around the wall was also filled with distortions, and the distorted ripples were incessantly spreading out. It was as if the sky was using this place as the border. On one side was the sky belonging to the shamans, and on the other was the sky belonging to the berserkers. These two connected skies would never be able to fuse together with each other. Strangely though, the sky of the berserkers spanning tens of thousands of lis was clear, but the sky belonging to the shamans was dark, with clouds tumbling about like thick smoke. Right on top of the city were two gigantic beast heads stretching from the two opposite sides of Sky Mist Barrier, causing the absent-minded feeling Su Ming had earlier to start becoming real. This was an entirely brown city. Perhaps it had been white many years ago, or perhaps it could have even been black. If it had been white, then the brown hue on the city could only mean that it had been dyed by years of dried blood. If it was black, then it was still dyed brown by the same reason. Over the many years, a large amount of blood had seeped through the walls, turning those black walls to brown. On both sides of the city were 3 rather small subordinate cities. Together, these 7 cities made up most of Sky Mist City. It only made up most of Sky Mist City because there was another city built 100,000 feet outside Sky Mist Barrier, right in the land of the shamans. That city was similarly tall, similarly awe-inspiring, similarly majestic, but this time, its color was completely blood red. Right in the middle between the 2 cities was a city wall about several hundreds of thousands of feet tall connecting them together to form a tunnel. That wall shone with a brilliant light and was incredibly sturdy. But that was not all. There were 18 towering statues outside Sky Mist City. Each of the statues were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and all of them looked different from each other as they stood tall on the ground. No one would believe that the statues in the place were mere decorations. At that moment, right in Su Ming's eyes, he seemed to have seen 4 of the 18 statues glowing with a strange dark light before they started moving slowly. Their large bodies were filled with a presence that could strike terror in people's hearts, especially when they started moving like giants on the ground. With his own eyes, Su Ming saw one of the statues flinging the long whip in its hand. That whip was clearly made of stone, but as it flung out, it moved like a long snake. It let out a snap in the air and brought with it a large amount of blood and flesh. Besides Sky Mist City, Su Ming also saw a gigantic sword floating in the air not too far from the city, on the land of the shamans. The pressure formed by the sword made the air in the area twist. On the edge of the sword was a large amount of small white dots. There also seemed to be a gust of chilling air spreading out from the sword. As he was rather far from the sword, Su Ming could only see that there were a lot of people standing on that sword that was 100,000 feet in size. There were even some who flew off it. There was also an object that was just as large in another direction beyond Sky Mist City. It was a gigantic mirror. Its surface was turned towards the ground and there were many people standing on its back. The air around the mirror was not distorted, but there was an illusionary sea around it that was letting out the sounds of crashing waves. The sword was Frozen Ice Sky belonging to Freezing Sky Clan, while that mirror belonged to Western Sea Clan. This was what Su Ming saw. This was all that belonged to the Berserkers and Sky Mist City. Yet in his eyes, the distance before him was not occupied only by Berserkers. There were also a countless number of shamans. So numerous and densely packed were they that even if Su Ming stood high in the sky, it was still difficult for him to see the end to them. He saw shamans riding on birds with giant wings, charging towards the city from the skies. Shamans like these covered the sky and earth, and they numbered to tens of thousands. There were also shamans who stood on long fishes shaped like swords. As they flew forward, their hair floated behind their heads and they brought with them an arrogance filled with a murderous aura. They too numbered to nearly 100,000. There were several thousands of shamans standing on gigantic ferocious beasts about thousands of feet in size that could fly in the sky. Their appearances were different, their clothes were different, but they were also filled with an endless amount of brutality towards the berserkers. There were also dozens of ferocious beasts about 100,000 feet in size roaring, as if they were the rulers of the skies. Every single time they moved forward, they would cause a tear in the air that would recover in the blink of an eye. And right at the end, Su Ming saw two of the shaman's sacred beasts. They were both about 100,000 feet in size. One of them was enveloped in flames and was a gigantic Kirin-like beast. There were flames in its eyes as it stared at Sky Mist City. A man with long, flaming red hair stood on its head. That man had his hands behind his back and simply allowed the wind to mess up his hair as he stared into the distance coldly. The other sacred beast was a scorpion that was just as large. That scorpion was entirely green and the area around it was also dyed in green. There was a shaman standing on its back as well, and it was an old woman. That was not all. There were a lot more shamans standing on the ground that numbered to more than 100,000. They rode on ferocious black beasts that bounded through the ground. The creatures looked like leopards but were thin as a stick. However, they did not give others a feeling that they were weak. They simply looked as if they were born that way. They charged, roaring, towards Sky Mist at high speed. Behind them, the earth trembled, and there was another type of beast on land that numbered to nearly 100,000, charging forward. Then behind them, Su Ming saw thousands of giants that were several thousands of feet tall. These giants only had one arm that grew out of their chest. They did not have heads, but on the palm attached to their arm was a single eye that sparkled brilliantly. There was not one but 7 to 8 shamans standing on them. There were many more shamans that did not possess any ferocious beasts behind those giants. However, their cries for murder shook the skies as they dashed and leaped towards Sky Mist City. And right at the end, Su Ming saw something that shocked him to the core. Another gigantic beast 100,000 feet in size. That creature did not fly but was sitting on the ground. Its face was that of a giant python and its cold eye sparkled. A young man sat on top of its head. That young man wore a long robe and had long hair. His face was like that of a woman's. He looked incredibly beautiful, but there was a ghastly smile on his lips. And even that wasn't all Su Ming saw. Right behind the 3 beasts that were 100,000 feet in size, as the endless amount of dark clouds tumbled about like a layer of black fog, he saw the mackerel pike that had once shocked him to the core. It used the sky as its sea and leaped onto the shore. Its gargantuan body was hidden within the sea of clouds, and its size could no longer be measured by feet, only by li. The thrum Su Ming and Wu Duo heard previously, the sound that was familiar to Su Ming, came from that mackerel pike. There was a woman on that fish. The woman's face could not be seen, but when the mackerel pike leaped out of the sky, her elegant figure could be seen through the sea of clouds. Su Ming was shocked by the battlefield right before his eyes. This was the first time he saw such a large-scale battle. This sort of shocking impact to his mind made him feel as if he was about to suffocate. After a long while, a glint appeared in his eyes and he took a step forward, turning into a long arc that charged towards Sky Mist City. He would join the battle. The fire ape followed right behind Su Ming. As it moved, the dozens of heads on its body started floating about, turning into an incredibly powerful murderous aura that surrounded the area, causing the ape to look as if it had just walked out of hell, making all those who saw it to be terrified. The man and ape charged towards Sky Mist City. As they got closer, sounds of battle reached their ears from afar and grew increasingly clearer. Su Ming's expression became grim. The shock brought from seeing and hearing the thousands upon thousands of people fighting and killing each other would either crush a person's mind and he'd succumb to terror, or bring about an agitation and hot-bloodedness that could not be controlled within that person. Su Ming belonged to the former and also the latter. He was afraid, but his will to fight surpassed his fear. He was not fighting for the berserkers in the land of South Morning, not for Sky Mist, much less for Freezing Sky Clan. He was fighting for the 9th summit, for the road to return home, for becoming stronger. He was fighting for himself. Su Ming got closer and the sounds of battle from beyond Sky Mist City fell into his ears clearly. He and the fire ape behind him had already arrived at Sky Mist City. Right before them was a winding staircase situated under the majestic city. That staircase was practically stuck to the city walls, allowing people to walk on them. There was a swarm of berserkers floating closely to each other in the air, protecting the city. Su Ming and the fire ape's arrival had long since attracted some of the attention from those in Sky Mist City, especially the ones fighting to protect the city in midair. They belonged to Sky Mist City. When they were not in battle, their duty was to ensure the city's safety. While a large number of them had already gone into the battlefield to fight, but those who had been switched out were still fulfilling their duties perfectly. When Su Ming got closer, some of those calm-looking guards who seemed to have already gotten used to war a long time ago turned their heads around to cast a glance at his approach. "Stop him and make sure you know which tribe he comes from. We're now at war. We cannot allow anyone invading our land from behind us," one of them, a person who clearly had higher authority, ordered coldly. The moment he spoke, 2 guards immediately wrapped their fists in their palms and voiced their obedience before turning into long arcs that charged towards Su Ming. "Stranger, stop and tell us your tribe." Once the 2 guards flew into the sky towards the part of Sky Mist City that was located beyond the wall, one of them spoke to the incoming Su Ming with an aloof tone. Su Ming also saw those 2 men. Right behind them was the majestic Sky Mist City. The sounds of battle were deafening and lingered in the air, refusing to disappear. When Su Ming was about several hundreds of feet away from the 2 men, He stopped and wrapped his fist in his palm in a salute to them. I am Su Ming, from Freezing Sky Clan. When the two guards heard Su Ming's words, they gave him a look, and the person who spoke previously let out a cold harumph. Ridiculous. Freezing Sky Clan arrived half a month ago. If you're really from Freezing Sky Clan, then why didn't you come with them? I was stalled by something on the way. That's why. Su Ming was about to explain himself, but was interrupted by the Sky Mist Guard who had first spoken previously. I don't need your explanations, and I don't care where you come from. Right now, the berserkers and shamans are at war. We will not allow strangers getting near the city. Leave quickly. Once this battle is over and you're really from Freezing Sky Clan, I will report your existence to the authorities and allow you into the city. The person who spoke was a man in his 40s. He wore a blue robe that was stained with blood. He looked rather exhausted, a clear sign that he had just returned from the battlefield. The other person was about the same age, and there was also exhaustion on his face. But his eyes shone with a freezing glint. That cold stare was not aimed at Su Ming but was born due to the battle. Su Ming fell silent, and his gaze moved to the land of the shamans located in the distance. Over there, the battle had reached a monstrous height. Even with the distance between them, Su Ming could see a berserker getting beheaded by a shaman. His head was lifted into the air, and the shaman howled as he rushed forward. There were also numerous casualties among the shamans on the battlefield. Yet those ferocious beasts would usually need several berserkers launching an attack on all fronts before they could be subdued. The roars from the beasts could be heard echoing on the gigantic battlefield. Su Ming wanted to join the fray. Only going through multiple encounters with death in this place that was the most suitable for him to train could he arrive at a breakthrough and move into the bone sacrifice realm from the awakening realm. However, he was late. He was a latecomer to this battle, and there was no one who could prove his identity. It would be impossible for him to join the battle now. Even if someone managed to recognize him, that someone had to be a powerful berserker belonging to the older generation within Freezing Sky Clan. If it was anyone else, their words would bear no weight, and they would not be able to bring a large effect during this period of war. Still not leaving? The man with the blood-soaked blue robe hissed darkly, killing intent rising in his eyes. Due to the two guards spending too much time talking to Su Ming, more people from Sky Mist City looked over. Su Ming sighed and took a few steps back. Yet right as he retreated, suddenly, a loud bang came from Sky Mist City's direction. That bang shook the sky and earth, and a large crack appeared in the air above Sky Mist City. That crack was not real but was caught in a state of being an illusion and a real entity as it continued shining. The instant that crack appeared, the expressions of the guards protecting Sky Mist City changed. At the same time, an old voice reverberated through Sky Mist City. That is the imagination spell cast by an N-split dawn. They can create a point of relocation connected to the land of the shamans. This spell cannot be broken, but even an N-split dawn would need half a year before he or she could cast it once. Once we win against the shamans who walk out of that crack, within half a year no other attacks like this would appear again. Brother Qi, my dear friend Ran, little brother Zhou, this is the reason why I kept the three of you here instead of letting you fight on the battlefield. As the old voice echoed in the air, instantly, 4 people stepped out of Sky Mist City. 3 among the 4 were white-haired old men. The other was a black-robed, middle-aged man. Once the 4 people walked out, immediately, an incredible pressure spread out from them. Almost the instant they walked out, rumbling sounds came from within the crack in the sky, and then, it was abruptly torn apart. As the crack was ripped open, a roar came from within, and an aquatic dragon about several tens of thousands of feet long pushed its head out and with one bound, rushed out of the crack. Right behind the aquatic dragon came laughter. 3 people flew out from within the crack. All 3 of these people looked identical. They were all thin as bones, and there were brilliantly colored pictures drawn on their bodies. Each of them held a bone cane in their hands, and the instant they flew out, a gust of black mist spread out. The moment the 3 people and the aquatic dragon appeared, the 4 people out of Sky Mist City closed in on them. Without even a word, as the rumbling sounds echoed in the air, they stood together. The weather changed. The wind and clouds tumbled backwards. Rumbling sounds shook the land all around them. And at the same time, dozens upon dozens of people shot out from the crack in the sky. All of them were shamans, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of shamans had appeared from within the crack. All the shamans that had rushed out possessed extraordinary power. Kill them! The guards in midair charged forward without any hesitation, immediately engaging in a battle to the death with the shamans who walked out of the crack. More people flew up from the ground of Sky Mist City and charged towards the smaller-scaled battlefield that was as devastating as the one beyond the wall. The sounds of battle filled the sky, and the sky and earth darkened as if the sun and moon had lost their light. The two guards who had previously prevented Su Ming from joining the fray could no longer be bothered with him, as their expressions changed and they moved back to charge towards that battlefield. That battle was happening in a spot less than 50,000 feet away from Su Ming. The level of devastation there was so great that even though the battle had just begun, shrill screams could already be heard. A lot of people had already exploded, and some of them were even torn from limb to limb. Some of these people were berserkers, some were shamans. This was not a direct conflict between two people. This was a battlefield. All of these people were not facing just one enemy but an innumerable amount of foes that filled the sky and earth. When you killed one person, you would have to be careful of the other's divine abilities, coming from non-berserkers charging towards you. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not continue retreating. Instead, as the fire ape bared its teeth and was about to rush out, he lifted his right hand and waved his arm towards the fire ape. Immediately, an incredibly hurt look flashed through its face, and it was put away into the bag. This was going to be a grueling battle. Su Ming was worried about letting the fire ape fight. Once the ape killed to a frenzy, it would descend into madness and it would definitely not be able to protect itself. When Su Ming put away the fire ape, he took a step towards the battlefield that was only 50,000 feet away from him. His body seemed to not have moved after he took that one step. He looked as if he was still making the action of taking a step, but in truth, his speed had already reached its peak. The guard whose robes were stained with blood, and who also happened to be the guard who had spoken to Su Ming among the two sent to block his path, had his 5 fingers lifted to seize the air before himself. 5 wisps of mist swirled behind his back and turned into a 5-colored spider that rammed into the shaman closing in on him. That shaman was also an extraordinary fighter. The moment he died, he also made the 5-colored spider explode. In fact, as his body let out thunderous rumbles signaling his death, he flicked out a fingernail that pierced through the guard's chest, causing blood to seep out of the corners of his lips and forcing him to retreat. Yet the moment he retreated, a battle axe suddenly appeared by his side. It belonged to a warrior in the shaman tribe. With a vicious laugh, the man swung his axe down. The guard's eyes were instantly lit with madness, and he looked as if he was about to self-destruct. The instant the thought of that, even if he died, he had to kill more people appeared in his head. The space beside him suddenly distorted and the youth from before suddenly showed up. As Su Ming appeared, green light flashed at the center of his brows. His divine general armor swiftly manifested on his body, and the moment the shaman swung his axe down, he thrust his sword forward. The guard was not the only one caught off guard by Su Ming's arrival. The shaman had found it hard to notice him too. Yet that shaman was clearly someone who was used to fighting. Without a hint of hesitation, he laughed viciously and swung the axe towards Su Ming instead. In the blink of an eye, that axe was already less than 1 foot away its target. Su Ming stood there calmly. The small virescent sword in his right hand shone brilliantly, and the moment the shaman's axe swung down on his head, Su Ming thrust the sword towards the center of the man's brows. To the eyes of those watching, it was clear that these two were fighting to see who was more vicious. As if the one who was more vicious would come out of this duel alive. If the man was the first to be afraid and dodge the attack, then while it would be troublesome that he wouldn't have managed to kill this person with his attack, it would still be better than dying. Yet if Su Ming became afraid and chose to avoid the attack, then he would immediately lose the initiative and the shaman would definitely attack him with a force that would be difficult for him to block. However, if the both of them did not move away, then they would surely die together. The guard behind Su Ming was momentarily stunned. He was already prepared to self-destruct, so he did not expect that the person he had just prevented to join the battle would suddenly appear right before him. With just one glance, the man even recognized the armor on Su Ming's body. It was the divine general armor. He hadn't managed to say anything before madness appeared in the shaman's eyes. He was completely unbothered by the small virescent sword charging to the center of his brows. With a bang, the axe fell on Su Ming's body. Boom! As the bang reverberated through the air, Su Ming flinched and staggered a few steps backwards. Blood trickled out of his mouth, but there was not a hint of injury on his body. His shoulder armor was cut by the axe, but there was only a crack on it, and even that was closing up rapidly. As for the shaman, he did not have a chance to see this. Madness still lingering on his face. A hole could be seen at the center of his brows. Blood poured out from that hole, but it wasn't what killed him. It was a knife that had suddenly come from behind him the instant he swung his axe down. The knife cut through his neck swiftly, causing his head to be severed by the person behind just as the center of his brows was pierced through. The small virescent sword pierced through the shaman's head and brushed past the person who had suddenly appeared behind him. A fine line of blood was left behind on his face. Su Ming knew the person who had appeared behind the shaman before. He was the other of the two guards who had previously prevented him from joining the battle. The middle-aged man's gaze was cold and his expression aloof. He was completely unbothered by the gash on his face. Instead, he cast Su Ming a glance and a smile appeared on his lips. That smile held a hint of ferociousness, but there was no ill will contained within. "Welcome to Sky Mist City." As he spoke, he threw the head in his hand towards Su Ming. Once Su Ming caught it, that person turned around, and with a flash he charged towards another shaman. "Keep their heads. That's an important proof for us when we're recording your war achievements." The voice of the guard Su Ming had just saved came from his side. The man looked rather touched as he smiled heartily. "Thank goodness I didn't have you leave the place yet, or else I'd have died here. My name is Xianxia. Welcome to Sky Mist City." The man let out a boisterous laugh and lifted his right hand. Su Ming too lifted his right hand, and once they gave each other a high five, they parted ways and charged into two different locations on the battlefield. With that high five, Su Ming felt a wave of tremors belonging to a life force traveling up his hand. Those tremors came from Xianxia and belonged to the battlefield filled with murder and carnage. As he turned around, red appeared in Su Ming's right eye. Black mist surrounded his body, covering his divine general armor in runes, allowing his defense to reach an incredibly powerful state. Su Ming's Han Mountain Bell also appeared under his divine general armor, albeit only in an indistinct form. With that bell, his defense could increase by another fold. Green light shone by his side. It was the small virescent sword, charging, swirling around him. As he moved forward, Su Ming ran into a male shaman. That shaman wore a sackcloth. His right hand was dark and there was a small red snake biting his hand as if it was injecting poison into his veins. His left arm was not black but swollen. There was a multicolored scorpion climbing his left hand, and it looked as if it also had its fangs buried deep in his skin. There was an enticing totem on the young man's face. Su Ming could not see it clearly, but there was a sort of brutality coming from it. Before he rushed at Su Ming, the young man had just killed a berserker. Once he retrieved the berserker's head, he rushed towards Su Ming with a vicious sneer. The two of them closed in on each other in the span of a breath. A flash of green appeared and charged towards the shaman's head, but the shaman let out a roar and lifted his right hand. The moment his hand touched the small sword, that person's right arm instantly exploded and turned into a large amount of black liquid that sprayed everywhere. When the small sword touched the black liquid, instantly there were sizzling sounds and it started swaying. At the same moment, when the black liquid fell on Su Ming's divine general armor, dents appeared on it as if the liquid was corroding it. At the very least, Su Ming's Han Mountain Bell could still block the poisonous liquid from touching him. The young man's right arm had originally disappeared, but the stump was wiggling around bizarrely, as if it was growing into an arm again. The man increased his speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on Su Ming. He opened his mouth and spat out a layer of poisonous fog. That poisonous fog turned into a ghost's face before it charged towards Su Ming. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He took a few steps backwards, and with a cold sneer he charged forward. He looked as if he was charging straight into the poisonous fog, but in truth, in the short distance he traveled when he took the few steps backward and charged forward again, with his incredible speed, he could stir up a huge gust of wind. That fog may be strange in a sense that a normal gust of wind couldn't blow it away, but the wind caused by Su Ming's intense speed straight up blew it away. Su Ming then shot through the fog and appeared right behind the young man. Using the instant his opponent was caught off guard, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pressed his palm on his head. His power in the later stage of the awakening realm surged into the young man's body. The swaying small virescent sword also charged through and stabbed the man's throat. At that instant, Su Ming tore the man's head away from his body. When the young man's headless corpse fell to the ground, Su Ming held his head in a hand with a pale face, but his eyes were freezing cold. His breathing had quickened slightly. All around him were the shouts of people crying out to kill each other. Shrill screams of pain reverberated in the air, never dying down. Right when Su Ming stopped moving, a flash of yellow light came from behind him. There was a diamond-shaped beast bone in that light, and it was incredibly sharp. Su Ming was still immersed in his first experience of this kind of a battlefield when a bone stabbed into his back, right above his heart. Even if he had the divine general armor blocking the attack, Su Ming still staggered a few steps forward. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He turned around swiftly and stared at the spot where the diamond-shaped beast bone came from. Over there, in the crowd where the two armies were slaughtering each other, were two shamans working together to attack an old berserker. One of the two was tall and the other short. Their cries of battle had fused with the sounds around them and could not be heard clearly. That old man's face was pale and his hair was stained with fresh blood. He was being forced backwards. That beast bone that had charged towards Su Ming was not actually aimed at him but was sent his way when the old man dodged it. Right at the top of this battlefield that contained less than 1,000 people was a mass of darkness that hid the color of the sky, and the booming sounds grew increasingly stronger. As the black fog tumbled about, Su Ming could see an aquatic dragon occasionally revealing its body and roaring relentlessly. Fighting against the aquatic dragon was a middle-aged man from among the 4 powerful berserkers that had stepped out of Sky Mist City previously. The other 3 people were fighting against 3 identical great shamans in the black fog. Their level of cultivation had already surpassed that of the bone sacrifice realm, and they were all already in the berserker soul realm. However, they were merely berserkers in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. The difference in power in each stage of the berserker soul realm was so big that it was similar to the power gap between 2 realms. Su Ming stared at the 2 shamans in the crowd, and a blood-red light shining with killing intent appeared in his eyes. He took 1 step forward, and in the span of a breath he disappeared. Almost the instant he disappeared, a shaman rammed his fist into the afterimage left behind by Su Ming when he left. That person was momentarily stunned after he threw that punch, but he did not have any chance to think any further. A berserker not too far in the distance had chosen to self-destruct. The waves caused by the explosion surged in all directions. When the waves crashed into that shaman, he was forced backwards and died, shot by an arrow that was flicked off in his direction from somewhere. Su Ming traveled so quickly that he shot through multiple people fighting against each other and appeared right behind the 2 shamans who were fighting against the old berserker. The faces of the 2 shamans were colored by madness. Their coordination was flawless, and there had been more than 10 berserkers who had died in their hands in this massacre. At that moment, the number of kills they had netted increased by 1. The shorter shaman moved, and passing through the old man's side, he took his head away with him. With the old man's head in his hand, the shorter shaman grinned and laughed out loud. But the moment his laughter begun, his companion, who had been smiling with him, suddenly widened his eyes, then rushed towards him, crying out loud. Right behind the shorter shaman was Su Ming, taking 1 step to reach behind his back. His eyes were blood-red, and the moment he appeared, green light flashed and shot through the shaman's back, right through his heart. The green light took a sharp turn back, then pierced through the center of that shaman's brows. That person had extraordinary power, but on the battlefield, while a person's level of cultivation could help them, it would not be able to aid them fully. Luck, resolution, caution, observation, and all the other factors were keys in determining whether a person would be able to survive. None of these could be missing. Once Su Ming killed the shorter shaman, a chilling glare grew in his eyes when the deceased's companion charged towards him with a roar. He Feng. The moment Su Ming opened his mouth, a dark shadow instantly appeared right behind the incoming shaman. That shadow devoured him like a giant mouth. Su Ming was not bothered by what would happen to the person next. With a single move, he charged in another direction. Once you control him, destroy his appearance and the totem symbolizing his identity as a shaman. After that, come with me. Once Su Ming left, his aloof command fell into He Feng's ears. In the air above Sky Mist City was the battlefield that contained the intense battle between nearly 1,000 people. As time passed by and the number of deaths increased, a mangled corpse fell from the sky. The area of battle should have become increasingly smaller, but that was not the case. Instead, the area became slightly larger because this was Sky Mist City. The number of berserkers here was so great that it was simply unimaginable. The battle in the sky was only a minuscule and insignificant part of the entire battlefield. Besides, the large amount of shamans dying had made their numbers to be unable to compare to the number of berserkers here, whose numbers had been increasing incessantly as more warriors joined the fray, since this battle was held right above their turf. That was why even though the number of shamans was dwindling, the area of this battlefield still increased slightly. However, the battle in the area was only a tiny portion of this small-scale battle. The main event was not held here, but in the black fog high above. At that moment, as booming sounds echoed in the air, four towering statues of the god of berserkers appeared within the black fog. The 4 statues belonged to the 4 powerful berserkers in the berserker soul realm. These statues did not seem to contain physical form and seemed like mere illusions, as if they would scatter away when wind blew against them and were just the products of imagination. Those in the berserker soul realm could gather up their power to form their own statue of the god of berserkers. This was the power that caused those in the berserker soul realm to be so powerful that those in the bone sacrifice realm could not hope to compare. In all their minds, only those within the berserker soul realm could hope to kill another in the same realm. The battle in the black fog had reached its climax, and the battle between the berserkers and shamans underneath the black fog had already almost reached its end as well. The shamans fell one after another, and the ferocious beasts they summoned, too, died in succession. Su Ming's robes had already been dyed red. Even if someone could tell that his robes were not originally colored red, they would still be able to sense a sort of bloodthirst and madness coming from them that would make their skins crawl. It would be especially so if they looked into Su Ming's eyes. The calmness in his left eye and the blood-red hue in his right eye, the dancing of his no longer black hair in the wind, the green light from his sword surrounding him, and also the bloodied and mangled puppet with the shabby clothes following behind him. All of these things turned him into a strange sight that caught everyone's attention in this small-scale battle. Because no matter where this person went to and no matter what sort of power the shaman had, all of them would die horrible deaths. Even if the shaman was already a medial shaman, this person would usually just need to lift his right hand and the bracelet on his wrist would turn into a swarm of black smoke that would surround the shaman, and from then, it would be difficult for the shaman to escape death. It was a presence that screamed of nigh invulnerability, a murderous aura that was formed after slaughtering too many people. A large amount of souls seemed to have gathered on the blood-soaked robe, causing whimpering cries to echo around Su Ming as he walked. On that day, many people took note of this person. Besides that nigh invulnerable presence he gave off, they also remembered him because whenever he appeared, he would usually save a life that belonged to a berserker. He seemed to be a person used to silence. Su Ming did not roar on the battlefield, neither did he laugh arrogantly. He kept his silence and kept on with his slaughter. At that moment, Su Ming appeared before a shaman, and when that shaman saw him, his expression instantly changed drastically. He quickly retreated because he had seen Su Ming attack 3 times, and each time one of his own would die, and among the 3 people who died, one of them was even a medial shaman who was equivalent to a berserker in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm. Yet that shaman had only managed to take 3 steps back when all the hairs on his body stood up. Su Ming appeared right behind him like a ghost. Then with one cold slash of his sword, he turned around. When he left, He Feng, who was behind him, laughed darkly and attacked the shaman. Su Ming rained down carnage as he walked through the battlefield. He had no idea how many people he had killed. His divine general armor had crumbled several times during the battle. Even with the runes defending him, it still happened regardless. He could no longer use the smoke to form the runes when his armor appeared once again. His defense might have weakened, but the murderous aura around him was etched onto all the minds of those within the battlefield, making him seem to have an invisible set of armor on his person. He had already swallowed down a lot of medicine, which was the sole reason why he could continue fighting, or else it would have been difficult for him to last on this battlefield where no one fought against another alone. Fortunately, Su Ming had prepared quite a lot of medicine. He appeared behind a shaman and rammed his body hard against his. Once he blew that already heavily injured shaman into smithereens. Su Ming, who was just about to leave, suddenly stopped moving. He slowly lifted his head and looked towards a person standing several thousands of feet away in the battlefield. That person looked to be his 30s and was half-naked. His entire body was dyed in blood and exuded a powerful and bold presence. It was a shaman. In his hands he held the body of a male berserker and had his teeth buried deep into his neck, as if he was sucking away the man's blood. It flowed down the body and dripped down the shaman's mouth. He was staring coldly at Su Ming, then lifted his head from the captured man's neck before tearing off his head from his body. He lifted the head high into the sky, causing the blood dripping down to fall into his own mouth. Su Ming knew that deceased berserker. He was Zhang Tianta's aloof companion, who also happened to be the first person to welcome Su Ming. Even when the man died, his eyes were still aloof and indifferent. Su Ming watched this sight, watched as the shaman pointed at him with a finger of his left hand, then licked his lips and moved his mouth as if saying something, but his words were drowned out by the sounds of battle all around them. Su Ming could not hear him. However, he could still tell what the male shaman wanted to do, because once he threw the head away, he suddenly walked towards him. He was not slow, and as he moved, he charged towards Su Ming while stirring up a huge and violent gust of wind. As he moved forward, a large amount of shadows manifested behind him. All of those shadows belonged to the berserkers he'd killed, and one of them was Zhang Tianta's companion. There were more than 20 of these shadows, and as they surrounded him, they looked as if they were ghosts that were accompanying this person as he charged towards Su Ming. Spirit medium. Su Ming's pupils shrank and he charged forward, bringing an even more powerful and violent gust of wind that blew in all directions as he rushed towards the man. The distance between these two continued diminishing, and after a moment, the instant they crashed into each other, they started fighting. As the man attacked, a large amount of vengeful spirits would charge forward. Some of these vengeful spirits belonged to berserkers, and some to the shamans. Su Ming was not the only one engaged in such a battle. Dozens of similar battles had begun on this battlefield because all the shamans that had survived up to this point were all spirit mediums. A spirit medium's battle prowess would be largely limited if he or she was placed in a place that did not have a large amount of dead people. However, when they were in a battlefield where a large amount of people had died, then spirit mediums would become incredibly powerful. This was a tactic unique only to spirit mediums. Booming sounds echoed on the battlefield. After a moment, as the people were all engaged in battle against each other, the black fog in the sky was blown open as if someone had just torn it apart, as if a pair of invisible hands had ripped it to shreds. The booming sounds reverberated in the sky, and then the aquatic dragon exploded. Letting out a shrill screech, it turned into a large amount of blood mist that carried the three identical old shamans away and back to the land of the shamans like a shield made of blood. Two of the four powerful berserkers from Sky Mist City were about to chase them down when the middle-aged man by their side lifted his hand and stopped them with a grim look on his face. "My fellow tribesmen, we cannot give chase. The shaman's goal might be to enter our land, but they would first need to destroy Sky Mist City and occupy it, or else even those old monsters belonging to the upper level of authority in the shaman tribe would have to hesitate. Also, there's something off about this. An End-Split Dawn can only cast a relocation spell like this once every half a year. Why were there only 3 End Shamans and 1 inferior sacred beast? From our plans and calculations along with some of the information we obtained, there is only 1 pair of End-Split Dawns in the shaman tribe. They only had a single chance like this. They should have sent much more firepower. We of Sky Mist City made detailed preparations for this. But now, the prey isn't here and we can't use it." The middle-aged man frowned. "Are you saying that they're intentionally baiting us to pursue them?" One of the 4 old monsters in the Berserker Soul Realm, who was a hunchbacked old man, asked in raspy voice. "About that. The middle-aged man was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed drastically. The other 3 old men beside him also experienced changes in their expressions, because at that moment on the gigantic battlefield outside Sky Mist City, as the sounds of battle were so great they seemed to have filled heaven and earth, in 5 different locations in the sky, the same crack that had appeared right in the sky above Sky Mist City just materialized. But that was not all. Right behind Sky Mist City, in the sky that belonged to the Berserkers, cracks also appeared, and this time it was not 1 but 2. These 2 gigantic cracks, along with the 5 cracks in the sky belonging to the shamans, started shining brilliantly at the same time. A dark look instantly appeared on the middle-aged man's face. With one move, he charged towards the area down below. "I'll leave the cracks in our land to the 3 of you." As the middle-aged man's voice echoed in the air, his body flashed several dozen times among the crowd fighting underneath. Each time his body shone, he would appear beside a spirit medium, and no matter what spell that spirit medium casted next, and no matter how strong their mystical ability was when that middle-aged man appeared, they would die from a jab of his finger right through the center of their brows. The middle-aged man traveled so quickly that, in the blink of an eye, he had already come to right beside Su Ming. Yet the moment he appeared, the shaman that had been fighting against Su Ming coughed out blood and was ripped from limb to limb. This was not due to the middle-aged man but Su Ming, who was putting down his right hand slowly after drawing the 1/ for berserker obliteration. Su Ming's face was pale and he breathed raggedly. Only he knew just how dangerous the battle had been. The middle-aged man gave Su Ming a look, nodded, then vanished. After a moment, when he reappeared in midair, all the spirit mediums in the battlefield had died. You, and you, the 7 of you, follow me. The rest of you go to the battlefield over there." The middle-aged man pointed towards the cracks that had appeared in the land of the berserkers far in the distance. As he pointed forward, the group of people instantly rushed out, and under the guidance of the 3 powerful berserkers in the berserker soul realm standing in the sky, they charged towards the 2 cracks. More people flew out from Sky Mist City and joined them. There were even 2 old men in white joining them. As they moved forward, the air underneath their feet trembled, and the statue of the god of berserkers manifested in the form of an illusion behind them. These 2 people were also berserkers in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. The 2 of them flew into the sky and exchanged greetings with the previous 3 berserkers in the form of wrapping their fists in their palms before all of them walked towards the cracks grimly. Su Ming did not move because he was among the 7 people the middle-aged man had chosen to stay. The middle-aged man's gaze swept through the 7 of them like lightning before stopping at Su Ming. "The 7 of you had the best performance in the battle just now. I've seen all of the others before, but you're rather unfamiliar. What is your name and from which tribe or clan did you come from?" Su Ming remained calm before the middle-aged berserker in the berserker soul realm and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards him. "I am Su Ming from Freezing Sky Clan." "Freezing Sky Clan?" The middle-aged man gave Su Ming another scrutinizing look. "The chances of the people from Freezing Sky Clan being here aren't high. They're all fighting outside the city in the land of the shamans," he said languidly, staring at Su Ming. His slow speech and stare instantly turned into an invisible wave of pressure that fell upon Su Ming's body. The other 6 people who were asked to stay and were all standing beside Su Ming were all soaked in blood. However, most of that blood belonged to the shamans. Among these 6 people, the eldest was about 60 with flecks of white mixed in black hair, and the youngest was around 30. Everyone's eyes were burning brightly. These 6 people had demonstrated that they were all outstanding fighters during the small-scale battle just now. They had killed an incredible amount of shamans and were all scattered in different locations of the battlefield, catching the attention of those in their respective areas. Their blood-soaked appearances were the best proof of just how much they loved fighting. Among these 6 people was a woman. She had 3 scars that looked like a claw mark on her face, making it seem as if her face had been torn apart, which also caused the scars to be even more prominent. She stood at the end of the line with an indifferent look, as if she did not want to get into too much contact with the others. "I had to leave halfway through because of something. Now I have come back," Su Ming said calmly, looking at the middle-aged man. The pressure brought by the other's berserker soul realm was incredibly great, but since Su Ming was being honest and hadn't done anything that would make him feel guilty, There was not a hint of emotion in his voice when he gave his reply. "How many shamans did you kill?" the middle-aged man asked languidly. Su Ming did not answer. Instead, he put his right hand into his bosom and brought out a storage bag. Once he did so, he waved his arm to the side, and instantly, dozens of heads flew out from within the bag. They floated in the air, and a gory atmosphere filled the place. Each of the heads had the expressions of the shamans before their death. "All right, even if you're a deserter from Freezing Sky Clan, you've proved your worth here. From now on, you are one of the berserkers of Sky Mist City." The middle-aged man's gaze landed on the head of the only spirit medium who had died before he could kill him among the large amount of heads, and he smiled towards Su Ming. "There are some among the 7 of you from Freezing Sky Clan, and some from Western Sea Clan. The rest of you are all warriors of Sky Mist City. Now, I don't care where you came from, the 7 of you will become my followers and guards. Come with me and we'll murder our way into the land of the shamans." The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the 7 people. When he spoke of Freezing Sky Clan, he had looked towards Su Ming, and when he spoke of Western Sea Clan, he had looked towards the woman whose face was ruined. "My name is Xianxia, and I am one of the great soul generals of Freezing Sky Clan. Until I die, follow me." As the middle-aged man spoke, the 5 cracks in the sky above the Sky Mist City located in the land of the shamans let out huge booming sounds. Dark light shone from within, and it looked as if it was about to open at any moment. It was the same for the 2 cracks located in the land of the berserkers. A large amount of berserkers were closing in on the cracks. "Come with me." Xianxia lifted his head and looked in the direction of the land of the shamans. With one move, distorted ripples immediately appeared under his feet. He charged towards the spot where he was looking. Behind him, the 7 people including Su Ming flew out almost simultaneously. The 7 of them followed behind Xianxia, and all of them turned into 8 long arcs that sliced through the sky and crossed over the majestic Sky Mist City. With Xianxia right in front, all the invisible barriers within Sky Mist City were lifted beforehand, allowing the crowd to arrive in the sky belonging to the shamans without stopping once. The instant they crossed over the majestic Sky Mist City, a gust of bloody wind wafted into their noses, as if the places within and beyond the city were 2 different worlds. This place belonged to the shamans, and that bloody wind had turned into an indescribable oppressive feeling that could make people's hearts race uncontrollably while also making their blood boil. It felt that if they did not react in this manner, they would not be able to withstand this oppressive feeling brought onto them. In the most straightforward manner, the sounds of battle turned into sounds of impact that fell into their ears. Compared to the others who were already used to the sound, this was the first time Su Ming had joined the battle in the land of the shamans. The shrill cries, furious roars, and that bloody stench made it difficult for him to calm down. "This is a game, Brother Su." Xianxia moved before them while Su Ming and the other 6 followed behind him. They leaped forward in the face of that oppressive pressure while having to smell that bloody stench in the air. To Su Ming's right was the young man who looked to be in his 30s. That young man's hair was messy, but his eyes were bright. There was even a hint of excitement within them. "This is a game where we see who is the winner in the end." The young man licked his lips and smiled at Su Ming. This was a battlefield that contained more than tens of thousands of people. The sky was filled with a large amount of people and beasts fighting against each other. There were shamans, berserkers, and ferocious beasts among them. The 8 of them crossing over the land of the shamans was nothing worthy of attention. "We'll rush to the 3rd crack. Your first mission is to catch up to me." Xianhua's voice came from before them, and he increased his speed. In the span of a breath, he was already 1,000 feet away from them. Su Ming and the other 6 charged after him, but when they were less than several thousands of feet into the battlefield, a huge gust of wind instantly came from before them. That wind came from about 100 ferocious beasts with huge wings. Shamans were standing on their backs. All of these shamans had totems on their faces that exuded a bizarre feeling as if blood was boiling in their veins. These shamans were mere ants to Xianxia. He did not even bother dodging. With one charge, he immediately caused dozens of these giant winged ferocious beasts to burst, booming sounds following after him. The shamans on them were also ripped to shreds. This lasted only for an instant. The seven could not even see how Xianxia attacked clearly. They could only see him breaking through without even slowing down, blood raining down around him. Yet Su Ming and the other six could not do this as easily as Xianxia did. A small portion of the ferocious beasts might have died, but there were dozens of them left. After splitting apart temporarily, they swiftly flocked together before rushing towards Su Ming and the other six. What I need are warriors who will keep following me. Xianxia did not turn his head back. Neither did he stop, but his voice still landed in their ears. Almost the instant his voice rang in their ears, sounds of battle rose thunderously in the air. The dozens of ferocious beasts charged towards them with roars filled with a murderous aura brimming with arrogance. A dozen of the shamans standing on them also leaped down, cracking sounds coming from their bodies. They instantly swelled up and their veins popped up, making it seem as if their blood was raging within them. Red appeared in Su Ming's right eye, almost the moment the shamans and those ferocious beasts came to stop them. He took a step and charged forward at a speed so fast it would be difficult to describe. In an instant he had already disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared he was already 2,000 feet away. When he appeared once again, blood flowed out of Su Ming's mouth. There were 5 shamans in the invisible path he had just dashed through. At that moment, their bodies exploded into smithereens. Their death was caused by Su Ming ramming his body into them under that high speed, while he himself was protected by his defenses. Su Ming did not stop. When he appeared, he charged once again towards Xianxia, who was rushing into the distance. Almost at the same moment he used that high speed to catch up to Xianxia. Only 3 of the 6 behind him used other methods to break free from being surrounded and attacked by that group of shamans. Once they broke free, they chased after Xianxia behind Su Ming. Yet before they could even take 10 breaths, when Xianxia once again broke free of the group of shamans flanking him, another one of their group of 4 did not manage to break free from the shamans and chase after Xianxia. At that moment, only Su Ming, the woman whose face was ruined, and another middle-aged man who looked rather plain when he was among them remained behind Xianxia. Their breathing had become ragged as they charged forward. Clearly, following him in this manner was not an easy task for them. By that time, Xianxia had already rushed into the center of the battlefield. Not too far from him was the 3rd crack. Currently, that crack was expanding non-stop and a large amount of shadows could be seen flashing within. There were faint and muffled roars as well. If there had been no obstacles between them and the crack, Su Ming and the rest would have arrived much sooner. But that was not the reality of the situation. 4 ferocious creatures about 1,000 feet in size were charging rapidly towards them from the direction of the crack. A glint appeared in Xianhua's eyes. With one step, he disappeared from in front of one of these creatures, and when he reappeared, he was already behind it. That ferocious beast froze for a moment, and then its body started rapidly withering away. The shaman standing on it was also taken aback for a moment before his eyes lost their lively spark and he fell to the ground. Su Ming's pupils shrank. On the way here, he had seen Xianxia attack several times, but each time, he would use a method that made it hard for Su Ming to discern clearly what he did. Besides the word bizarre, it would be difficult to find any other word to describe what he saw. With one flash, Xianxia became increasingly closer to the crack. As for Su Ming and the other 2 behind him, they would have to face the other 3 ferocious beasts that were 1,000 feet tall, along with the shamans standing on them. A determined look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The moment he closed in on the incoming ferocious beast, Hefeng, who had already discarded the puppet's body and had turned into a dark shadow once again, rushed out before him. At the same time, Su Ming lifted his right hand and casted Berserker Obliteration. His speed reached its peak, and the bracelet on his right wrist turned into a bundle of black smoke that charged in the direction before him. Roaring sounds filled the sky, and after a moment, when Su Ming went past the ferocious beast, he coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. His chest plate shattered. There was a black wooden spike that was blocked by Han Mountain Bell, but the tremors coming from that wooden spike were still enough to injure Su Ming. Half of the creature's body had crumbled. Blood spattered into the air. There was a shadow at its wound that was absorbing its blood madly, while also trying to expand itself to envelop the creature within. But since the beast was too big, it was difficult for that shadow to do so. The shaman standing on the ferocious beast had already leaped into the air, but there was shock on his face. A woman's figure formed by black smoke had gathered before him and was twirling around him. The moment that smoke turned into a vortex, the shaman casted a spell and immediately disappeared, as if he had just run away. The woman formed by the black smoke did not chase after him but simply fell backwards and changed back into the bracelet on Su Ming's wrist. Su Ming did not bother about Yifeng, but instead took a step forward and charged towards Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia was standing underneath the crack with his head lifted to look at the continuously expanding giant crack. His face was grim, and he looked as if he was waiting for something. Su Ming charged towards him, and after a moment he arrived behind Xianxia. He too stopped underneath the crack, and his ragged breathing only calmed down after a long moment went by. Just as Su Ming was calming his breathing, wind whistled by his ears, and the Western Sea clan woman, whose face was ruined, charged towards them swiftly. Once she stopped, she coughed out a large amount of blood. There were many wounds on her body, and her abdomen was a bloody mess, but she remained cold and aloof. As she stood there, she lowered her head and brought out some medicinal salve to spread over her wounds. "Only the two of you came? Then so be it, you two will be my guards. Earn me the time it takes to burn an incense stick," Xianxia suddenly said and turned around to cast a glance at Su Ming and the woman before sitting down in midair. He even closed his eyes. A light crease appeared between the woman's brows, but she said nothing. She simply surveyed her surroundings cautiously. Su Ming was occupied by his own thoughts. He had no time to think about what the woman did to arrive behind him, because when he lifted his head to look at the flashing crack in the sky before turning to look into the distance, his pupils shrank. There were powerful berserkers like Xianxia underneath the 5 cracks in the land of the shamans. They would either be staring at them or meditating underneath, completely ignoring the battles going on around them. They looked as if they were waiting for something. Some of them also had guards like Su Ming around them, but there were also some who were alone. There were still a large amount of shamans in the sky. The battles and slaughter on the ground continued without stopping. The people from both sides had already descended into a state of frenzy. There were also a continuous number of berserkers who were rushing out from Sky Mist City to join the fray. As time passed by and the 5 cracks in the sky belonging to the shamans grew larger, while looking as if they were about to rip open at any moment, roars could be heard coming from behind. It was as if there were millions of shamans and an endless number of ferocious beasts waiting inside the crack. The moment the crack opened up, they would all rush out. "No one's coming here." Su Ming frowned. He just noticed this. Ever since Xianxia came here along with Su Ming and the woman, no shaman got close to them. Most of them only circled around the area, as if they could not see the 3 of them. This was not the only place where a sight like this occurred. The same thing was happening underneath all the 5 cracks. Could it be? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from Sky Mist City. That whistle sounded like something piercing through the air. The entire Sky Mist City looked as if it was trembling. The instant Su Ming turned his head around to look, he saw 9 pillars that looked like crystals crawling out from within Sky Mist City and stretching out towards the sky. The pillars were about several hundreds of feet in breadth. Once they shot out of the ground in Sky Mist City, they immediately started shining with a strong light. When they did so, the sun in the sky looked as if it had become duller because of them. Soon after, the lights from the 9 huge crystal pillars started spreading, and once they fused together, a light beam that stole Su Ming's breath shot towards one of the cracks. The light beam was about 1,000 feet in breadth, and it shot out of Sky Mist City so quickly that Su Ming felt his skin crawl. It looked like a long arc that pierced through the sky, and it was so loud that he could only hear roars in his ears, which eventually became so loud that they turned into static. Almost in an instant, the first crack that was about several tens of thousands of feet away from Sky Mist City was pierced through by the light beam. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a sea of fire filled with waves that started spreading rapidly in all directions. The first crack shuddered viciously and turned into numerous shards that scattered away. The shards were very thin and looked like mirrors. That was clearly not a crack, but a fake one that was created by the shamans with some unknown method. It looked real and must have also felt real, but in truth it was fake. Of the 5 cracks, the first one is fake. The shaman's goal is to weaken Sky Mist City's power, such as forcing them to use this unbelievably powerful light beam. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath and looked at the shattered fake between Sky Mist City and the first light beam. There was a tear in the air over there now, and wherever the light beam went to, all the living things that tried to stop it were destroyed. Even a berserker in the Berserker Soul Realm would find it difficult to survive under this power. Sky Mist City. Su Ming stared at the majestic city and understood why that city could defend the land of South Morning, preventing the shamans from setting even 1 foot into their land. That city was not just shrouded in mystery, it also contained a strength that could stun the shamans. While Su Ming was still in shock due to the light beam, suddenly, the 9 gigantic crystal pillars from Sky Mist City shone once again and the second light beam shot out. The world seemed to tremble and a tear appeared in the air. The second light beam sliced through the air and stirred up a loud bang that spread throughout the entire battlefield, causing all the people to lift their heads and look at it, unable to help themselves. At that moment, the light beam crashed into the second crack. It trembled and shattered into the thin shards again. The second crack was also fake. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the third crack above him. The crack was expanding rapidly and the light within was flashing even more frequently. It was as if the people within were waiting anxiously, like they could not wait to rush out. At that moment, the 9 crystal pillars from Sky Mist City shone once again. The third light beam charged out with a force that shook the world once more. It did not ram into the third crack where Su Ming was, but instead fell onto the fourth crack, causing it to turn into countless shards. This time, Su Ming could clearly feel that the light beam's strength had dwindled slightly, as if it did not have enough power. The killings on the battlefield clearly stopped for a moment when the light beam charged out for the third time. Looks of shock and terror appeared on all the shamans' faces, but in contrast, while most of the berserkers were also shocked, they also felt their blood boiling as if they had been pumped full of life force. Suddenly, the fourth light beam charged out from Sky Mist City. This light beam was clearly much weaker than before and was not as shocking as the previous ones. The fifth crack also shattered into pieces the instant the light beam rammed into it, yet even so, if the crack had been real, there was a high chance that the light beam would not have been able to destroy it completely. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly and stared at the crack above his head. Almost the moment he did so, the powerful berserkers around who had been staying underneath those fake cracks charged towards them. Clearly, they also believed that this crack was the real deal. In an instant, the 9 crystal pillars from Sky Mist City seemed to have gathered their last charge and fired the fifth light beam. That light beam seemed like the last radiance of the setting sun. It might seem incredibly grand, but anyone with eyes could see that this was the light beam's last ounce of strength. As the light beam charged forth, it brought with it a piercing glare that shot above Su Ming before it fell on the third crack. At that moment, Xianxia opened his eyes. But what happened next stunned Su Ming, because the instant the light beam rammed into the third crack, it also turned into a large amount of thin shards that disappeared into thin air. They're all fake. The shaman's goal is to weaken the strength of Sky Mist City's crystal pillars, because this power is a threat to the end shamans. Su Ming mumbled. At that moment, a long string of laughter echoed from the world in the distance. Distortions formed in the sky belonging to the shamans 100,000 feet away, and 3 people walked out. Their bodies could not be seen clearly, but when they walked out, an incredible pressure filled the entire battlefield with a loud rumble. The 3 people took 1 step forward and charged into the fray. At the same time, the 2 100,000 feet sacred beasts that had previously remained in a set area, not getting closer to the battlefield, let out loud roars before charging towards Sky Mist City. It was as if the power that prevented them from getting closer was gone. The 2 shamans, who were clearly powerful warriors standing on top of the 100,000 feet sacred beasts, curled their lips in cold sneers. The advantage seemed to have fallen into the shaman's side. The powerful light beam that terrified them was temporarily gone, causing the 3 shamans who walked out to dash forward at an incredible speed. The 2 100,000 feet sacred beasts behind them also closed in easily, like how a hot knife cuts through butter. Yet things did not end the way they wanted. Almost the moment these 3 people appeared and charged forward with the 2 100,000 feet sacred beasts rushed following suit and entered an area 100,000 feet away from Sky Mist City. Suddenly, The 9 crystal pillars that had already become duller shone with a piercing bright light. The strength of that glare was even stronger than the first light beam Su Ming had seen. With one flash of light, the entire world instantly darkened. The sun's light could not hope to compare with the 9 crystal pillars. It was as if at that moment, the crystal pillars had absorbed all the light from the world around them. And then, 2 light beams that shocked Su Ming to the core shot out. Both of these light beams were several thousands of feet in breadth. They whistled through the air with a shocking screech, causing the air to instantly shatter. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming saw something unforgettable. He saw the 2 light beams crashing into the 2 100,000 feet sacred beasts that were already only 100,000 feet away from Sky Mist City. They did not even have time to dodge. When the light beams crashed into them, the 2 sacred beasts along with the powerful shamans standing on them were instantly eviscerated by the power contained within them. Deafening, shrill cries came from the 2 sacred beasts, and their bodies instantly exploded. The entire battlefield instantly fell into dead silence. The 3 powerful shamans who had walked out and were leading the charge froze in their footsteps as if they were stunned into silence, frozen in place. We also know how to set up a hoax. At that moment, Xianxia stood up by Su Ming's side. Right then, an old voice shot out with a mighty power from within Sky Mist City moment. All warriors, hear me. Rush at the shamans and push them back until they're 30,000 feet away. Dong! 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 The beating of war drums roared in the air from all around, causing all the berserkers on the battlefield to instantly go mad. Kill them! As the 2 10,000 feet sacred beasts died horrible deaths and the 3 powerful shamans who walked out froze in their footsteps, all the berserkers in the land of the shamans beyond Sky Mist City began their assault while the sounds of the war drums filling the air. At the same time, light surrounded the 9 gigantic crystal pillars in Sky Mist City, and the entire Sky Mist City trembled once again. It was followed soon after by a gigantic stone monument that was 100,000 feet tall and 10,000 feet wide shooting out from the ground. Its height surpassed the 9 crystal pillars. It stood erect in Sky Mist City, and an ancient feeling spread out when the stone monument appeared. There were names carved onto the stone monument, and stated right behind those names were the person's tribe or clan. This stone monument was the achievement monument that recorded all the kills of the berserkers in the land of South Morning. As it appeared, the sounds of battle from the berserkers on the battlefield became even louder. The ranks on the achievement monument would not constantly change. Berserkers would have to return to the city with their proof after the battle. Then recorders would count the points and insert them into the board. All those whose names would be recorded on the stone monument would turn into the center of attention of all the berserkers. It was a glory that belonged to the berserkers, a glory that belonged to the person, his tribe, and his clan. That stone monument only showed the top 300 warriors. Those who were not in the top would not be placed. Right then, the person at first place was someone named He Luo. This person was not from Freezing Sky, neither was he from Western Sea. He came instead from a tribe called Luo Shui. He had already racked up nearly 3,000 achievement points under his name. The accumulation of battle achievement points was not an increase of 1 point every single time a person killed another shaman. Instead, the achievement points were distributed based on the status of the shaman they killed and the shaman's level of cultivation. Once a specialist from Sky Mist City calculated the points, they would gain their achievements. Those within the top 10 already had nearly 2,000 achievement points under their belts. The difference in points between them was not great. As for those who were after the top 80, they all had less than 1,000 points under their name, but even the one placed last had about several hundreds of points. This was clearly an accumulation of points after the few battles that must have happened previously. It was only natural that the earlier someone joined a battle, the more points he would gather. Su Ming came to Sky Mist City late and did not report his battle achievements. That was why his name could not be found in the ranks. The moment the stone monument appeared, the 3 powerful shamans who walked out became grim where they stood in midair. They were not end shamans, merely ladder shamans, but they were all considered outstanding among the other ladder shamans. Their level of cultivation was equivalent to those in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. The power of the 3 identical shamans who had walked out of the crack in the land of the Berserkers previously could not hope to compare to them. Those three identical shamans were also not end shamans but people who had just become ladder shamans. As a dark look settled on the trio's faces, the few powerful berserkers who had been under the cracks rushed over. But that was not all. From one of their sides, frozen ice sky was letting out a threatening and freezing air. The tip of the sword moved and pointed at the three people. At the same time, on the other side, the gigantic mirror from Western Sea Clan shone brilliantly, as if it was also channeling the power of a mystical ability. Half of the 18 giant statues under Sky Mist City had also come to life and were taking large, rumbling steps in the battlefield. By the orders of the Great Patriarch, even our third attack on the city was just a test, but the goal was different from the previous two times. This time, we were testing whether we could widen the cracks made by the end-split dawns, and we were also using this to deplete the power of Sky Mist City's divine crystal beam. By the looks of it, the berserkers have clearly seen through the Great Patriarch's plans, but they still haven't sent out any berserkers in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, just some of those in the initial stage. They are here to fight the three of us. Did Sky Mist City send them here to gauge the strength of the shamans over the past few years through the three of us? That ancient mirror from Western Sea Clan is detestable indeed. With it around, all the divine abilities we cast will be recorded and the berserkers will use it to gain information. As for Freezing Sky Clan's Frozen Ice Sky, well, the sword shouldn't be using its full power when it's dealing with the three of us. Humph, the berserkers are really good at casting baits. They did it previously too. By the looks of it, they're thinking of using the three of us as bait to lure out our end shamans. The three powerful shamans looked at each other, and two of them took a step forward. Ripples formed in the air under their feet and muffled booms spread out. Green fog instantly appeared around them. The fog spread out abruptly and flowed in all directions. In an instant, it had already covered the entire area. Soon after, the final one of the trio sat down cross-legged and lifted his hands before bringing them downwards to press against the ground through the air. Ripples started spreading on the ground and shrill roars rang out. A large amount of blood from the deceased spilled forth abruptly. Almost the instant these three people activated their divine abilities, the four powerful berserkers who were charging forth from underneath the disappeared cracks rushed into the fog. Muffled booms continuously rang inside. The giant mirror from Western Sea Clan tilted as it continued shining, causing the surface of the mirror to be turned right at the fog. Once Freezing Sky Clan's Frozen Ice Sky pointed its tip at the fog, a white glare appeared at the sword's hilt and swam through the weapon's entire body before gathering at the tip. And then, it fired out a sword beam. The moment that sword beam appeared, the world turned freezing cold. That beam of light seemed to possess intelligence and charged straight into the fog. Once it went in, it started fighting against the three shamans with the four powerful berserkers. The battle on the ground resumed once again under the green fog. Over at Su Ming's side, a glint appeared in Shan Hua's eyes, and he turned around to cast a look at Su Ming and the woman with the ruined appearance before nodding at them. Then with a single move, he charged towards the fog in the sky. The two of you have passed my test. I will grant both of you the title of Sky Mist's Night Warrior. The moment Shan Hua left, his voice appeared and fell into Su Ming and the woman's ears. Two black plates flew out from him towards the two of them. Su Ming lifted his right hand and caught that plate. It looked really ordinary and was colored entirely black. It was so black that it looked like a dark night that had no stars shining in the sky. 7 people followed him, but 5 died. Su Ming sighed and looked at the plate in his hands. He did not feel much about this, neither did he know the meaning behind it. He had originally wanted to be a bystander and witness this battle between the shamans and the berserkers. Even if he was going to join in, he would fight for his own cause. Now, even though this was just his first battle, he already had a feeling that it would not be easy to do what he had originally had in mind. Perhaps there would be many times where he would have to do things in spite of his own will. I suggest that you hang that plate on your waist where it will stand out. As Su Ming was sighing, the Western Sea Clan woman's voice reached his ears. The woman was looking at Su Ming indifferently, and she had already hung her plate on an attire on her robes. This is Sky Mist City's battle plate. They are divided into 4 levels: sun, moon, star, and night. If you have the night plate, then it means you now belong to Sky Mist City, and with it, even your clan won't be allowed to interfere with your actions or punish you for it. Everything about you belongs to Sky Mist City, and before the battle ends, only Sky Mist City can give you commands, the woman stated coldly. There are plenty of people in this battlefield who want to obtain one of Sky Mist City's battle plates but cannot get it because the battle plates can only be given by Sky Mist City's berserkers in the Berserker Soul Realm. We did not do much, but we still obtained this because Senior Shan had seen all that we had done previously. But there are plenty of others who had done a whole lot more than us and still died or did not obtain this battle plate because no one noticed them. Are you still not satisfied with it? The woman no longer looking at Su Ming, choosing to charge into the battlefield ahead instead. Su Ming fell silent and looked at the plate in his hands. In the end, he did not choose to hang in on himself, but instead put it away into his bosom. He turned around and charged into the endless battlefield on the land of the shamans in a direction opposite to the one chosen by the woman earlier. Every inch of this place was filled with battles. The shamans and berserkers were fighting each other and would not stop until they died. The roars and screams of pain crisscrossed with the sounds of flesh being torn and bodies exploding, turning into a buzzing noise in Su Ming's ears. Besides the powerful warriors fighting within the fog in the sky, all the other people on the battlefield were insignificant. They were only a small part in this war. Su Ming did not know how long this battle was going to last. He could only rush out and start killing all the shamans he could see. This was a completely different feeling compared to the battle in Sky Mist City. Compared to this battlefield, the battle over there was way too small. Over here, Su Ming could not see the end. All he could see were his fellow berserkers and the endless army of shamans. Kill them. His only choice was to kill them. Su Ming held the small virescent sword in his right hand, and as he charged forward, he brought about blood and carnage around him. Kill them. He must kill them. As he waved his arm, black smoke surrounded his body, and if anyone that could pose as a threat to Su Ming appeared, it would automatically fly out and turn into the woman. She would form behind that shaman, and then she would either kill them or force them away. To survive, to continue living so that he could let his own insignificant self on the battlefield see another sunset, he would need to kill. If he did not kill, then he could only die. This war zone was like a powerful force of will imposed upon them, one that they could not oppose, and under that will, they must kill or they would die. Unless one pretended to be a corpse by covering his face with blood. If they did that, then perhaps they could use another way to survive. As Su Ming moved forward, he saw some people using this method to survive. Some of them were shamans and some of them berserkers. However, this was not a good plan because collecting heads was necessary for everyone to gather war achievement points. If they had a complete body, there was almost certainly always someone who would conveniently behead them. Kill! Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot and his entire body was soaked in blood. With a roar, all his chi started circulating in him. With a punch, he blasted a shaman's chest open. The bell in his body rang and blocked the counter his enemy threw at him before he died. But Su Ming still coughed out blood. However, even as blood spilled from his lips, he still ran forth at full speed towards another person. Fatigue. Su Ming had no idea how much time had passed because the green fog was still covering the sky. That fog was tumbling about in the air and booming sounds could still be heard coming from inside it. The sounds of battle around Su Ming had fused together with pain screams and all sorts of other sounds, turning into a note that it felt would never change. As it rang in the air, everything repeated itself and repeated and repeated. It was as if Su Ming's insignificant self was repeating only one action in the battlefield: kill, kill, and kill again. Gradually, that fatigue grew deeper and his mind started to fall into a daze. And distractedness would usually end with the person getting into a life and death situation. If they died, then they would fall into eternal slumber, but if they lived, then they would receive a boost of adrenaline that would grant them a temporary burst of energy. However, that energy was the result of drawing out the strength of whatever remained of their life force. After that temporary burst of energy, the person would sink once again, this time into an even deeper state of fatigue and absent-mindedness. How many people would be able to escape from death brought on by their own lack of concentration? Perhaps they could do it once, maybe twice, but 3 times? 4? An infinite amount of times. This wasn't a battle where people were just surrounded by shamans. They were waging war against themselves as well. The killings continued without stopping. Blood continued collecting on the ground. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the land of the shamans beyond Sky Mist City was filled with rivers of blood. The splashing of crimson droplets on them were like numerous pairs of aloof eyes cruelly watching everything that was unfolding before them. He Feng had already returned to Su Ming's side. He did not do this by himself. Instead, when Su Ming let out a sharp shout, he stirred up the wings of the moon, who could sense him, thus forcing He Feng to return to his side. When he returned to Su Ming's side, he was occupying the gigantic ferocious beast's body from before. However, there was only half of that creature remaining. Strangely enough, it was still alive. The battle continued. Su Ming had no idea just how many shamans he had killed and did not know how many wounds he had sustained. Neither did he know just how many times his divine general armor had crumbled. In fact, even Han Mountain Bell had been forced back into his body numerous times after blocking many divine abilities, and his body was now injured. It was especially so for his chest. There was a hole there that was almost fatal, nearly piercing through him. That wound came to be when a long spear sliced through the air and struck Su Ming the moment the woman of black smoke, his eldest senior brother, had given him flew out and blocked another attack aimed at him. This was a battlefield. There were too many uncontrollable factors here, too many enemies. This was not a duel where one person would face a single opponent by himself. As the war continued, Su Ming moved through the battlefield. He had no idea where he was. He had simply seen a familiar head flying into the sky when a shaman beheaded the person. He did not know his name, but he had seen that person before. He was a disciple from Freezing Sky Clan. That head fell right before Su Ming. The person's face held a hint of confusion, but also a hint of release, as if he could finally close his eyes and rest in the midst of all his fatigue. Su Ming looked at that head and lifted his right hand swiftly to push behind him. Booming sounds and whistles came. The sounds belonged to a shaman behind that was suddenly sent tumbling backwards, and that whistle was from Su Ming's small virescent sword chasing the shaman down and piercing through him. Su Ming unclenched his left hand and ashes fell from his palm into the air. That was what remained of a stone coin. He had already swallowed a large amount of medicine, which was the only reason why he could continue fighting. He had also spent a large amount of stone coins, allowing himself to constantly spread his divine sense around the area, which largely increased his chances of survival while also allowing his small virescent sword to stay sharp. In this battlefield, all divine abilities paled in comparison to the swiftness and ease brought by cleanly executed kills. Su Ming would occasionally travel quickly, and sometimes slowly. When he attacked, his killing intent would spill forth. If he killed his enemy, all was well, but he also gradually learned not to linger around in a fight. If he did not manage to kill, he would immediately retreat and head off in another direction. Su Ming, as he continued in his slaughter listlessly, cutting down another shaman. His face turned pale and a wound so deep it revealed his bone appeared on his thigh. At that moment, a strange voice called out to him. When he turned around, Su Ming's mind was still in a slight daze. But even though his head was muddled, he still spread his divine sense on a natural instinct to protect himself. He saw a man who had just beheaded a shaman watching him. Su Ming had seen him before. He was a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan. That man's eyes were also bloodshot and he was exhausted. He gave a nod at Su Ming before quickly leaving the place. This feels like a dream. Su Ming turned around. He continued moving forward, continued killing, continued sinking into deeper exhaustion. The sounds of battle ringing by his ears seemed to have become eternal, continuously echoing in the air. He saw shamans with different types of ferocious beasts. He also saw some people wearing masks. Those people were the same as Su Ming. They were shooting through the battlefield, and wherever they went it would rain blood. All the shamans who wore masks exuded an incredibly powerful murderous aura. A normal berserker could not hope to match up to them. In his days, Su Ming saw some berserkers who could fight against these masked shamans. They also wore masks. However, the masks these berserkers wore were black and were completely different from the white masks the shamans wore. Su Ming continued with his slaughter as he moved forward in a daze. The nearly fatal wound on his chest was left behind by a long spear thrown by a masked shaman. There was a cross-shaped crack on the person's mask. Once he threw the long spear out, he cast a cold look at Su Ming from the distance, then turned around and left. Su Ming saw all of these things, but he was in a state of absent-mindedness brought on by exhaustion. With the sounds of battle echoing in his ears indistinctly, Su Ming took a step forward and appeared before a shaman in his early adulthood. This was a shaman who still looked rather young and had face covered in blood. He let out a loud roar and charged forward. When Su Ming walked by his side, he took the shaman's head. Blood spewed out from the body and he dashed forward a few steps more before falling down. Su Ming walked past him numbly and arrived beside another shaman. When he walked by him, the man's head was already in his grasp. But the moment his head was removed from his body, he chose to self-destruct. The booming in the force created by the explosion caused blood to flow down Su Ming's lips, but he did not stop. He simply continued onward. He walked and continued walking. After shattering and regrouping multiple times, Su Ming's divine general armor seemed to have also been affected by his fatigue. Its speed when it recovered started slowing down. Han Mountain Bell also started ringing after being attacked by all the scattered divine abilities that were not aimed at him. He Feng was also gone, separated from him by the crowd. His current body, which was that of a shaman beast, would also cause misunderstandings among the berserkers who had already fought till they were in a frenzy. Su Ming already had no idea where he had gone to. If this continued, while Su Ming might be able to survive, there was a higher chance that he would walk straight into his death in his absent-minded state. This lasted till Su Ming saw a very familiar face standing in a crowd that was being flanked by dozens of shamans far in the distance. That face was stained with blood and filled with resolution as he continued fighting madly. This person's appearance made Su Ming snap out of his daze for a brief moment. He just saw with his own eyes a shaman, who was fighting against the familiar person, coughing out a mouthful of black blood at the cost of his own life while heavily injured. Clearly, that blood contained a destructive power that would certainly penetrate through the familiar person's face and skull if the blood touched him. Su Ming's pupils shrank. His entire being seemed to have woken up from a dream at that moment, and he swiftly recovered from his daze. The sounds of battle by his ears immediately became clear as day from its previous indistinct state, and the world before him turned unclouded and complete from its previous muddled state. Che, Su Ming mumbled. He did not hesitate. The moment he woke up, he took a huge step forward. With that one step, the sounds of battle by his ears disappeared, replaced by a piercing sound of him blasting through the air. With a speed so quick it was difficult to describe, he swiftly charged forward. Before the shaman's blood fell on Che's face, Su Ming had already cut through several thousands of feet and appeared right before him. The violent gust of wind that stirred up because of him almost instantly blew away the black blood. As for the heavily injured shaman, he did not even have time to check what had happened before he felt a force, like a city wall, crashing onto him. He tumbled backwards and his body shattered due to the powerful gust of wind. "Uncle Master!" Che's voice appeared in Su Ming's ears. He staggered but continued fighting. After activating that extreme speed so many times, Su Ming's body had reached its limit and he sunk into deep exhaustion once more. Yet he continued moving and activated that extreme speed again so that he could attack swiftly. With Su Ming's help, the person who was flanked by the dozens of shamans started fighting back viciously, and as he fought, he continued retreating. After a moment, when most of the shamans surrounding them were either dead or wounded, they broke free of the encirclement. Up to this point, Su Ming had already coughed out blood multiple times. When he staggered, Che caught him. The rest of the berserkers were also covered in injuries. In the midst of their fatigue, they quickly surrounded Che and Su Ming to protect them inside. Then, keeping a cautious eye on their surroundings, they retreated backwards. Che's voice sounded far away in Su Ming's ears. He looked at the worried Che and closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them. Then he gave him a nod. Che, he's your Uncle Master? He's so quick. That gust he stirred up when he used that speed was as powerful as a divine ability. Che, what's your Uncle Master's name? The berserkers who were protecting Che and Su Ming in their circle asked many questions while retreating. I'm Su Ming. Su Ming took in a deep breath and no longer required Ziche to support him. He brought out some medicine, and once he swallowed it, he started retreating with the dozen or so other berserkers. We don't even know whether we'll be able to survive through this battle, so let's not bother about status anymore. Brother Su, you seem a little out of sorts. Did you join this battle as a lone shaman hunter? The dozen berserkers were very coordinated when they retreated. The group surrounding Su Ming remained entirely focused. As they withdrew, they fought against the shamans who closed in on them. Moments later, they would quickly change places with their companions in the inner circle so that they could rest. Oh well, don't go searching for your own team now. Come with us. If you go alone on this gigantic battlefield, you might fall into a continuous state of absent-mindedness. A middle-aged man who was also soaked in blood spoke to Su Ming while panting harshly after he withdrew from the outer circle. This person had extraordinary power and was already in the bone sacrifice realm. Uncle Master, he's Yen Bo, the leader of our team, Ziche quickly explained beside him. Once he saw Su Ming, he naturally reverted to how he acted before and started following behind Su Ming while surveying his surroundings cautiously. You have extraordinary power and your speed is choking. How about this? Rest in there first. We will continue changing our shifts, and once you've recovered slightly, you can join us. The middle-aged man quickly said, and once he finished speaking, he exchanged places with the eighth person in the outer layer of the circle once again, causing the small team of around a dozen berserkers to continue fighting even as they continued retreating. Su Ming took in a deep breath. He was no longer in a daze. Now that he thought about it, everything that had happened before was like a dream. From the middle-aged man's words and how the team's members changed their spots with each other, Su Ming understood the reason for his continuous state of absent-mindedness from before. I'm already rested. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When the eighth person in the outer layer of the circle moved back and another batch took their place once again, he took a step forward to stand in the outer layer. This isn't a single person's battle. When Su Ming stood at the outer layer of the team, he came to understand the reason for him descending into that state. Fatigue was a cause for it, the repeated killings were also a cause for it, but most importantly, it was because he did not have his own team. He had been continuously fighting alone on the battlefield. Even a person with incredible willpower would break down sooner or later if this continued. Unless he was a person who had been baptized and refined by battles like these, then even if that person was just a berserker in the awakening realm, he would be highly valued by those in the bone sacrifice realm. If he was someone in the bone sacrifice realm, then he would be highly valued by those in the berserker soul realm. Because this person was a true warrior. Only these kind of people could surpass their limits during these sort of battles and increase their power. At the same time, they could also bring out their strongest strength. Their great willpower would not shatter in the face of the sky and earth being destroyed, would not crumble no matter how dangerous the situation was for them. Developing a person like this was perhaps what the shamans and berserkers sought. My will is still not strong enough. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He took a deep breath of the unique air in the battlefield and was no longer caught in a daze. Instead, he started fighting against the shamans closing in on them as he stood in the outer layer of the small team. This time, he was not fighting alone. He had Ziche by his side. He had companions who had protected him when he was tired just now. Once he started paying closer attention, Su Ming saw numerous small teams like these all over the battlefield. While there seemed to be quite a number of shamans fighting on their own, Su Ming could also gradually see teams like theirs among the shamans. The warriors fighting on their own were usually people who had incredibly powerful will and were using this opportunity to train themselves. Su Ming finally understood. A battlefield trains a person's willpower. Willpower is invisible, but it could change a person into a powerful warrior. This is a path for a person to become a powerful warrior. Understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As he attacked, green light shone, and the shaman closing in on him immediately chose to retreat. I have too few divine abilities and I'm using all my enchanted treasures wrong. Calmness appeared in Su Ming's left eye once again, creating a large contrast with the crazed red glint in his right eye once again. Without any hesitation, he lifted his left hand and slammed it against his chest. Immediately, Han Mountain Bell manifested in the form of an illusion in front of him and chimed, floating in midair. As the bell chimes spread, Su Ming formed some seals with his right hand before he pointed at the bell. Han Mountain Bell instantly grew in size and slammed on the ground before them. The ground gave a vicious shudder, and when Su Ming lifted Han Mountain Bell, there were only mangled pieces of flesh on the ground. Defense might be important, but my attacks have to be sharp as well. If I only have strong defenses, then I definitely won't have that unbreakable will that can only be formed after going through life and death situations. Su Ming's thoughts raced like lightning in his head. He spread his arms out, and a large amount of lightning started swimming abruptly in his body before turning into 4 balls of lightning around him. Those balls appeared out of thin air, causing the place where he stood to brighten up with lightning and the air to be filled by thunderous rumbles for a moment. The 4 balls of lightning let out a loud whistle and spread swiftly, falling among the incoming shamans. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I was wrong. Even if this is war, it is still a great chance for me to hone my skills. Su Ming slapped his right hand on the storage bag in his bosom and brought out a beast's skin. Once he spread it out, he coughed out a mouthful of blood on it, and immediately that beast's skin disappeared in a red flash, which was followed soon after by a red meadow appearing under Su Ming's feet. The instant the meadow appeared, it started absorbing the blood on the ground at a maddening speed, and it followed Su Ming as he moved. It was a terrifying sight to behold as it absorbed the blood on the ground and started expanding. It grew swiftly, and Su Ming could feel the cool wisps of air seeping into his body from his feet. As he stood on the meadow, become faster. Once they entered him, his fatigue lessened slightly. The meadow could only be used by him. It was completely useless to the other berserkers by his side. Once Su Ming noticed this, he immediately controlled the meadow's expansion so that it only stayed under his feet. He did not allow it to spread out. The pounding of Han Mountain Bell while it let out those thunderous chimes, the continuous explosions of the balls of lightning, and the whistling of his virescent sword allowed Su Ming's team to retreat at a shocking speed, and at the same time, most of the shamans would retreat as their team went by. If those things were alone, perhaps the slightly more powerful shamans would not all choose to retreat. But as Han Mountain Bell continued pounding and hammering them, a piercing screech came from within the bell. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He formed some seals with his fingers and pointed at the bell. A black light shot out from Han Mountain Bell, and the area around Su Ming's team turned into a desolate land. Even more shocking was the fact that after the black light passed, the shaman beasts who got closer to them started crying out as if they did not dare get any closer. They started retreating without any care for the consequences, as if there was something in the area that terrified them. Ziche still reacted normally, but the members of the team beside him, including Yanbo, who was the leader and a berserker in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm, sucked in a sharp breath. They would occasionally look at Su Ming oddly. Brother Su, I now understand why you chose to fight alone in the battlefield. Even if you're not a shaman hunter, you're well on your way to becoming one of them. Yanbo wrapped his fist in his palm in a salute to Su Ming, and all the people's gazes as they looked at Su Ming turned respectful. Ziche immediately started softly explaining what was going on to Su Ming beside him. There was a small number of people in the battle between the berserkers and shamans who were not in the berserker soul realm, but whose divine abilities had clearly surpassed the power they should have in their realm, and they fought as if they were invulnerable. These sort of people were known as hunters. If they were berserkers, they would be known as shaman hunters, and if they were shamans, they would be known as berserker hunters. They would not choose to hide their identity in battle, because they needed the experience brought on by these fights. That was why they chose to wear masks. The berserkers' masks were black, and the shamans' masks were white. Receiving one of these masks meant that a person had been acknowledged to become a hunter. Getting a mask was a great achievement, and it was also the only way for a non-hunter to become a hunter. If a person killed a hunter of the shaman tribe, took his mask, then handed it over to Sky Mist City, then that person could become a hunter. It was rare that anyone would be able to con a mask or themselves, because once someone became a hunter and wore that mask, then they would have to face even more death and destruction. If they conned themselves into this position, then it would be far too easy for someone else to take their lives. Su Ming listened to Ziche's explanations and nodded his head. He already had his guesses about this previously. These sort of people were definitely those with extraordinary willpower. Su Ming knew that he was not one of them because his willpower was not strong enough and fatal absent-mindedness along with mental fatigue had appeared within him when he was fighting alone just now. Brother Su, with your help, how about we stop retreating? We'll go forward and try to gain more credit. Of course, you can get a third of the credit. We'll then divide the rest. Yen Bo licked his lips. A brutal glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at the shamans and whispered to Su Ming softly. All right. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence before he nodded his head. Once he made his decision, the other members of the team agreed to it. They immediately stopped retreating and changed their formation into that of an arrow under Yen Bo's command. With Su Ming in the lead and Ziche and Yen Bo on his sides, the other people followed behind them and charged out. As they charged forward, the small virescent swords circled them while Han Mountain Bell's chimes reverberated in the air. Wherever the team with the arrow-shaped formation went, they stirred a storm of blood, and this continued until they reached a battle off in a distance. Time trickled by slowly. The small team with Su Ming in the lead slaughtered shamans at an incredible speed, but similarly, many of their own died. By then, there were only 9 of them remaining. However, the achievements they gained were plentiful. At that moment, the sky was darkening. The booming sounds from the fog became more frequent. Su Ming suddenly stopped moving forward, and the moment he stopped, the other 8 people behind him also stopped. In the crowd in the distance was a male shaman wearing a white mask. He was dressed in black and was looking towards them coldly. There was a cross-shaped crack on his mask. This person was different from the other shamans. He was one of the berserker hunters moving alone, and only those with incredibly strong willpower would dare to do so. Almost the instant he looked towards Su Ming's team, which had caught the attention of the shamans around them, a fighting spirit lit up in Su Ming's eyes. Yen Bo, change your location. Ziche, work with him. The 2 of you, lead the team and wait here for a while. As Su Ming spoke, he rushed forward, took a leap into the sky, and charged towards the berserker hunter who was fighting alone. Berserker hunter. He's wearing a mask. That's a berserker hunter. Yen Bo's pupils shrank when he looked in the direction Su Ming had went to and saw the masked shaman. If he wins against that person and takes his mask, Ziche, your uncle master will become a hunter. Yen Bo's breathing quickened and anticipation rose in his eyes. As he killed time and again on the battlefield, Su Ming came to understand how insignificant he was. Yet similarly, he also found the path for him to become stronger in this cruel war. Willpower. He had to use the blood in the battlefield and strengthen himself until he gained the willpower of a powerful warrior. That willpower would be one that would not be destroyed no matter how many disasters he had to go through. Even if he had to go through the change in time and the multiple changes in the world, it would remain as inextinguishable like a ball of fire that would incinerate everything that tried to block its path. Not only do I want to survive through this battle, I also want to gain experience through it. A fighting spirit that was rarely seen on him appeared in Su Ming's eyes. It was like a fire had just kindled the embers of Su Ming's life. He swiftly charged out from before Ziche and Yen Bo and dashed straight towards the berserker hunter who had looked towards him from the distance. His mask was white, and Su Ming had recognized that cross-shaped crack on his face upon first taking sight of him. This person was the one who had thrown that long spear into his chest just now, inflicting an almost fatal wound. Willpower is an abstract term. It's like a person's resolve, like a beacon of light in a person's life. However, it is still an abstract thing. Su Ming held the small virescent sword in his right hand. The sword's glare illuminated dozens of feet of the area, and all the shamans that tried to block him as he passed through let out screams of pain, quickly retreating. Because they noticed that Su Ming wanted to fight against their hunter, and the murderous aura from his body was clearly also something not commonly seen. This was a battle between hunters. Onlookers would usually not interfere with them. The masked shaman watched coldly as Su Ming continued closing in on him. He remained unmoving, but even if he did not move, he still gave off an impression that he was a mountain that would not be taken down even when the world crumbled around him. In this battlefield, I must first have my own principle. This principle is abstract, but it will continuously be strengthened and refined, and someday that principle will turn into my willpower. When that day comes, I will bring with me that principle which had then turned into my willpower when I walk out of the battlefield. It will become my entire existence. Su Ming took a step forward and blasted through the air. Lightning flashed before him and turned into 8 balls of lightning. Han Mountain Bell also floated in midair and traveled with him as he went forward. The black lines that surrounded him shone, and they scared away some of the ferocious beasts when they did so. My principal, with a flash, Su Ming was already less than 3,000 feet away from the masked shaman. He was not even running at his full speed, but it was already a shocking sight. If no one attacks me, then I won't attack. But if someone attacks me, I will definitely kill him. In a battlefield, it doesn't matter whether I'm taking the initiative or remain in the passive. If anyone attacks me, then unless he is killed by someone else, then I will definitely kill him. This is my principle, and it will someday turn into my willpower. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. The instant he was less than 2,000 feet away from the masked shaman. His speed increased exponentially and reached its peak. Under that extreme speed, Su Ming's body looked as if he had just frozen up. Yet that brief pause was actually his afterimage that was left behind. Almost the moment Su Ming's speed increased, the pupils of the masked shaman, who was staring at him coldly, shrank. He was now only 1,000-something feet away from him. Without even a shred of hesitation, the shaman immediately took a few steps back. He was not fast, but with each step he took, the ground would feel as if it was trembling. At the same time, he also lifted his right hand and formed it into the shape of a claw, then swiped with it through the air before himself. When he did so, the totem underneath his mask shone with a dark light. Distortions immediately appeared in the air around him, turning into a large amount of ripples that started spreading out rapidly. On a spot by his side, the ripples suddenly rebounded. The instant Su Ming walked out, the masked man's lips curled up in a cold sneer. He twisted around, and as his body turned with a piercing blast, he swung his right leg like a whip, using the momentum in Su Ming's direction. Booming sounds echoed in the air between them. This was the first time Su Ming was found out by someone while he was using that extreme speed and had subsequently seen a counterattack launched against him. That force from the male shaman's kick first touched the balls of lightning in front of Su Ming. Then as rumbling sounds echoed in the air, that force also crashed into Su Ming's virescent sword. The moment that attack reached the small sword, Su Ming's vision blurred. Vaguely, he could see that the male shaman's leg appeared before him like a tail of a ferocious beast swiping at him. He could not tell to which creature that tail belonged. Even though he knew that what he saw was an illusion and that this was only the product of the shaman's divine ability, the monstrous power in that kick immediately landed on the small virescent sword. It froze for a moment, and that force from the kick landed on Su Ming's body. Su Ming felt as if a gigantic mountain had rammed into his body from midair. He coughed out a huge mouthful of blood and immediately tumbled backwards, only landing on the ground after retreating nearly 1,000 feet. He staggered a few more steps back before finally regaining his footing. Blood trickled out of his mouth once more. That male shaman stared at Su Ming coldly and took a step forward. An incredibly powerful murderous aura spread from within his body. In the dusk, that murderous aura seemed to have gained physical form and turned into a ghastly presence. As it filled the entire area, the howls of vengeful spirits could also be heard faintly around the male shaman. Most of those vengeful spirits belonged to berserkers, and many of their bodies had been blasted to smithereens. They were howling shrilly. In fact, Su Ming could even see 5 masked hunters from the berserker tribe among the spirits. He might not have deep knowledge of the shamans, but his understanding of them was not limited either. He had already run into them several times and had especially seen the spirit mediums multiple times. At that moment, he could tell at first glance that the vengeful spirits around the male shaman were not gathered around because he was a spirit medium. These vengeful spirits were trapped around him for eternity by his murderous aura. They could not leave, and could only continue crying out in the endless stream of time. They could leave only when this man died. Battle shaman. Su Ming wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. There were sharp stabs of pain in his body at that moment. The force of that kick delivered by the male shaman just now had let Su Ming know that he possessed a frightening physical power. That strength and murderous aura was not the method used by spirit mediums to trap grudges. Among the shamans, only battle shamans who had reached a certain level could obtain this power. The male shaman only needed 4 steps before he arrived right in front of Su Ming. With the mask on, only the aloof look in his eyes could be seen. His expression and appearance were hidden away. The instant he closed in, the male shaman lifted his fist and hurled it straight towards Su Ming. This was not the first time Su Ming ran into a battle shaman. In this battlefield, battle shamans numbered the highest among the enemy's troops. Su Ming had also killed a large number of them, but this was the first time he met a powerful battle shaman. The seemingly normal battle shaman that was part of the most common shaman profession made Su Ming feel an incredible pressure. That punch just now had also made him feel as if he just saw the male shaman turning into a gigantic, ferocious beast right before his eyes. That creature was using its entire body to ram into Su Ming's head. Su Ming did not retreat. He had just laid out his own principle and was on his way of turning it into his willpower. If he could not win against this man, then he could forget about the dream of strengthening his willpower, because by then, it would be hard for him to even walk out of the battlefield alive. Almost the moment the masked male shaman hurled his punch forward, Su Ming's divine general armor manifested. However, just as it appeared, it was forcefully disintegrated by the powerful pressure coming from that male shaman. It was as if it could not continue existing under that pressure. Before me, even the divine general armor of your berserker tribe in your chi does not dare manifest. And you call yourself a divine general? That male shaman spoke for the first time. When he did so, his punch fell in the air before Su Ming. The shock shook Su Ming's body, and he was forced back once again. Yet even though he was forced back, he still chose to counterattack. The reason the male shaman had chosen to pull back his punch after hurling it at the air instead of ramming it into Su Ming's body was precisely because of that counterattack, sending Han Mountain Bell straight on the male shaman's head. The bell charged towards the shaman with a loud whistle. The masked man lifted his head but did not dodge. Instead, he leaped up into the air and hurled a punch straight at Han Mountain Bell. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and Han Mountain Bell was sent tumbling backwards by that one punch. It was completely unscathed, however. As for the male shaman, his body was sent crashing onto the ground by the rebound, and blood flowed down from under his mask. Su Ming lifted his head from where he continued retreating, then instantly charged towards that male shaman. The balls of lightning sliced through the air before him, and the sword's glare shot forward as well. Yet the instant the balls of lightning and the sword's glare closed in on the falling male shaman, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. That roar shook the sky. It contained a strange power that made it sound like a furious howl of a ferocious beast, like an oppressive pressure coming from a superior life form. Those who heard it would feel like an ordinary man who just ran into a tiger, whose legs would start shuddering once that tiger roared at them, like a child who would be terrified when he ran into a howling wolf. Voices, especially those belonging to ferocious beasts, could many a time send a person reeling in shock, in a manner that the person could not control even if he wanted to. The male shaman's roar was one of such voices. It shook Su Ming's heart and made his divine sense scatter. The light from the small sword instantly darkened, and even those balls of lightning started rapidly shrinking. This was a spell that belonged to battle shamans, a spell that could only be cast by powerful battle shamans who trained under unique circumstances. Right as Su Ming's balls of lightning and his virescent sword were whittled down by the masked male shaman's beast-like roars, the male shaman had quelled down the chaos of his chi brought by the resisting Han Mountain Bell. At that moment he charged forward. When he ran into the balls of lightning, they were destroyed. When he ran into the small virescent sword, that dull sword was instantly sent flying away. The male shaman seemed to have turned into a violent gust of wind that was charging at Su Ming. The instant he closed in, he clenched his fist once again and punched him. Su Ming immediately retreated. Once he activated his speed, he immediately dodged the incoming punch, and when he did so, he lifted his right hand. Then, with 3 fingers facing the sky, he drew a line down the man's side. Execution of the 3 evils. Ever since Su Ming came to the land of South Morning, he had never used any arts from Dark Mountain Tribe. This was the first time he casted it on the battlefield. As his level of cultivation changed, so would the power of the execution of 3 evils be different. At that moment, as he casted the first slash of the execution of 3 evils, half of the vengeful spirits that had been trapped around the man's body by his murderous aura let out piercing screeches and disappeared. The male shaman shuddered, but he took the blow face on. He turned around, swung his right arm in a full circle, then charged at Su Ming, shrill blasts reverberating in the air. Su Ming retreated once again and used that extreme speed to dodge the attack. He appeared in another direction and bit his tongue, then coughed out a mouthful of blood. Once that blood appeared, it instantly started burning, turning into a sea of flames that surrounded the man. However, right as the sea of fire surrounded the man, a gigantic fist shot through it and rammed straight into Su Ming's chest. Su Ming once again activated that extreme speed, and only then did he manage to dodge it. I'd like to see just how many times you can use that speed. The male shaman smirked coldly in the sea of fire. He jumped, twisted his body, and stirred up a gust of wind that extinguished the flames around him before he started walking towards Su Ming. The male shaman did not have a lot of divine abilities, but because his physical abilities were simply too powerful, that was why Su Ming had to dodge his attacks. If he took even one blow to his body, he would find it hard to survive through it. As Su Ming retreated, Han Mountain Bell fell upon the male shaman once again from midair. A hint of madness appeared in the male shaman's eyes, which were hidden underneath the mask. Even though he had already come to know of Han Mountain Bell's might, he still chose not to dodge it. As he walked towards Su Ming, the bell fell straight on his body. Yet as booming sounds rose into the air, the man only paused for a brief moment before lifting his foot and continuing walking forward. Su Ming's expression changed. With his mind, he lifted Han Mountain Bell once again. But at that moment, the male shaman suddenly let out that strange beast roar once again. When that roar resounded, Su Ming's mind trembled, and without being able to control himself, he became shaken. It caused Han Mountain Bell's speed, as it fell, to slow down, and at the same time, the male shaman arrived before Su Ming and threw a punch at him. Damn it! Su Ming could not control his own heart. The beast roar was simply too bizarre. It felt like the might of life itself, like the roar from his mortal enemy. It was a roar that could make the hearts of all people tremble. Su Ming was just about to activate his speed and dodge that punch when the male shaman suddenly increased his speed. His punch landed, but it was not on Su Ming. He had instead hurled his fist to the space next to Su Ming. When the punch landed, it stirred a large amount of ripples and distortions in the air, causing Su Ming's speed as he retreated to slow down instantly. The male shaman used this chance to rush over, and the instant he closed in, before Su Ming even had the time to dodge, he heard the man's vicious laughter. The man did not use his fists. Neither did he use his legs. Instead, once he closed in on Su Ming, he rammed his head against Su Ming's forehead. Bang! Su Ming's vision blurred and a nauseous feeling instantly rose within him. Rumbling sounds went off in his head. As his body fell back, the male shaman licked his lips under the mask, then rushed out. This time, killing intent appeared in his eyes. With his right hand in the shape of a claw, he swiped against Su Ming's chest. He wanted to tear out Su Ming's heart. Blood flowed out from Su Ming's forehead. It dripped into his eyes, and the world seemed to have turned red. He could not see the male shaman's attack clearly, but he could feel a wave of killing intent coming swiftly at him. At that moment of danger, Su Ming let out a low growl and retreated. As he did so, Han Mountain Bell instantly shrank and charged towards him. Once it arrived by his side, it fused into his body, and the instant the male shaman swiped at him, Han Mountain Bell appeared around him and turned into his defense. A loud bang rang out, along with the echoes of numerous bell chimes. Su Ming staggered backwards. There was a numbness within him that was brought by the bell chimes. But before he could retreat any further, the male shaman closed in on him once again, then started throwing punch after punch on the bell. You're just a berserker child who only knows how to dodge and be protected. You're not fit to be a berserker warrior and be willful on this battlefield, the male shaman said, and scorn appeared in his eyes. The continued barrage might not have externally injured Su Ming, but as the bell chimes echoed and his mind remained in its muddled state after his head was attacked, blood continued pouring out down his lips. After hurling out a few punches, the male shaman turned on his feet and kicked Han Mountain Bell. His kick looked like the tail of a ferocious beast sweeping out sideways. The moment his leg landed on Han Mountain Bell, a rumble that was far louder than any previous chimes rang out. Su Ming coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. His body flew several thousands of feet backward and crashed onto the ground. The instant he fell to the ground, Han Mountain Bell retreated into his body, causing Su Ming to no longer have any form of protection, except the black bracelet on his wrist. The female slave given to him by his eldest senior brother had not appeared when Su Ming was fighting against the male shaman. Once the female slave appeared and they worked together, then killing that male shaman would not be too hard. But if she did that, then even if Su Ming managed to obtain his mask, it would not completely belong to him. If he obtained the mask this way, then even if he became a hunter, what awaited him once the female slave was gone would still be a weakness that was not refined through battle, unless, of course, he forever relied on someone. The bracelet eldest senior brother had given him was also just to protect Su Ming when he was in danger. It was not something for him to rely on. Su Ming understood this perfectly well. Blood flowed down from his mouth and he had a hard time trying to focus his gaze. In truth, his injuries were not that terrible since he protected by Han Mountain Bell. His physical body was just rather numb. The true critical injury lay in his mind. The trembling of his spirit under that loud roar was something Su Ming could not control. He had never expected that he would be so fragile. Am I afraid? Su Ming's vision began to grow clouded. He could not see the male shaman walking towards him, could not see the black bracelet on his wrist turning into wisps of smoke that would shoot out at any time. But what am I afraid of? A melancholic look appeared on Su Ming's face. This battle seemed to have made him grow up a lot more in a short period of time. That's right. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid that once I die, I won't be able to find my way back home. I'm afraid that once I die, all these mysteries will disappear. I'm afraid that once I die, I won't be able to open my eyes. Su Ming's vision became even more clouded and his will began to disappear. Due to the strange power in that beast roar, his mind was forced to shut down. This was not something he wanted, but it was difficult for him to control it. What should I do? He mumbled. In his muddled state, all the sounds around him vanished. All he could see was the green fog tumbling about in the sky. Gradually, that green fog disappeared and was replaced by the sight of a house, lit up by candle flames in a peaceful tribe during a night filled with snow and wind. Su Ming's elder held a scroll of bamboo slips in his hands, while he himself sat by the side with his chin propped on his hands. Not everything went smoothly for our ancestors from Dark Mountain Tribe. They went through many trials and tribulations before forming the gigantic Dark Mountain Tribe. But later on, Dark Mountain Tribe was split up. Let's talk about Dark Mountain's ancestor. He went through a lot of hardships and left behind many legends, which were all carved onto these bamboo slips by other people to serve as an encouragement for his descendants. You must remember all of these things. Now let me test you. Who did Dark Mountain's ancestor fight against when he first came to Dark Mountain? He ran into the mountain spirit beast of the land. Our ancestor wanted to build a tribe here, but he was not allowed to. That's why he fought against it. With his hand propped on his hands, Su Ming yawned and answered sluggishly. Continue. The elder smiled. What's there to say? He just ran into a big creature and fought against it when he was halfway up the mountain. The beast seemed to be really powerful because when it exhaled, it could make people terrified of it. At a cliff halfway up the mountain, our ancestor had a tough battle against that creature. He won in the end. Oh? And what did you learn from this legend? The elder asked with a smile. When two adversaries meet at a narrow path and cannot back out from a fight, the courageous one will win. Elder, you told me this many times before. I get it. I get it, really? All right, then I'll treat it like you already know it. Perhaps sometime in the future, you'll truly come to understand the meaning behind that sentence and understand just how our ancestor felt at that time. As Su Ming laid on the battlefield in the land of the shamans beyond Sky Mist City, his muddled mind returned to the snowy night many years ago. The instant he heard the words spoken at that time about the courageous one winning when running into his adversary, Su Ming trembled viciously. His unfocused gaze instantly became filled with a sharp glint. When two adversaries meet at a narrow path and cannot back out from a fight, the courageous one will win, he mumbled. His ears, which had originally been unable to hear the sounds of battle any longer, suddenly became clear. About 1,000 feet away, the masked male shaman was charging towards him in huge steps. The The murderous aura surging forth from within him turned into an intense pressure, causing all the people who tried to stop him, be it berserker or shaman, to fall back and move away. The bracelet on Su Ming's wrist had already turned into wisps of smoke, ready to shoot out, but it was immediately pressed down by Su Ming's left hand. "I'll do it myself." With a calm expression, Su Ming stood up from the ground. Su Ming's hair flew in the air as he stood up once again. His hair had some bloodstains in it, and as it danced in the air, some drops of blood were blown away by the wind. When two adversaries meet at a narrow path and cannot back out from a fight, the courageous one will win. Su Ming mumbled again. The sharp glint in his eyes flickered, and as he looked at the male shaman walking towards him from 1,000 feet away, he took a deep breath of the battlefield's atmosphere. His entire person felt as if he had gone through an indescribable transformation. He charged forward, straight towards the male shaman with a monstrous killing intent and a presence that said he would absolutely not retreat. With a whistle in the air, he closed in. A cold sneer appeared on the masked shaman's face. His aloof gaze now contained a hint of disdain. He held this berserker in contempt, because he only knew how to dodge and protect himself. A person like this was not worthy of calling himself a berserker warrior. Even if he could feel a hint of something different in Su Ming as he approached him, the shaman still regarded him with scorn. The distance between the both of them continued closing up, and in the blink of an eye, they were less than 300 feet away from each other. As the shaman dashed towards Su Ming, all the other shamans and berserkers who were fighting against each other moved out of the way. This happened in a corner of the large battlefield. But the duel between Su Ming and the masked male shaman in that corner was one of the higher-level battles among the countless number of them happening between the shamans and berserkers in this war zone. This was a battle between hunters. If the shaman won, then he would add another kill to his score. But if Su Ming won, then he would end this hunter's existence and replace him as a hunter of the berserker tribe. This sort of battle had already attracted all of the attention of the shamans and berserkers within that small area. Some of the hunters from the shaman and berserker tribe in the distance also looked over. Even if the outcome of the battle would not affect the war in any manner, no matter whether Su Ming or the male shaman won in the end, to Su Ming, this was his own battle. He wanted to overcome his fear here and win against his own mind, then from there, go through a glorious transformation and create a willpower that would turn him into a powerful berserker. "I have to win this battle, I must win." Determination appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was not overestimating his own strength. In truth, his battle prowess was about equal to the male shaman. If it was not for that strange beast roar, Su Ming would have definitely not been in such a pathetic state. At that moment, he had already found the way to win against that strange sound, and that was to be the courageous warrior and win. "Kill!" Su Ming let out a loud roar, and as he took a leap forward, he flew up from the ground, charging towards the incoming male shaman. The two of them crashed into each other like two arrows that had shot up from the ground. Bang! Su Ming trembled. Once he fell a few steps back, blood appeared at the corners of his lips, but there was not a hint of hesitation or uncertainty within him. He rushed out once again and crashed into the male shaman once again. Bang! 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 In the span of a few short breaths, the two of them had already crashed into each other more than a dozen times. The contempt in the male shaman's face was gone, replaced by a grim look. He could tell that there was something different about Su Ming. The berserker now was already largely different from before. He no longer dodged, no longer tried to use his divine abilities, and no longer tried to blindly resist and protect himself. There was a determination within him that made the male shaman fearful. He had a feeling as if he was not going up against a physical body but a gigantic mountain. A tall, erect mountain that would never crumble and shatter. This did not mean that Su Ming's power or his physical body had become stronger after he stood up once again. Instead, it was his gaze, his actions, his footsteps, and his expressions. All of these things had turned into an imposing presence. And the source of that presence was Su Ming's invisible willpower. It was as if there was a form of power that was supporting him, no longer allowing him to choose retreat, making him stand and fight to the death rather than take a step back. This willpower had turned into his presence. It was noticeable to other people, and could be especially felt by the male shaman who was fighting against him. "What is courage?" "Su Ming, answer me." Su Ming threw a punch out, As the determination and resolution appeared in his eyes, he remembered something that had happened when he was still in Dark Mountain. Being courageous means not being scared when you encounter wild beasts. Back then, Su Ming was only a tiny lasso. He answered that question with a young voice. That is a type of courage, but let me tell you, true courage is when you run into a powerful warrior and not retreat. You will rush out and fight to the death. Similarly, when you run into 10 powerful warriors, you will react in the same manner, and even when you face 100 or more powerful warriors, you will still react in the same way. Think about it, Su Ming. If the day comes when you want to protect me and have to stand before me because I am old and no longer able to move, but there are an endless amount of powerful enemies before you, close your eyes and imagine it. If your choice is to stay, then you have understood what it means to be courageous. This is what I believe to be courage. Will I die? Will I stay? Perhaps I will, perhaps I won't. But would I leave? The answer is the same. Perhaps I will, perhaps I won't. Then I will choose to stay. Courage is also a type of presence. This is not recklessness. It's instead a presence akin to a mountain, one that will make your enemies break down due to your tenacity. Courage is also a method to subdue your enemies. It is also the characteristic you need to become an upright man when you journey through the world. Su Ming, remember my words, perhaps someday you will truly understand it. Su Ming's fist rammed into the male shaman's right-handed punch. Sharp pain shot up his arm and he felt as if his bones were on the verge of breaking, but not a hint of withdrawal could be seen on Su Ming's face. He rushed out instead and fought once again against the male shaman who also did not retreat. The more the male shaman fought, the more fearful he became. Based on his previous deductions, he had already done everything that he usually did in a fight like this. His opponent should have been the same as many of the people he met before. First, their minds would break down, and it would then spread to their bodies. Under his relentless barrage, the desire to retreat would fill their minds and bodies. Once this happened, then his victory in the battle would be certain. This was his trial as a powerful battle shaman, to move forward without stopping. He had to overcome the fear within his heart, crush his enemy's willpower, destroy the mind of the one who wanted to stop him. Then as his enemy's mind crumbled, he would walk towards his defeated foe. Courage is not recklessness, Su Ming mumbled. As he rushed forward, he swiftly twisted on his feet and imitated the male shaman's actions. He swept his leg out at him, who did the same thing and swept his leg outwards as well. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. This intense battle had already attracted almost all the attention of the people in the small area in that gigantic battlefield. It did not matter whether it was a shaman or a berserker. They had all seen Su Ming and the masked man coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The only difference was that one of those mouthfuls of blood had turned into blood mist before the person, and the other mouthful was flowing down along the edge of a mask. Su Ming staggered back under the force of the blow when he landed on the ground. He shuddered, and at the same time, the male shaman also took a few steps back for the first time. His gaze, when he looked at his opponent, was filled with shock. Su Ming was still the same Su Ming. His level of cultivation remained the same. His strength remained the same. The only different thing about him was that he now had that tenacious presence about him. He wanted to win. He had to win. There was no need for him to speak. From that determined look in Su Ming's gaze, from the presence exuded from his body, and from him charging out once again at that moment, anyone who looked towards them could clearly sense Su Ming's fighting spirit and his determination to win. Fight, Su Ming said calmly. His voice was not loud, but with the expression on his face, the instant that single word spilled out of his lips, it was as if he had turned into a gigantic, ferocious beast. That beast was roaring at the skies, and as it did so, a shocking presence spread through the area. The male shaman gritted his teeth and red appeared in his eyes. With a low growl, he charged out. The instant he closed in on Su Ming, his red eyes flickered. He roared. That roar was that strange one that had shaken Su Ming's heart multiple times, bringing out that uncontrollable fear within him. Almost the instant that roar started, Su Ming's mind trembled once again. Yet this time, even though that uncontrollable and strong wave of fear rose within him again, he did not retreat. He lifted his fist, and without stopping even for an instant, like a sharp arrow that shot through terror, Su Ming took a step forward. He landed before the shaman who was letting out that roar, then counterattacked. That counterattack was Su Ming's punch. And another punch. And yet another punch. Su Ming did not know how many punches he threw. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. For the first time, the masked male shaman was repeatedly forced back by Su Ming. He took a step back, and yet another, and as he was continuously forced back, his willpower, his confidence, and his steadfast belief as a battle shaman were whittled down, bit by bit, breaking down little by little. In his eyes, Su Ming had become a true mountain, a giant mountain that could not be crossed over, could not be destroyed. Once you overcome your fears, once you have a taste of what courage is like, how would you feel? I hope that when that time comes, I will still be by your side and hear you tell me how you feel. The elder's kind and affectionate smile appeared before Su Ming's eyes. As Su Ming continued hurling out punch after punch while going straight up against that strange roar, he found that feeling his elder was speaking of. It was a feeling that I have won against myself. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he spread his arms wide open and no longer chased after the male shaman. His divine sense spread out abruptly, and the small virescent sword charged out with a whistle. A large number of lightning balls gathered together and filled the area. Han Mountain Bell also manifested in the form of an illusion to charge straight towards the male shaman. The instant all these divine abilities appeared, they crashed down on the male shaman who now had a large amount of blood flowing from underneath his mask and whose gaze had become muddled with a hint of disbelief within. With a single move, Su Ming also charged out. Booming sounds bellowed into the sky, shaking the ground around the area. After a moment, a scene appeared in those who were watching eyes, one that caused almost everyone within that small area in the battlefield to freeze for a moment. In that scene, they saw Su Ming lifting his hand, and in that hand was a head, blood dripping off it. Right then, he slowly took down the mask from that head, a white mask with a cross-shaped crack on it. A hunter's mask. The spot where Su Ming fought against the masked male shaman was just an insignificant part of the giant battlefield. Besides the people around them paying attention to them, no one who was located slightly further away was bothered about it. Yet even so, the instant Su Ming took the mask from the male shaman's head, he caught the attention of all the people within that tiny area. Ziche saw it, Yen Bo saw it, all the members who were still alive in Su Ming's team also saw it. All the berserkers in the area saw it as well. Similarly, when the head of the hunter from the shaman tribe was lifted up into the air by Su Ming, all the shamans in the area also saw it. Hunt the shamans! Su Ming stood there with the male shaman's head lifted in the air and let out a low shout towards the berserkers near him. The instant his voice traveled out, all the berserkers in the area immediately started shouting with him. Excited fervor appeared on their faces, and their gazes as they looked towards Su Ming were filled with respect. There were not many berserkers in that tiny area, only about several hundred. However, those several hundreds were repeating Su Ming's words in their cries. Hunt the shamans! The sounds of battle between several hundreds of people might not catch too much attention in this battlefield. After all, there were similar sounds echoing in the air all around. Yet at that moment, the several hundred of people in that area were letting out the same cry, and because of that, a small wave went through the entire battlefield. These several hundred of people were situated at the south of the battlefield between the shamans and berserkers. If anyone looked from the sky, they would only see chaos in that gigantic fight, but if they looked closer, they would gradually see something different. This battlefield was actually divided into 4 sections: north, south, east, and west. These 4 parts were like 4 big war zones. There was not a clear line dividing these areas, but as the crowd surged into them, they could still somewhat see it. The southern war zone had tens of thousands of people fighting against each other. Death and destruction was a constant among them. At the very end of the berserkers' crowd was a comparatively quiet area. There stood 9 berserkers in black masks, and they had a pale-faced, middle-aged man with no facial hair in the center of their circle to protect him. That man wore a long robe and his hair was untied. His eyes were shining brightly as if they contained the abyss itself. He stood there and looked at the battlefield in the south without a single sound. The 9 hunters of the berserker tribe blocked off all shamans from getting closer, allowing the middle-aged man to clear his mind and sense the changes in the entire southern war zone. He had been standing there for a long time, as if he had been there since the start of the battle to observe the berserkers and the shamans, seemingly to quickly learn and understand some of the arts of war. It has been a long time since we berserkers have waged a war like this. The scale of the battles each decade cannot hope to compare to this. Those are just child's play. Even in the battle 100 years ago and even the one 200 years ago do you seldom find a battle like this occurring. But now, in the short span of 3 months, these sort of battles have already occurred 3 times. With a calm expression, the middle-aged man looked at his tribesmen fighting, looked at the savageness among the shamans, and sighed. There is no meticulous deployment of our soldiers, no assistance offered by any sort of battle formation, no orders given by any commanders. This is chaos, and the only thing we have are small teams fighting their own battles. They are not the only ones learning. While our tribesmen fighting in the battlefield are learning how to survive, people like me are also learning through these battles so that we can quickly master the way to control a gigantic war like this. The shamans must also be doing the same thing. The middle-aged man cast a glance in the shaman's direction, but the moment he looked over immediately at the edge of the southern war zone, which also happened to be the spot where his gaze fell, several hundreds of people roared at the same time. Their cries thrummed in the air and spread through the war zone. Hunt the shamans! Hunt the shamans! Hunt the shamans! Once those voices appeared, they gradually rose in volume, causing them to be heard by more and more berserkers. When they did, they swept their gazes over to the area as they continued fighting. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled and he fixed his gaze on that place. "Go and see what is happening there," he ordered unhurriedly. One of the hunters from the berserker tribe took one step forward with an aloof look and blended into the battlefield in the span of a breath, charging straight towards the spot where the voices of the 100 were coming from. The cries of the berserkers around Su Ming turned into waves of sound while he stood still. As they roared because of his words, with one move, Su Ming appeared beside Ziche and Yanbo. Ziche's face radiated with respect and excitement. Yanbo was the same. His gaze when he looked at Su Ming was one of respect coming from the depths of his soul. "Lord Hunter, with you around, we can summon more of our tribesmen to gather on our side and our strength will be greater," Yanbo said excitedly. Once Su Ming nodded as a sign of his approval, Yanbo took a few steps forward and stood behind him, then shouted out highly spirited words to the people engaged in battle around them. "My fellow tribesmen, we are only strong when we are many. What are you waiting for? You saw what Lord Su Ming did. He killed a hunter from the shaman tribe. He is the berserker's hunter, our hunter. Let us gather together like 5 fingers clenching into a fist and kill the shamans." As Yanbo's voice resounded in the air, Su Ming rushed out, turning into a violent gust of wind, charging towards the shamans. The killings continued without stop and blood spilled everywhere. Slowly, all the berserkers who did not have any enemies by their side in that small area swiftly gathered around Su Ming. After a moment, there were nearly 200 berserkers following behind him. This crowd stood out in that chaotic battlefield. Su Ming was not skilled in giving commands, neither was this the place where he wanted to refine himself, but there were always differences between people. Yanbo was incredibly passionate about this, and even Ziche seemed to be showing some talent in this area. Under the duo's organization, the near 200 berserker team pressed forward boldly like a long spear traveling through air in that southern war zone. Su Ming stood right at the front. His willpower and presence had affected all his followers behind him, making it so that wherever they went, this team became the fastest storm in slaughtering shamans. There was no one who would be absolutely safe in such a scattered battlefield like this, and people would instinctively choose to get closer to a larger crowd. This instinctive action caused more berserkers to continuously join Su Ming's team as they continued killing and moving forward. Yanbo's occasional roar was also a large reason contributing to this. In that roar, he would tell the others that Su Ming had won against a hunter from the shaman tribe and had become a berserker tribe's hunter. Those words, along with Su Ming slaughtering the shamans at the forefront, the aloof expression on his face, the determination in his gaze, the white mask hanging on his waist, and all the other factors were enough to prove that what Yanbo said was real. That mask was Yanbo and Ziche's suggestion. They had advised Su Ming to put it somewhere obvious on his body, because it would perhaps serve as a flag for all the berserkers who were exhausted from all the fighting they had done up to this point to gather together. Their numbers grew larger, and when dusk was over, When the booming sounds in the green fog grew louder, the berserkers following behind already numbered 400. Some of these berserkers were warriors of Sky Mist City, some of them disciples of Western Sea Clan, some of them his fellow disciples from Freezing Sky Clan, and some of them were berserkers from the tribes of various sizes in the land of South Morning who came to join the battle. They came from all sorts of places. Perhaps before today, they never knew each other, but as they fought, a friendship forged on the battlefield through their flesh and blood was formed. That was a friendship formed through crying out together, bleeding together, and killing together. To the entire battlefield, the Southern War Zone was just a part of it. To the Southern War Zone, the several hundred berserkers under Su Ming were also just a part of it, and in fact, they were just a very small part of it. However, the power bursting forth from this very small part of the battlefield was incredibly shocking. As they fought, they would perform their familiar shifts under Yen Bo and Ziche's command. By doing so, everyone had a chance to rest, had a chance to be safe, and with this method, this team's battle prowess reached its strongest. Every one of them was not worried about being ambushed from the back, because their comrades were right behind them. Comrade, a term that surpassed that of a tribesman on a battlefield. Besides these things, there was an even more important existence to them that caused their gazes to be gradually filled with determination. Their attacks to slowly gain a sharp edge and become fearless, the person who forever moved right at the forefront, the person who never rested. The hunter Su Ming. Su Ming was always there at the very front of the team, as if he was the tip of the it. While fighting, every single step he took forward, it would also mean that the team behind him would also take a step forward. He was not used to giving orders and did not speak much, but his existence was the entire 400-man team's soul, because he gave to them a willpower, one that allowed them to press onward boldly, to not fear death. That willpower was even more important than Yen Bo's commands. It was the driving force for all the several hundreds of people to move forward. As long as they saw Su Ming still standing at the very front, then all the berserkers who were in the team, still alive even after experiencing the war, would follow without hesitation. This was a battlefield. This was a place that did not need any personal feelings, where soldiers did not need to plot against each other, where they did not need to think too much. In fact, it was a place where they did not even need to think at all. Over here, the only thing they needed was a willpower like this. If they had this sort of willpower, then in the eyes of the others, they would look like flames at night that could illuminate the area and attract more people to follow them. As Su Ming's team continued fighting, the middle-aged man continued looking in his direction from the comparatively quiet spot in the Southern War Zone. A brilliant light appeared in his eyes. At that moment, there was a hunter from the Berserker tribe wearing a black mask behind him. He spoke in a low voice. His name is Su Ming. He just killed a hunter from the Shaman tribe and became our hunter. They have about 400 people in their team, and if he doesn't die, the team's numbers will continue growing. Willpower, willpower. I got it. The glow in the middle-aged man's eyes grew brighter. Because of what was happening at Su Ming's side, he found a way for the berserkers to fight. He mustn't die, the middle-aged man said suddenly. Make arrangements. Have 4 of your people bring him to me, the pale-faced middle-aged man with no facial hair stated. After his words, 4 of the 9 masked hunters from the Berserker tribe around him instantly stood up. Just as the 4 people were about to head to where Su Ming was, the middle-aged man suddenly lifted his hand. The 4 of them paused in their footsteps and turned to look at him with an aloof gaze. They were the hunters of the Berserker tribe. Even if they were asked to protect this middle-aged man, and even if the middle-aged man had extraordinary power, the 9 of them belonged to the battlefield. They should be in the battlefield now, killing their enemies to refine their minds. That was why even if they were asked to protect this middle-aged man, the 9 of them still remained aloof. Wait, don't bring him back just yet. One of you go and tell him that as the commander of the Southern War Zone, I, Zhoda, order him to bring his team to that place. No matter what method he uses, he has to place this thing on the ground there. As the middle-aged man spoke, he lifted his right hand and pointed into the distance. Soon after, a black cone-shaped object appeared in his palm, and he handed it to an aloof hunter who walked up to him from behind his back. The hunter took the item and did not wrap his fist in his palm in a greeting or show any form of respect. He simply turned around and walked towards the crowd in the battlefield. The middle-aged man was completely unbothered by the hunter's actions. He knew that these people were the strongest warriors within the Berserker tribe. Indeed, they should not be here but on the battlefield. But you don't understand. The most important part of the battle is for the commanders chosen by Sky Mist City for the 4 great war zones to grow up quickly. Once we have a commander who is qualified enough, there will be much less berserkers dying. The middle-aged man shook his head and looked towards the spot where Su Ming was in the southern war zone. In his eyes, at that moment, only the spot where Su Ming was in the southern war zone was worthy of his attention. He wanted to find more advantages and disadvantages to the way that team operated. Su Ming moved in front and the team of 400 or so people moved behind him. The crowd swept the area clean, and everywhere they went, there would be blood and carnage. Su Ming's robes were dyed in blood again and again. His eyes were bloodshot. That bloodshot look was not due to madness but from exhaustion. Right now, the sky was beginning to darken, but the battle continued. Su Ming had no idea how long it would last. Perhaps it would last till night, perhaps it would go on until the next day. Occasionally, there would be a large batch of berserkers surging in from Sky Mist City. As for the shamans, occasionally, a new tribe would gather together and enter from the back of the battlefield. It looked as if their numbers would never end. Su Ming took a huge step forward. Black light shone by his side and a hole immediately appeared in the center of a male shaman's brows before him. The moment he fell dead to the ground, that black light returned to Su Ming's side and laid down on his shoulders. It was naturally that strange rod snake. That snake lay on his shoulder and watched the area cautiously. Due to the murderous aura from its body, no shaman beasts dared come close to Su Ming's team. There were some who were curious about it, but no one knew the reason for it. Only Su Ming knew that all of this was because of that strange rod insect. He had a lot of guesses to what this creature was, but he still did not have an answer to it. However, he knew that this creature was definitely not an ordinary one. Just as Su Ming wanted to take another step forward, a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He turned his head swiftly towards Sky Mist City, and amidst the crowd fighting against each other in that direction, he saw a hunter with a black mask from the Berserker tribe walking towards them from among the people. As he walked towards them, he would brutally attack all the shamans in his way and end their lives. Even if he chose not to wear a mask, he would still be an incredibly distinct existence in the battlefield should anyone see him because he had willpower and that willpower had turned into his presence. That presence was not the same as Su Ming's indomitable will in moving forward, but it was instead a brutal will. When Su Ming turned to look at this person, the hunter from the Berserker tribe also saw him. There were several thousands feet between the two people, but that hunter, he could cross that distance in an instant. As the hunter of the Berserker tribe got closer, one by one, the people in the team also turned around to respectfully look him walking over towards Su Ming. "You have the right to become one of the hunters of the Berserker tribe." This was the first sentence the man spoke to Su Ming once he walked over. "Commander Zhou of the Southern War Zone has issued you a command. He ordered you to bring your team and head to that place." As the man spoke, he pointed towards a place in the distance. That spot was located at the very end of the battlefield, the border. When Su Ming looked over, he saw about a dozen ferocious beasts that were 1,000 feet in size over there, and around these beasts were several hundreds of shamans. In fact, there was a gigantic beast that reached 10,000 feet over there. It was floating in midair and staring at the battlefield on the ground. There was an incredibly peaceful spot over there. Not a single berserker could be seen several tens of thousands of feet around that area. That was as far as Su Ming could see. He could not see who else was within that crowd of shamans, but he could tell that those shamans were not fighting. They were just watching the battle unfold before them from a distance, as if they were protecting something within. No matter what method you use, plant this thing over there. You cannot go alone either. Commander Zhou has stressed that you must bring your team with you. The hunter from the Berserker tribe flung out an item he held in his hands, then wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, then turned around and left. He might have remained aloof throughout the entire encounter, but as a hunter, he had incredible willpower, and only those who were absolutely powerful or were his companions could receive a greeting in the form of a wrapped fist from him. Only hunters could receive the respect of other hunters. Su Ming looked at the item the hunter from the Berserker tribe had thrown towards him. It was a black cone-shaped thing. There was an eerie chill within it. Besides this particular trait, Su Ming could find no other clues from this item. In silence, he stared at the place where the group of shamans were in the distance and frowned. "Sir, how should we get there?" Wide-eyed, Yanbo looked towards their destination in the distance. His pupils shrank. The hundreds of shamans over there were not any ordinary people to begin with, and there was also the matter about the dozen-something 1,000 feet ferocious beasts over there, along with the 10,000 feet ferocious beast floating above. There must someone incredibly important to the shamans being protected over there. It's impossible that there are no hunters from the shaman tribe following such a person. If we go there, we'll definitely run into the hunters from the shaman tribe, Ziche said in a low voice. But this is Commander Zhou's order. Who is Commander Zhou? Su Ming suddenly asked. Yanbo was taken aback. Similarly, the former leaders of their own teams who had joined the 400-man team standing around were also stunned. All of them gave Su Ming odd looks. Uncle Master, this is the Southern War Zone. We're all in the Southern War Zone, and Zhou was appointed as the commander of the Southern War Zone by Sky Mist City. All of those in the Southern War Zone must obey his commands. But right till now, he doesn't seem to have issued any orders. Perhaps I've remembered incorrectly. Ziche quickly ended his explanation. I've never heard him issue any orders either. I never heard it. The people around them began speaking one after another, but soon their expressions began changing because as they started speaking, this crowd of people suddenly realized that Commander Zhou of the Southern War Zone might very possibly truly not have issued any orders before. Right then, this might be the very first time he sent his word, and the ones who received the order was Su Ming and all of them. Do we fight? Yanbo hesitated for a moment and looked towards Su Ming. It was difficult for him to make such an important and difficult decision. He had to listen to Su Ming's thoughts on this. He was not the only one. All of Su Ming's followers around him simultaneously looked towards him and waited for his decision. If Su Ming chose to fight, then they would not retreat. If Su Ming chose not to fight, then perhaps some of them would leave, but there would still be quite a large number of them who would stay. After all, they would be defying an order. Just what is the goal of this Commander Zhou? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He did not immediately make a decision, but instead turned around and fixed his gaze in the direction of Sky Mist City. After a moment, he turned around and looked towards his target destination once more. He looked at the formidable defenses over there, and at the powerful beasts at that place. It's impossible for us to conquer that place with our number. If we want to succeed, we need more people with us, Su Ming stated unhurriedly. Yanbo nodded. The others around him also agreed to Su Ming's point of view. Then this Commander Zhou must not have given us an impossible task. There must be a reason to this battle. Perhaps his goal is for us to become stronger and conquer the place. Su Ming frowned. Could it be that this is a performance? The person who spoke was a young man who looked rather short and frail standing around them. The young man's face was covered in blood, but he had a valiant look on his face. His eyes were sparkling as he suddenly spoke. Su Ming looked towards that person swiftly, and that young man instinctively scratched his head, feeling slightly nervous. In this short period of time, Su Ming had left behind an incredibly grand image in his heart. When Su Ming looked at him, he could not help but be slightly nervous. That's right, this is a performance, and our audience is this Commander Zhou. Perhaps there are other people because that spot is empty. It's the perfect place for spectators to watch the entire performance, Su Ming said. The young man's words had chased the fog in his mind. We, Yan Mo mumbled uncertainly. We will fight. Why shouldn't we? Since this is a performance, then we will give them a good performance. What's the problem with that? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He could not run from this battle, and since that was the case, he might as well fight. The moment he shouted his words, the berserkers who followed him immediately bellowed, "Fight!" At that moment, Zhou was looking at the spot where Su Ming was in the Southern War Zone, and as he looked, deep anticipation appeared in his eyes. When he saw Su Ming's team begin moving towards the spot where he requested them to go, he immediately lifted his hand. There were 4 wooden slips in his hands. The 4 wooden slips were instantly engulfed in flames and turned into 4 long arcs that charged in 4 directions. One of them went to the Northern War Zone, another went to the Western War Zone, yet another flew to the Eastern War Zone, and the last to the capital of Sky Mist. Thick green fog tumbled about above the gigantic battlefield. Rumbling sounds could be heard coming continuously from within. Clearly, the battle inside belonged only to the powerful warriors of the Berserker and Shaman tribe. They were fighting intensely against each other. The outcome of their battle could decide the progression of the battle beneath them. Yet similarly, the battle on the ground could also decide whether these powerful warriors would stay or leave. Neither one of them could be absent. It could be said that this battle was already divided into two sections since way earlier. One section was in the sky while the other section was the battle on the ground, and the battle on the ground was then gradually divided by the Berserkers into 4 different zones, which were the 4 war zones as per mentioned. Su Ming was in the southern war zone. At that moment, when Zhouda's 4 wooden slips burned up and flew into the sky from the southern war zone, there was an old man who was surrounded and protected by a lot of Berserkers deep in the northern war zone. That old man's face was filled with wrinkles. He was frowning as he counted with his right hand. Occasionally, he would take a few steps forward and observe the changes in the entire northern battlefield with brightly burning eyes. The area where he stood was not exactly very high. Logically speaking, it should have been difficult for him to see the entire situation of the northern war zone from that spot, but the old man clearly used a unique method to be able to understand most of what was happening without even having the need to look. He looked as if he continued calculating with his fingers. He could find the laws governing the situation. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, and in the process of the lifting of a hand, a bone slip appeared on his palm. That bone slip was 7 inches in length and entirely white. It looked as if it was made from a creature's tooth. The old man flung that slip out of his hands, and in a flash of white, it charged towards the battlefield in the distance before it disappeared into a spot within it. Right after he flung that bone slip out of his hand, the old man's expression suddenly changed just as he was about to lower his head and continue calculating with his fingers. A burning wooden slip sliced through the air in a whistle and arrived before him. Once it started floating in front of his head. As the wooden slip burned, the illusionary figure of Zhouda from the southern war zone appeared. To the easternmost part of Sky Mist was the Eastern War Zone, which was the spot right before Sky Mist City and also happened to be the part located right at the end of the entire battlefield. The battles within the Eastern War Zone were the most intense out of all the other battles on the battlefield. The Berserkers within that war zone also looked stronger and tougher than in the other zones. In fact, if anyone took a closer look, then they would find that there was a sort of order within the Eastern War Zone. The zone might be quite large, but it felt like a complete entity. The teams fighting there were all doing so meticulously. Orders were repeatedly sent out from the center. There were hunters who were specially tasked to send the orders of the Eastern War Zone's commander to the teams. The Eastern War Zone was the area where the number of killings for shamans were the highest, but similarly, their number of casualties were also the highest. The orders sent to them usually exuded an air of unyielding mercilessness. There was a woman standing at the center of this war zone. This woman had long hair that swayed in the wind and she was dressed in black. Her eyes were aloof. Standing by her side were around a dozen hunters from the Berserker tribe. These hunters were incredibly respectful of this woman, which was something that could not be found in Zhouda's side in the southern war zone. Yet if anyone looked closely, then they could tell from the masked hunters' power and the fluctuations of power coming from the arts they practiced that most of these hunters came from Western Sea Clan. Even if there were a few who were not from the clan, they would still belong to tribes that were affiliated with Western Sea Clan. The woman's identity was already widely known, and it was made even more obvious due to her appearance, because she looked incredibly similar to Tianlan Meng. However, their presences were like two polar opposites. She was Tianlan Meng's older sister, Tianlan Yu. Her presence was incredibly similar to Han Feizi's. They were both cold as ice, but there was something different about them as well. Han Feizi's cold demeanor was external, because there was pride within her. That pride was one that was akin to an orchid blooming proudly in an empty valley. Tianlan Yu's cold demeanor came from her entire being, whether it be from her actions or from the depths of her soul. She was like a block of ice that would never melt, and due to the ice sealing her soul, some beautiful lines could be seen on her soul. These lines intersected with each other to form an ice flower. That ice flower was her. While Tianlan Meng might not be cold, but she also had her own pride. However, along that pride was an elegance, a serenity, an ethereal presence sought after in the Tao she pursued, the one belonging to immortals. 3 people, 3 different women. Compared to them, Fang Zhonglan seemed rather ordinary. She did not have pride, did not have that aloof indifference, and neither did she have that ethereal elegance. But what she had was a firm and tenacious spirit underneath that water-like gentleness. At that moment, Tianlan Yu held a wooden slip that was no longer burning in her hands. It let out a crack and shattered, turning into black ash that floated before her. An illusionary figure of Zhoude from the southern war zone appeared in that black ash. My 3 fellow commanders, I have a performance here, and I would like to invite the 3 of you to watch it. It was a very simple sentence. Once Zhoude finished speaking, his illusion disappeared without a trace. The old man from the northern war zone frowned and looked towards the south. As for Tianlan Yu, she completely ignored it and continued standing on her spot to pay attention to her own war zone whilst sending out her cruel orders. The western war zone, which was the closest to Sky Mist City and could be said to be the place that gave the most complete assurance when it came to the berserker's safety, also heard Zhoude's words from the wooden slip. The commander in the Western War Zone was also a woman. She was Tianlan Meng. As a citizen of Sky Mist City, she had to become a commander just like her older sister and joined this war, one that no one knew how long it would last. A large number of the hunters from the Berserker tribe beside her were from Freezing Sky Clan. However, Su Ming had never met these people. They did not seem to have come from Frozen Ice Sky but came to this battlefield with another method to protect Tianlan Meng. Tianlan Meng looked at Zhoude's disappearing figure before her and a light crease appeared between her brows. Sheg cast her gaze to the south, an action different from her sister's cold attitude. At the same time, she lifted her right hand and flung it at the space before her. Immediately, crystalline sparks appeared and gathered into a light screen in front of her. Distortions first appeared on the surface of that light screen. After some time, it gradually became clear, and that light screen projected the entire southern war zone within it. Tianlan Meng swept her gaze through the things happening there, and with just one glance, she saw a spot that was clearly different within the southern war zone. There seemed to be a team made up of several hundreds of people over there, and they stuck close to each other as if they were one body as they fought. That team stood out like a sore thumb compared to the chaos in other places. Tianlan Meng lifted her right hand calmly and tapped at a spot on the light screen. Once she tapped on it, the southern war zone projected on the light screen grew closer, and as it was magnified, numerous scenes of berserkers fighting against shamans could be seen flashing on the screen until the sight was eventually fixed on a small area. There was a team consisting of nearly 500 people. They moved forward like the wind and coordinated with one another with incredible rapport. There was also an indescribable presence existing among that team. Could it be that Zhoude wants to show me this team? Tianlan Meng's gaze swept through the screen, and she started observing each and every person in the team. As she looked at them, she lifted her right hand and tapped at the screen once more. The moving pictures became bigger once again and started shifting forward. After a moment, the tip of the team appeared in the picture. There was a person over there with lightning swimming all over his body and green light shining next to him. Like a god of war, he rained down death as he charged forward. It was this person's existence that caused this team to press forward fearlessly. The instant Tianlan Meng saw this person, her eyes widened like saucers. Her breathing instinctively quickened, and she lifted her right hand swiftly to tap on the God of War's figure on the light screen. The picture became bigger in an instant, and by then, there was only one person to be seen, Su Ming. Su Ming was there, moving forward like the wind. His long purple hair moved like waves in the air and the blood-red long robes danced in the wind. That familiar look made Tianlan Meng momentarily stunned, but after that, a faint smile appeared on her lips. He's back. Tianlan Meng's eyes remained fixed on Su Ming on the screen, and she continued watching him. The 3 commanders from the 4 war zones were not the only ones who had noticed Su Ming at that moment. There were also people in Sky Mist City who had turned their attention towards him. There were 8 old men standing on the walls of Sky Mist City, their gazes gathered on the southern war zone. This child should be the one Zhoude wants us to see. This child's willpower is very strong. Could it be that Zhou De wants to deploy a battle strategy focusing on willpower in his area of command? Let's have a look. Since he has the confidence of showing it to us, then it means that he has some confidence in it. Refining your willpower in the battlefield is nothing new. That's what our hunters are doing, but only a few people manage to do it. It's impossible that he could make the others do the same. I don't think Shoda's plan will work. It was just as Su Ming predicted. Commander Zhou was not the only one watching this performance of theirs. There were also others who were watching. Perhaps there were still very few people watching them at that exact moment, but perhaps, gradually, there would be more who would notice this magnificent performance. Su Ming took a step forward in the southern war zone. Green light shone on his body, and as the small sword charged out, he lifted his right hand and formed it into the shape of a blade, then sliced down 3 times in 3 different locations. Execution of 3 evils. An art which could even kill Tai Sui. The 3 evils were also known as the 3 murders. Between heaven and earth, there were 3 forces: separation, beginning, and nurture. Separation was known as the evil of theft, beginning as the evil of disaster, and nurture as the evil of time. They were also known as the murders of theft, disaster, and time. With 1 slash, cut down theft, then cut down disaster, and finally cut down time. Cut down all 3 evils like how the dragon crushes the void. After using the execution of 3 evils several times in the battlefield, Su Ming gradually found out that the art's destructive power was not really enough in a mano-a-mano, but in this battlefield it could bring out amazing effects. And with his current level of cultivation, he could already perform all 3 slashes. The battlefield, the origin of all patterns of chaos. As Su Ming moved forward, his eyes sparkled, and he brought his right hand down in a slice for the first time. The evil of theft appeared in the form of ripples that could not be seen with the naked eye, and with Su Ming as its center, those ripples started spreading out madly in all directions. In the eyes of many, winning is the main point of war, but from the patterns in the world, war is all based on a desire to rob and plunder. The winners are the reason for this calamity. My deeper understanding towards the execution of 3 evils is not the reason why it's so effective here. It's because the patterns that set up this place caused the power of the execution of 3 evils to increase by several fold. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Once he sliced down with his palm, the ripples started spreading out, and all the shamans around them who were covered by the spreading ripples would start trembling as if they were shivering. The ripples spread in a circular area of several thousands of feet around Su Ming. Once the shamans within the area started shivering, one by one, their killing intent completely disappeared. It was as if their hearts had suddenly become heavy, as if their fear of death had instantly increased exponentially. Because their evil desire to rob people of their lives had been cut down by Su Ming. Without the evil of theft, the massacres stirred up by this battle were struck an invisible blow, and the shamans were like sailors who lost their ships and were now forced to struggle in an angry sea. The execution of 3 evils changes the patterns of the world, and as a result, the art can release a power that can destroy the sky and earth. This arcane power is the power of the patterns in the world. As Su Ming's power increased, he grew older, went through an increasing amount of things. He gained an even deeper level of understanding of many of the words he did not understand prior to this when he casted the art. I can cut through the 3 evils, but I wonder if I can also set them in place. This thought suddenly appeared in Su Ming's head, but he had no time to try it out at the moment. He lifted his right hand once again, and as he continued moving forward and slaughtering the shamans, he swung his hand down once again. This time he still cut the air, but as he completed the slash, the ground under his feet started feeling as if it was trembling, but only he could sense these tremors. The people around him did not even notice it. Separation, beginning, and nurture. Beginning is known as the evil of disaster. Its pattern is different from the patterns that make up a person. This event itself is a disaster and has grown into a major catastrophe. Cutting down this catastrophe should originally be a good thing, but in this chaotic setup, once I cut down the evil of disaster, it'll cause a chain reaction, and it won't be a blessing but a calamity. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. For the time being, he still could not see the changes within this small area after cutting down the evil of disaster, but he could already sense that the sky, the earth, even the blood and rocks on the ground, and the wind blowing towards them had seemingly become different. This was originally the land of the shamans, but now, as he stood there, he had a feeling that he was standing on the land of berserkers. He was not the only one who had that feeling. The hundreds of followers behind him all felt the same way. On the other hand, things were largely different on the shaman's side. Gradually, as the crowd charged forth, when some arrows flew towards them in a disorderly fashion, when some divine abilities were successfully evaded by some people and those abilities charged towards this area, Su Ming, that once he had cut down the evil of disaster, he had changed the pattern governing the desire to kill in this place. In a bizarre fashion, those arrows and divine abilities all fell on different shamans like luck was going against them. Being killed by a stray arrow was the highest cause of death in this war zone, and at that moment all the stray arrows were missing berserkers and falling on the shamans. Su Ming was shocked to the core, but he did not stop. The final evil among the three evils was that of time. Once he cut it down, a gust of wind blew across the land and surrounded the area, causing the air over there to instantly turn different, and the wounds on the shamans' bodies started becoming worse. Once the evil of nurture was gone, the sky and earth instantly stopped moving. There were many principles that still remained unclear to Su Ming, but he could still tell that once the execution of three evils changed the patterns in this battlefield, what unfolded before his eyes was a strange and astounding power. Kill them! Ziche let out a deep roar behind Su Ming. The berserkers around them following Su Ming swept through the land like a violent gust of wind. Everywhere they passed through, a large amount of shamans would die. Yen Bo followed soon after with a loud roar towards the sky. The hunter Su Ming is here. We call out to all our fellow berserkers. Gather to us. Join us to gain glory. Join us to hunt the shamans. Yen Bo was not the only one shouting. Under his arrangements, there were more than 100 people who shouted along with him. Their voices were like waves that spread throughout the area, causing more berserkers to join them as their team continued moving forward. Su Ming did not pay any attention to Yen Bo's actions. He was right in front, killing and opening the path, bringing the people behind him to charge towards their destination. Blood and carnage filled the area. As the crowd continued moving forward and their team grew larger under Yen Bo's arrangement, gradually it was no longer only 100 people who shouted, but 200. The shouts coming from 200 people were stronger and contained greater piercing force as they reverberated through the battlefield. Soon, the number of people shouting grew to 300, causing the waves of sound to thunder in the air in such a manner as if it was shaking the skies. When the number of people shouting grew to 600, their voices could already envelop the entire southern war zone, causing them be heard by all the berserkers and the shamans. The hunter Su Ming is here. The hunter Su Ming is here. As the waves of sound spread and more people continuously assimilated into Su Ming's team, their numbers reached 1,000. These 1,000 people were like a crowd that contained an astonishing presence. And with that, this team was like a striking flag in the southern war zone, and everywhere they went to, they came with a presence of a tidal wave. Most of the time, when the shaman's hunters saw the 1,000-man team with the thunderous roars led by Su Ming, their expressions would change, and they would choose to avoid them. If even their hunters reacted that way, then it was even more so for the other shamans. Sir, with my abilities, even with Ziche working with me, bringing together 1,000-man team is my limit. Once we go over 1,000 people, it'll be rather difficult to control them. What do you think? Yen Bo took a few brisk steps forward on the battlefield to arrive behind Su Ming and spoke quickly. 1,000 men is fine. We will break through with these people. Su Ming turned around and cast a glance at the group. There was a huge swarm of people gathered behind him. Almost all of the 1,000 berserkers were looking at him. Su Ming did not control this team, but his actions and spirit that pressed on forward boldly gave strength to everyone. The display of his willpower caused all the berserkers following him to be able to sense it, and under its influence, he became the soul of the team. Su Ming averted his gaze. Behind him, Yen Bo and Ziche went off to pass his orders down the team. After a moment, a loud, lasting roar that shook the sky and earth shot out from the mouths of those 1,000 people. Gradually, they turned into one sound that shook the entire southern war zone, a sound that could even be faintly heard by the other war zones, a note that spoke of eradicating everything. This sound was the roars of these 1,000 people shouting at the same in the loudest voice in their lives. Kill them! With that roar in the air, Su Ming charged forward from the very front of the team, straight towards a more secluded area with hundreds of shamans in the distance. There were hundreds of shamans over there, several dozens of hunters, a dozen-something ferocious beasts 1,000 feet in size, and a gigantic beast that was 10,000 feet in size. That was a vital place to the shamans. The 1,000-man team followed right behind Su Ming. The crowd moved like a gigantic dragon on the ground, and as they charged forth, that powerful presence of theirs turned into the center of attention. Shamans withdrew out of their way, and berserkers were shocked. Under Su Ming's guidance, the 1,000-man team shot forth like a sharp arrow through the southern war zone. Yoda saw all of this. He clenched his fists and his eyes shone brilliantly with anticipation. His breathing had also quickened as he continued watching. Su Ming, let me see. Let everyone see just how strong willpower is. This is your performance, it is your fortune that you are in the southern war zone, and this is also my chance. If you can be the center of everyone's attention in this battle, then I will also gain their attention. If you succeed, then in the future, the southern war zone will fight in the unique manner where the hunters will serve as the leaders, forming their own teams. These different hunters will influence their teams with their willpower and fight. Just as the 1,000 team led by Su Ming swept through the southern war zone like a violent gust of wind and became an incredibly striking sight, the eyes of the northern war zone's commander began to sparkle. The old man who seemed to be calculating with his fingers did not need to use his eyes to observe things. With a unique art, he was able to know things as if he had seen them with his own eyes. Tianlan Meng was also paying attention to what was happening at Su Ming's place. There was a hint of anxiety on her face as she stared at the light screen before her, or more precisely, at Su Ming inside the screen leading the 1,000 men with the presence of a roaring tiger and leaving the southern war zone. The 8 old men in Sky Mist City who had been talking to each other were all now completely silent. All their gazes were trained at the distance at the long dragon formed by 1,000 men charging out of the outskirts of the southern war zone. As they watched, all the people paying attention to the sight could sense an indomitable spirit coming from the head of the dragon and filling up the 1,000 people within, and that spirit turned into an incredible willpower among them. The old man from Freezing Sky Clan who had taught Su Ming regarding the art of speed previously at the tip of Frozen Ice Sky was sitting on the sword. He originally did not pay too much attention to the battles in the sky and on the ground. He had his own mission. Yet at that moment, he appeared shocked, and his gaze was trained on Su Ming and his 1,000 men who had charged out of the southern war zone. Su Ming. The old man had extraordinary power and his gaze was like lightning. He could see that the person with the blood-soaked robes right at the front of the team was Su Ming. There was also a person sitting on the gigantic mirror belonging to Western Sea Clan, which was floating in the sky above the southern war zone. That person was a boy, and if Su Ming saw him, he would definitely be able to recognize at first glance that this boy was the Western Sea Clan member who had appeared during that auction. It's him. The boy's eyes sparkled and his expression changed as he looked at Su Ming traveling on the ground. Besides these people, the berserkers at the edges of the battlefield also saw Su Ming and his team charging out of the southern war zone into the land of the shamans, straight towards the empty spot in the distance with only several hundreds of shamans situated there. In the eastern war zone, Tianlan Yu turned her head around for the first time and looked towards the southern war zone. "Foolish," she said coldly and averted her gaze to continue conducting the battle in the eastern war zone. There is no right or wrong in a battlefield. There is only obedience in a battlefield. Since Su Ming chose to join this battle, then he must obey Zhou De's orders. He had to give a magnificent performance and complete this blood experiment. When he rushed out of the southern war zone and appeared on that wide expanse of land, the 1,000 people followed right behind him. The area where the hundreds of shamans were was a long distance away. He could see the hundreds of shamans turning their gazes towards them and looking coldly at all of them. "Sir, do you want to split up and divide the shamans' forces?" Yanbo's heart was pounding against his chest. He thought he was acting a little too crazy. He was originally just a nobody that no one paid attention on the battlefield, leading a dozen-something people to fight for his survival in this battlefield. Yet all of these things changed drastically once he ran into Su Ming. When he led 100 people, he had been satisfied. He had believed that with those 100 men under his command, he could let them kill more shamans while increasing their chances of survival to the highest degree. However, that satisfaction did not last long. Their followers increased to 200, then to 300, and their numbers grew even larger as time went by. This sort of change made Yen Bo excited but also afraid. The instant Commander Zhou's orders came, there was only a heavy-hearted feeling in his heart, along with resignation. He wanted to flee, but the order was as solid as a mountain. Once he retreated, then his tribe would look down on him. He could not retreat. Behind him was Sky Mist Barrier. If he retreated, if the others also retreated, then the flames of battle would spread to the entire Berserker tribe. That was a sight he did not dare picture, even if he continuously told himself that this battle only happened once a century and that this fight was not the final battle. He told himself that Sky Mist Barrier would not be breached. But even so, when he truly joined the battle, he was forced to experience the brutality and terror of war. Everything was possible. I don't know the details of how I should lead them. You make the arrangements. Su Ming did not turn his head back. His eyes remained fixed on the shamans in the distance, and as he moved forward, he spoke in a low voice. Sir, my thoughts are that we don't need to change our teams. There's about 100,000 feet from here to there. Let's charge towards them just like this. Yen Bo gritted his teeth. He was worried that once they split up, some people would feel shocked by their own actions and begin to feel like withdrawing. If that was the case, it was better to follow behind Su Ming. Are you afraid? Su Ming asked. No. Yen Bo gritted his teeth. I'm not afraid either. At most, I'll just die. Ziche charged out of the crowd and returned to his spot behind Su Ming once he finished sending his orders. As he ran forward, he heard Su Ming and Yen Bo's conversation, then laughed and shouted his answer by the side. Su Ming smiled and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. As he charged forward, the 1,000-man team shot forward like the wind. That wind started blowing from beyond the area of sky mist, and as it blew, it charged straight to the crowd of shamans. 100,000 feet, 90,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 70,000 feet. As Su Ming and the rest charged, low roars could be heard coming from the team. They had completely left the battlefield and had by then turned into an incredibly unique and striking existence in the war. The instant they were 60,000 feet away from the crowd of shamans, the shamans started moving. 5 masked hunters charged forward with around 100 shaman warriors behind them, rushing straight towards Su Ming. Even if they were not the center of attention of all the people at that moment, they were well on their way towards there. Too many people had cast their gazes on them, especially those from within Sky Mist City. Besides the 8 old men on the wall, there were also others who had seen the team that had charged out of the battlefield. The tallest building in Sky Mist City was a gigantic cylinder-shaped structure. On top of it was a spherical-shaped ball that was 1,000 feet in size. It floated above the cylinder, and within the ball was a quiet chamber. At that moment, there were 3 old men sitting cross-legged inside. The old man in the middle had dry and dull skin. Only his eyes held a profundity that made him seem as if he had lived for tens of thousands of years. He looked in the direction before him, and if anyone looked from his spot, they would find that there were walls blocking his view. But it was as if the walls of the ball itself were invisible, allowing him to see every single spot on the battlefield clearly. His gaze fell on Su Ming's 1,000-man team. His eyes weren't the only ones either. The other 2 old men beside him also had their gazes fixed on Su Ming's 1,000-man team. Most of the berserkers in the southern war zone are from my Western Sea clan. The blue-robed old man sitting to the right stated, smiling. The black-robed old man sitting to the left let out a cold harumph once he heard it, but he did not say anything. Under their gazes, the 100-something shamans led by the hunters from the shaman tribe right before Su Ming's team closed in on them at an incredible speed, and these 2 armies clashed with each other 40,000 feet away from that spot. This was an incredibly devastating battle. There might only be 100-something shamans, but they were clearly different from the ones Su Ming had met in the battlefield. Their attacks were resolute and their power strikingly different from those back in the war zone. None of these shamans were weaklings. On the other hand, while Su Ming had a lot of people on his side, their levels of cultivation were not the same. If it was not because of Su Ming's willpower that led them press on without stopping, they would have broken down a long time ago. Right then, as both sides clashed, nearly 100 of Su Ming's men instantly died. Sounds of battle echoed in the air, and the two hunters from the shaman tribe before Su Ming launched a pincer attack on him. The two hunters had power equivalent to those in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm. Their teamwork stopped Su Ming from advancing, but his left eye remained aloof while shining with fighting spirit, creating a stark contrast to the murderous intent in his right eye. The battle had just begun, and almost the moment his team of berserkers were injured, 5 more hunters leading another 100-something shamans charged forth from 40,000 feet away. Their arrival might not have immediately incited war, but it created a large amount of pressure on Su Ming's team. This pressure was an incredibly brilliant tactic, and its effects could even be said to rival the greatest divine abilities. What a great move! Yan Bo's face was soaked in blood. When he saw this sight as he fought, he could only let out a sigh. Courage was required to rush out of the war zone, and it was not just a tiny amount that would allow a person to do so. Yet because 1,000 people rushed out at the same time, and because Su Ming stood right in front of them, due to the force of his willpower and the general lack of change around them, there would still be people who possessed that amount of courage. However, when they rushed out, they had run into obstacles, and in an instant nearly 100 of their own died. Once they saw a similar team of shamans rushing forth from the distance, that invisible amount of pressure was enough to make many a person's spirits crumble. At that moment, before the second wave of shamans arrived, some of the berserkers who were located further down the team began to retreat under this fear. They could see that in the start, there were only several dozens of people who retreated, and after a moment, hundreds of people no longer moved forward but chose to withdraw, and their speed as they moved back grew increasingly quicker, causing the 1,000-man team to look as if it had been split in 2 parts. When this scene caught Zhou De's eyes, disappointment filled him. The old man from the northern warzone sighed and shook his head. As for Tianlan Meng, her face was pale. Her gaze was fixed on Su Ming alone. Right up to that moment, Tianlan Yu from the eastern warzone had only given Su Ming's team that one glance and that one remark about their foolishness before she no longer paid any attention to them. It was as if Su Ming's team could not spark even the slightest bit of her interest. The 8 old men on Sky Mist City remained calm. The long years of their life had given them enough patience to watch the entire performance. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. With a ferocious expression, he rammed his head into the hunter's mask before him. At such a close distance, he could see the shock in the masked male shaman's eyes. Su Ming never stopped moving. He did not choose to stop the people who retreated from the team either. Instead, he used his actions to tell all these people the principle of the courageousness of coming out victorious when 2 adversaries met and were forced to fight each other. You can retreat once, you can retreat twice, but once you retreat thrice, then even if you don't die, you have already been abandoned by the battle. This sort of person cannot become a powerful warrior. Powerful warriors are the survivors of hundreds of battles. Only they can be remade through life and death experiences. Everyone can become a powerful berserker. With bloodshot eyes, Su Ming continuously bashed his head against the masked shaman's forehead. When the opponent let out a terrified scream and tried to swiftly charge out, Su Ming grabbed that hunter. With one rip, the hunter's body was torn apart and blood sprayed into the air like rain. But Su Ming also paid a price for this action. His injuries had worsened. Those who follow me, if you don't die even after numerous battles, then you'll have become a powerful warrior. In that bloody rain, Su Ming shouted his very first sentence ever since he rushed out to face the shamans. Ziche followed behind him madly with bloodshot eyes. Yan Bo also followed with a roar. Even if there were deserters behind them, there were still several hundreds of people in the team. These people saw Su Ming's actions and heard his words. This was a battlefield. It was a strange place. It was strange because it was the easiest place for conviction, reliance, and respect to form. Over here, those with weak willpower would instinctively choose to follow those with strong willpower. This was a law, the law of war. I am Su Ming. I am the hunter Su Ming. I am the wielder of Sky Mist City's night plate, Su Ming. I have killed many shamans, and those who follow me will live and die together with me. Su Ming took a step forward and charged straight towards the other hunters from the shaman tribe. His roars shot out of his throat and reverberated in the air all around them. As Su Ming's shout reached the team, the remaining hundreds of people all lost their reason. At the moment, the matter of life and death, of retreating, and of fear were all tossed far away from their minds. The only thing remaining in their hearts was their own blood, boiling hotly and passionately. Only thing they heard were Su Ming's hoarse shouts ringing in their ears. A wave of emotion was brought into play, and as a distinct change happened among them, a willpower coming from all the people in the team appeared swiftly in that battlefield like a sharpened sword showing off its edge. Zhou De was visibly moved. A serious look also appeared in the eyes of the old man in the northern war zone. As for Tianlan Meng, a brief, mystified look crossed her eyes. She stared at Su Ming and continued staring and staring. Tianlan Yu from the eastern war zone turned her head around the second time and looked in Su Ming's direction. One of the 8 old men on the walls of Sky Mist City suddenly spoke. Beat the war drums solely for them. Dong! 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 Once he spoke, the sounds of war drums shot out swiftly from Sky Mist City. These sounds were filled with fire. They beat only for Su Ming and his team, only roared for Su Ming and his team. Sky Mist City needs a hero, and this battle also needs a hero of the Berserker tribe. The roars of the war drums thundered in the air. Even the thick green fog in the sky had also started tumbling about even more intensely. It was as if the battle between the powerful warriors within the fog was near conclusion. Su Ming and his team of several hundred heard the war drums from Sky Mist City where they stood beyond the battlefield. The fiery war drums were filled with a strong penetrating force that reverberated through the land and echoed in Su Ming and the other people's ears. Those who follow me. If you don't die even after numerous battles, then you'll have become a powerful warrior. Su Ming's previous shout had fused with the roars from the war drums, causing the willpower of these hundreds of men to turn into a motivation for them to move forward without fear. At that moment, they had forgotten about death. In their eyes, they only saw Su Ming, only saw him as he continued moving forward. Where that figure was, so would his willpower be. Where that figure was, so would that presence be. At that moment, they had already attracted a large amount of attention. An increasing number of berserkers had turned their gazes towards them, and even the aloof Tianlan Yu was also looking at them coldly. It was the same for Sky Mist City. The small team's performance had now reached its most intense moment. Su Ming charged right in front, and about 300 people followed behind him, displaying an iron will that was like a murderous dragon, a furious tiger that did not care about anything and only charged forward to kill. The idea behind the courageous one winning when 2 adversaries fight against each other could occasionally not be aimed at just one person, but also an entire group. Just like now, the hundreds of people right behind Su Ming were precisely like that. Their levels of cultivation may not be equal, but they had a presence that allowed them to stare at death with an unflinching gaze. There's nothing to fear about death. With blood all over his body, Yan Bo let out a huge roar. He followed behind Su Ming with a ferocious face and started fighting madly. The 100-something shamans may be strong, but no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit. If one person among the hundreds of people following Su Ming could not win against that shaman, then 2 of them would fight against him. If 2 could not make it, then they would fight with 3. If the 3 of them could not make it, then the person who was the most grievously injured would definitely grit his teeth and choose to self-destruct. That force triggered by the self-destruction, the thunderous rumbles, and the level of devastation brought by the fights were much more grand but tragic compared to the battles elsewhere. Courage was needed for a person to self-destruct. That courage needed was usually more than what was required to kill someone or what was required to be killed. This was a personal choice, and that person would need to struggle with his own thoughts, would need true courage before he could do it. Perhaps there would be plenty of times where many people did not have the sort of courage, but on a battlefield, even if someone did not choose to self-destruct, there was a high possibility that he would not be able to leave alive anyway. A true man would rather die and bring his enemy down with him. Booming sounds reverberated through the air. The sounds of explosions caused by self-destruction continuously rang out. The vicious smirks before their faces shattered, the final words they said before their bodies exploded drove the others on, stirred up all the berserkers who were watching them. In the midst of the war drums roaring in the air, as the hundreds of berserkers fought on madly, as Su Ming charged forward right at the forefront of the team, a large number of shamans died in this close-quarter battle. Death was just one of the things that happened to them. More importantly, for the first time, their gazes as they looked at Su Ming became tainted with fear. It was impossible for them not to fear. In the face of all those eyes filled with madness, in the face of all these people who, if they did not manage to kill them, would definitely choose to rush forward and trigger a self-destruction once they were gravely wounded. How could they not be afraid? Su Ming's battle was also horrifying to watch. His right arm was already a bloody mess, and blood poured down from his chest. His hair was in disarray, and a deep sense of fatigue continuously spread through his entire body. However, his eyes remained clear. His left eye still retained that aloof gaze, and his right eye was still shining with that bewitching shade of red. His hair had already turned purple due to the blood, and even if it was twilight, he was still eye-catching. He had already activated his full speed. As he moved forward in a flash of light and his followers continued chasing after him madly, the group of shamans remaining after most of their companions had died began to crumble. It was the breaking down of their minds, a signal that they wanted to back down. The remaining 30-odd shamans, including the 2 hunters left, chose to retreat simultaneously. They chose to gather together with the second wave of warriors who were swiftly rushing towards them from the back. They were afraid. The berserkers had also paid a huge price. Besides the people who had run away previously, now, there were only 100-something berserkers following behind Su Ming. These 100-something men were all covered head to toe in blood, were all looking ahead with bloodshot eyes shining with a freezing glare, were all heroes. The instant these 30-odd shamans began retreating, Su Ming panted harshly and lifted his head. Suddenly, he took a huge step forward with his right foot. With that one step, his afterimage was left behind on the ground, but his body seemed to have shot through space itself, and they could see clearly that a layer of blood mist suddenly appeared in the air not too far away from the 30-odd shamans who were running away. Almost the instant that blood mist appeared, Su Ming, with a brief distortion of his body, stood beside the 2 hunters. Su Ming's appearance was incredibly bizarre. Once he appeared, his legs started rapidly turning into a bloody mess. That layer of blood mist just now was due to his body being unable to withstand the effects of him activating that sort of speed for far too many times, and that layer of blood mist appeared when a part of his body exploded. Along with his appearance came a strong gust of wind that lifted up the desolate air on the ground and charged straight towards the 2 hunters from the shaman tribe. With a thunderous roar in the air, one of the hunters was caught completely off guard and shivered. What awaited him was his world turning upside down because his head had been sliced off cleanly by Su Ming's palm. That hunter should not have been so weak, but his mind had been broken during the previous battle, and he had also seen the reinforcements during his escape. The instant his mind broke down and he became relaxed, Su Ming's extreme speed brought about his doom. However, he was still a hunter. Almost the instant his head was sliced off, his body exploded. He'd chosen to self-destruct when he knew he was already dead. The act of the hunter triggering a self-destruction was borderline madness, because there were other shamans around him besides Su Ming. Su Ming bore the brunt of the attack, but the instant the force of the explosion rammed into him and he was pushed into a crisis, while he had no idea whether it was just a misconception on his part, but at that brief instant, he had a feeling that the sacrificed bone he obtained from Han Mountain's ancestor melted a little. However, it had just melted a tiny little bit. Su Ming did not have time to mull over it. He activated his speed once more and quickly retreated. In a moment, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already right in front of the remaining 100-odd berserkers. Almost the instant he appeared, thunderous booms shook the sky and earth. The hunter's self-destruction had dragged in many others into the explosion, causing a lot of shamans around him to be unable to dodge it. Shrill screams of pain filled the air, and about a dozen of them died or were injured. Blood flowed down Su Ming's mouth and he staggered, coughing out a huge mouthful of blood. His face was stark white, and the world before his eyes became clouded. He only managed to hang on after gritting his teeth. His heart pounded against his chest. The feeling he had during the explosion made his eyes lit up. By then he was already very certain. During that instant just now, that bone within his body had indeed melted a little. He stood there and looked ahead. Behind him were his 100 followers, and before him were the first wave of shamans who suffered a huge blow to their numbers, along with the second wave of shamans who were closing in on them rapidly. Su Ming, the hunter. Su Ming, the hunter. No one could say who exactly was the first to start the chant among the 100 berserkers behind Su Ming, but soon, almost every single one of them began roaring at the top of their lungs. Their eyes burned with fervor. They had seen Su Ming's final act, seen that head in Su Ming's hand right now. Yoda took a deep breath in the southern war zone and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had seen Su Ming's final act and heard the mad cries from the 100 berserkers behind him. Tianlan Meng stared at the light screen before her blankly, looking at a certain figure on it. She looked at his blood-soaked robes and the many parts of his body that had turned into a bloody mess. Then she bit her lip, was immersed in her own thoughts. As for the old man from the northern war zone who had been calculating with his fingers, he had also become visibly affected. Only Tianlan Yu frowned, remaining as aloof as ever. The sounds of the war drums from Sky Mist City grew even more heated. The old men standing on the wall were no longer speaking, but were simply staring at the spot where Su Ming was. The 3 people sitting in the ball floating on the gigantic cone in Sky Mist City had also sunk into silence. Su Ming's level of cultivation was not the cause for their attention. In their eyes, he was very weak and could be finished off with just one blow. They were looking at the willpower that enveloped the 100 people, the willpower that was brought to them by Su Ming as their leader. What they valued was Su Ming's resolution and determination, along with that courage of his. Su Ming handed over the head in his hand to Ziche, who was standing behind him, and panted harshly. At that moment, the second wave of shamans were already less than 10,000 feet away from them. They would be here soon. Behind him, the 100 berserkers were already exhausted. They had fought for an entire day, some even longer. Compared to these well-rested shamans, they were at a disadvantage. He could already imagine that once the second wave of shamans rushed over, there would be very few of his companions left, especially when this was only the second wave. There would still be a third wave, and the dozen-odd 1,000 feet beasts, and also the 10,000 feet inferior sacred beast. The performance has ended. Ziche Yinbo, take them and withdraw back to the southern war zone. A resolute look appeared in Su Ming's eyes when he suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Ziche was momentarily stunned, and Yen Bo instantly looked towards Su Ming. But Sir, Commander Zhou. Retreat. Su Ming gave Yen Bo a look. Su Ming's one single glance made Yen Bo fall into silence and nod his head. He gritted his teeth, but there was no need for him to lay out the order. Su Ming's words were heard by all the 100-something berserkers. I want all of you to live. Now, retreat. Ziche, you move back as well. This is the order of the 9th summit. Ziche gritted his teeth and nodded. When the second wave of shamans charged over, many people did not expect that the 100 berserkers behind Su Ming would rapidly retreat under Ziche and Yen Bo's lead. Almost the moment they chose to retreat, displeasure instantly appeared on Zhouda's face and he frowned. As for the cold Tianlan Yu, scorn appeared in her eyes and she was just about to avert her gaze to no longer pay any attention to them when her pupils suddenly shrank, because she saw one person standing there even as all the other berserkers retreated. He stood there, right in between the retreating berserkers and the advancing shamans. At that moment, this person was like a ravine between the sky and earth, separating the crowd of people who were advancing and retreating. Su Ming did not retreat. This is a performance. A bloody performance. Since you want to see it, since all of you want to see it, then there's no need for so many people to die. I will perform for you. Su Ming stood there and turned his head around to look towards the southern war zone. He could somewhat see that there was a person over there staring at him solemnly. Since I decided to join this battle, then I will do my part. I will obey your orders, but I will use my own ways to obey them. Su Ming averted his gaze from the southern war zone and looked towards Sky Mist City. My actions and will all belong to me. No one, absolutely no one, can interfere with them or impose their will on me. Not Di Tian from the void, not Zhouda from the southern war zone, and if I don't want to, not even Sky Mist City. Besides the bloodlight and aloofness in Su Ming's gaze, there was also a wild and untamable will. That untamable will was one that would not submit to any of the wishes in the world. It was a light that would not bend down to any power. I have already reached completion in the awakening realm, and there's only a slight distance left for me to reach the bone sacrifice realm. But that small distance has always been difficult for me to conquer. What happened just now was definitely not a figment of my imagination. Perhaps this is my chance to break into the bone sacrifice realm from the awakening realm. If I can completely melt that berserker bone in my body, then perhaps I will be able to reach the bone sacrifice realm. After going through so many things from Dark Mountain right up to the war between the shamans and berserkers now, Su Ming had finally grown up. He was no longer a teenager, but was now a fine young man. Not only did his body grow, but his spirit did as well, and due to the birth of his willpower, Su Ming was like a new man who now had determination within him. He had been like a wooden puppet who was bound by a cord, and now that cord was showing signs of snapping. He had obtained his own thoughts, obtained his own will, and obtained the courage to press onward resolutely. He turned around and looked at Sky Mist City. Around 7,000-something feet behind him were several hunters from the shaman tribe at the peak of their form, leading over 100 shamans. There was a strong will to kill in their eyes. These shamans came like an army and stirred up the dust on the ground that was not overly soiled by blood. As the dust flew into the air, they seemed to have turned into a gigantic and hideous mouth in midair that wanted to devour Su Ming, who was blocking their path as they swept across the land. Su Ming had his back against the shamans. The 100 retreating berserkers were several thousands of feet before him. As these people retreated, they began to realize one by one that Su Ming did not follow them. Gradually, they slowed down. Some of them even turned back to look at him standing behind them. When they saw Su Ming, they also saw the flying dust and the murderous shamans behind him. "Don't turn back. Retreat to the war zone," Su Ming bellowed. There was a will contained within that bellow. Perhaps that will would not be as effective on the other berserkers, but to these 100 who had followed and fought with him, the existence of that will turn those words into the strongest voice in their lives. "Go back to the war zone and wait for me there." When Su Ming's voice reached the crowd, he turned around. At that moment, the advancing shamans were already less than 4,000 feet away from him. They could already see each other's faces clearly. If you charge forward when you face a powerful warrior, it is a form of courage. If you charge forward when you face hundreds and thousands of powerful warriors, it is still a form of courage. Perhaps someday, you will come to understand how it feels like. Su Ming lowered his head and his elder's words echoed in his head. The shamans were getting closer. In the blink of an eye, they were already less than 3,000 feet away. 2,000 feet, 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet. The instant these shamans were only 1,000 feet away from Su Ming, he lifted his head and a low roar flew out through his lips. In an instant, he charged forward. "A life and death crisis can make the berserker bone in my body melt. I need to be exposed to a stronger danger and go through an even harder trial of life and death. Only then can I make that berserker bone melt completely, and only then can I attempt to sacrifice my bones." At that moment, he reached his absolute fastest speed ever since he joined the war. A strong gust of wind howled in the air. Su Ming was so fast that in an instant, he had traveled several hundreds of feet. He was now very close to that group of shamans. This is a very difficult task to complete. Even if everyone died, it would still be very hard to finish this task. There's only one way, and that is for me to use this extreme speed to go to that place and place this cone there. With my speed, it's not impossible for me to do it. I can even return alive. But the others can't. Besides, in this sort of danger, that berserker bone in me will definitely melt. Faster. I need to be faster. Su Ming shouted in his heart. Banging sounds echoed from within his body. Under his willpower and with that unique method of refinement, his speed increased explosively once more. At the same time, due to the increase of his speed, he could clearly sense that the berserker bone in his body melted a tiny little bit. It's still not enough. I'm still too slow. I have to be faster so that it'll melt even more. Su Ming's felt his spirits lifting. He knew that his theory was correct, and now the only thought in his head was to become even faster. the desire of wanting to become faster fused with his thoughts, turning into his will. With this will, the strange black stone fragment hanging on his neck suddenly let off a dark light. The origins of that stone were unknown, and at that moment, it was glowing with a dark light as if it had sensed Su Ming's will. It was just like that time when he received his Berserker's initiation before Dark Mountain statue of the god of Berserkers. Due to his desire to become a Berserker, that black stone had shone with a dark light and tricked the statue to acknowledge Su Ming's blood as good enough to become a Berserker. Right now, the feeling Su Ming obtained from the dark light was the same as the one in the past. That dark light shone, and Su Ming suddenly felt as if his body had turned into wind. That feeling came too suddenly, and soon after, his whole body was wrecked with a pain as if he was being ripped apart. His speed increased explosively, and he left behind an afterimage right before the incoming shamans. A violent gust of wind howled and blew against them, and pained screams came from among the shamans. There were even some of them who seemed like they had exploded without reason. The incoming gust of wind was so strong that it was like a typhoon. After a moment, Su Ming had already appeared behind the crowd, consisting of over 100 shamans. He did not stop and charged straight towards that 10,000 feet gigantic beast and the spot that the shamans were protecting. Besides the howls of the wind in his ears, Su Ming could hear nothing else when he used that extreme speed. The feeling as if he had turned into wind became stronger. However, Su Ming knew that this was definitely not a speed he could achieve. That black stone fragment had used the same method it did all those years ago when he was in Dark Mountain. It had, in some unique and unknown way, turned him into the wind. He was the wind, and even his heart and mind were immersed in the feeling of having turned into it. There was no need for him to resist, no need for him to let wind seep through his body, because he had already become a part of it. His will was the wind's will, and wherever he was, so would the wind be. At that moment, he was 35,000 feet away from his destination. Su Ming did not notice that at that same moment he had the feeling as if he had turned into the wind. His body was letting off a dazzling light. That light was as blue as the sky during the day. Similarly, he did not notice that as his body shone with that dazzling blue light, the berserker bone left behind by Han Mountain's ancestor in his body was melting away at a nigh inconceivable speed. That bone belonged to a powerful berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. Its existence had let Su Ming manifest almost 1,000 veins and had also let his power increase at a much faster rate in the awakening realm compared to the others. Right then, there was only a tiny portion left of the bone compared to before, but as it continued rapidly melting away in an instant, it completely dissolved. As it vanished, a large amount of energy filled Su Ming's body, causing his power to explode forth and his speed to increase even more. But that was not all. As Su Ming's speed increased, the feeling as if he had become the wind turned stronger. His spine was rapidly absorbing that energy into it, and the blue light on his body actually came from his spine. The feeling if he had turned into the wind was not just a figment of his imagination. In truth, at that moment, there was indeed wind stored in his body. That wind should have passed through his body once it crashed into him, but as Su Ming's spine shone with that blue light, absorbing the energy in his body, the wind did not come out from within him. It was instead sucked in at a mad pace by Su's spine. It was as if it had turned into a black hole. Su Ming also did not see that the rolling green fog in the sky was tumbling about intensely like angry waves at sea. As booming sounds continued coming from within, a burst of energy seemed to be charging forth from all directions in the sky to press on that green fog that contained the powerful warriors, as if it wanted to crush it. Thunderous roars came from the sky. Those violent sounds shook the earth and sky, almost becoming the loudest sound in the battlefield at that moment. Many people averted their gazes from Su Ming and instinctively looked towards the sky. Yet that one look brought about a wave of shock that not only affected the berserkers, but the shamans as well. As the green fog tumbled about in the sky, it looked as if a pair of invisible hands were plunged deep into the fog, and with one vicious tear, ripped it apart. That layer of fog disintegrated completely, and as it scattered around the area, the three powerful shamans within retreated with an expression of shock on their faces. The 5 powerful berserkers also quickly fell back with the same expression. It was as if the green fog in the sky was ripped into shreds in an instant and was tumbling backwards in all directions. And as it did so, the black sky was revealed. In that sky, They could see clearly that there were rays of blue light shooting out towards them from the distance. And as the light appeared, the originally dark sky turned blue. Yet that shade of blue was different from the blue hue of the day. It was a dark blue filled with a strange solemnness. At the same time, whistling sounds appeared out of thin air in the sky. Those whistles sounded as if someone was singing, as if someone was roaring, and though people could not discern it, they could still feel an indescribable wave of pressure rapidly gathering in the sky, then descending upon the land and spreading in all directions. The deity statue of bone sacrifice. Someone instantly cried out from among the 6 powerful berserkers who were falling back in the sky. This is the sign of the deity statue of bone sacrifice about to descend upon us. The deity statue from the Great Yu dynasty is crossing over through space to come here. Someone has reached a breakthrough in the battlefield and has called upon the deity statue of bone sacrifice. The 6 powerful berserkers were not ignorant fools. With just one glance, they already knew that someone had reached the bone sacrifice realm. This should have just been a trivial thing to them. But at that moment, their expressions had revealed that this was definitely not something minor. A normal berserker breaking through the awakening realm to reach the bone sacrifice realm definitely won't be able to summon the deity statue of bone sacrifice. The only way for the deity statue of bone sacrifice to appear is through the birth of a divine general in the bone sacrifice realm. One of the 8 old men watching the sky from the walls of Sky Mist City commented in a hoarse voice. And this is its true self. If it was just a projection, then it would definitely not have the power to tear apart that fog, neither would it create a pressure so mighty it could put a stop to their battle. This is its complete, true form. Someone actually managed to summon the deity statue of bone sacrifice to reveal its complete form. From what I can remember, there is only one berserker who managed to summon the deity statue of bone sacrifice in its complete form in the past 1,000 years. Just who is it that managed to summon the deity statue in its complete form? Even if a divine general in the bone sacrifice realm was to be appointed, only half of its true self would show up. But now, the deity statue is here in its complete form. In this year, the second true divinity of the land of South Morning has appeared. Compared to these powerful berserkers making their guesses regarding the change in the sky and their knowledge towards it, while some among the tens of thousands of people on the ground already had an inkling of what was happening, most of them were still in a daze and did not know what was happening. They were filled with shock in their hearts as they looked at the sky. At that moment, Zhoda had also shifted his gaze to look at the sky. His attention was no longer on Su Ming. On the entire battlefield, only Tian Lan Meng and Su Ming's 100 followers still had their eyes glued on him. Only they were looking in his direction. Su Ming's entire person had turned into a dazzling ray of blue light. That blue light existed in itself. The people could only see the light and not see what was inside it. As that blue light flashed, Su Ming's speed continued increasing, and in an instant he was already only 10,000 feet away from his destination compared to the 35,000 feet from a moment ago. Everything else had turned into a blurry mess besides his destination in Su Ming's eyes. He only saw a woman 10,000 feet away with groups of people around her to protect her. That woman wore a long robe and was also looking at Su Ming elegantly. She was not a breathtaking beauty and could only be called as pretty and clean. There was a colorful feather stuck in her hair, and she wore no other accessories in her long locks. Her gaze was profound, as if it contained some unknown power that could make all those who fell into her line of sight feel as if they had sank into her eyes and could not get out. When Su Ming was 10,000 feet away from the woman with his current speed, the sky had already turned into a dark shade of blue. Under that dark blue hue, the entire sky turned into a giant vortex, and as it spun rapidly, an indescribable pressure descended upon the land swiftly. With that pressure, the shamans and berserkers on the ground were no longer able to continue fighting. The berserkers were not the only ones who felt respect growing from the depths of their hearts under that pressure. The shamans were the same. For the first time, a ceasefire had appeared on the battlefield. Only Su Ming continued moving towards the only place that existed in his eyes. However, there were only a few people who were watching. Even most of the shamans had their eyes turned towards the strange sight in the sky. When Su Ming was 8,000 feet away from the woman, a powerful and brilliant light that illuminated the entire ground shone out from the center of the giant vortex in the sky. That light was blue and covered the entire land in an instant. Almost the moment that strong blue light illuminated the land, a deity statue of 10,000 feet slowly descended from within the vortex. The deity statue's light shone far and wide. Its face could not be seen clearly, but as it appeared, it was as if even time was forced to stop. That incredible pressure made all the berserkers on the ground immediately prostrate themselves on the ground. They were not the only ones. Visible struggle appeared on the shamans' faces, but without being able to control themselves, they also prostrated themselves on the ground. It was as if the existence of the deity statue could make not just the berserkers revere it, even they had to show their reverence towards it. At that moment, if there was a foreigner who looked down from the sky, he would definitely not be able to tell just who was a berserker and who was a shaman. They looked as if they belonged to one race and were battling against each other for two different causes. The only ones who were not kneeling down were the powerful berserkers with truly incredible power. They were standing in midair in Sky Mist City, and while their expressions were respectful as they looked at the deity statue in the sky, they were not too deeply awed by its might and pressure. Besides these people, the ferocious beasts were also not kneeling down, along with the woman with the long hair dancing in the air. She was standing alone underneath a 10,000 feet sacred beast and in the middle of the dozen over ferocious beasts, while everyone else besides her were prostrating on the ground. That woman was even lifting up her hand and picking up a lock of her hair that was dancing in the wind. There was a ring on her finger. The berserker bone in Su Ming's body had completely dissolved and was absorbed into his spine, which had also sucked in an endless amount of wind. That wind disappeared into Su Ming's body, causing him to be so fast that with one move he already appeared 5,000 feet away from that long-haired woman. Right then, the 8 old men who had their heads lifted as they stood on the walls of Sky Mist City to observe the change in the sky suddenly experienced changes in their expressions. Gradually, looks of disbelief and shock appeared on their faces. They were not the only ones who reacted this way. The 6 powerful berserkers and the 3 shamans all reacted the same way. The pressure has increased. The pressure that had originally existed in the sky as the deity statue of bone sacrifice descended suddenly increased. At the same time, the center of the vortex in the sky suddenly started spinning backwards. In an instant, the direction of the vortex completely changed. But that was not all. The vortex even started spreading in all directions while emitting huge rumbling sounds, surpassing the presence of the deity statue's appearance. It spread to an area so wide that it did not just go past the entire battlefield, but also went past the entire Sky Mist City. This is the sign of the deity statue of Berserker Soul appearing. Someone from the 8 old men standing on the city walls immediately cried out in surprise. As he spoke, a shocking boom came from within the vortex in the sky as if the sky itself had shattered. A small part of a deity statue that could not be described with words slowly peeked out from within. It was just one small part, and it already made the entire land tremble, made all 9 of the powerful warriors from the shaman and berserker tribes floating in the sky to rapidly retreat and fall to the ground as if they could no longer stay in midair. That small part that was revealed was shining with a brilliant red light, and it could be seen that this was just an edge of the very bottom of this deity statue, whose size was completely unknown. It was just an edge, and it was already showing off such a powerful might. If the entire deity statue descended upon them, then the pressure alone might cause several tens of thousands of people on the battlefield to burst apart. The deity statue of bone sacrifice and the deity statue of berserker soul had appeared together. This sight had completely surpassed everyone's expectations. This strange sight was never recorded in any ancient texts, and when it appeared, it made all those who saw it be struck dumb with awe. Once that small part of the deity statue of berserker soul came out, the deity statue sank down several inches once again, and even the powerful berserkers in the berserker soul realm could not withstand this pressure and were forced to prostrate themselves. Just what is going on? Why is this happening? Could it be that someone had just gone straight from the awakening realm to the berserker soul realm? This is just what is the reason behind 2 deity statues appearing at the same time? Just as everyone's minds were thrown into a confused mess and the war was suspended because of this incident, a small voice came from within Sky Mist City. This is the Wind Berserker. He is the first to receive his legacy. That voice was ancient, as if it had traveled far along the passages of time. That voice spread in all directions and fell into all the ears of the powerful berserkers in the berserker soul realm. As for the others, they could not hear it. Divine generals in the bone sacrifice realm are different from the divine generals in the awakening realm. They have some slight divisions of class between them, and the true divinity has the highest class of them all. The will of the true divinities had disappeared along with the first god of berserkers, and there will now only exists in an indistinct haze. I have some information regarding the true divinities remaining in my fragmented memories. There are 4 classes of true divinities. The head is wind, and what comes next is cloud, then lightning, and finally fog. Scions of cloud, lightning, and fog have appeared throughout the ages, but the wind berserker has never appeared. Now the scion of the wind berserker has appeared. Because only the first scion receiving his legacy from the deity statue of bone sacrifice will have the true form of the deity statue of berserker soul appearing to anoint him personally. If that person dies, then the subsequent scions of the wind berserker won't find this happening to them. When the deity statue of berserker soul revealed a small part of itself from the gigantic vortex, Su Ming was less than 2,000 feet away from that woman. Affected by the pressure from the deity statue of berserker soul, the dozen-odd ferocious beasts lurking around shivered as they knelt down. They did not stop Su Ming. In truth, even without the appearance of the deity statue of berserker soul, with that rod snake, Su Ming could still pass through these ferocious beasts safely. This was also the reason why he came alone and why he was not afraid of these creatures. In a flash, Su Ming was only 1,000 feet away from the woman. The 10,000 feet ferocious beast floating in midair was also retreating while shivering under the pressure from the deity statue of berserker soul. The woman still remained calm. As she looked at Su Ming charging towards her, uncertainty and confusion appeared in her eyes, but in an instant those emotions turned into surprise. "It's you." That was the first sentence spoken by that woman. The moment she said those words, a complicated look appeared on her face, along with a hint of pity. "Destiny." At that moment, Su Ming had stirred up a violent gust of wind with that indescribable speed as he charged through the shamans who had lost all power to resist and were shivering as they prostrated themselves on the ground. The instant he arrived at his destination and the very moment he was about to stab that black cone in his hands into the ground, those 2 phrases, the 3 words from the woman, fell into his ears. Destiny. It had been a long time since Su Ming had heard that word. The instant he heard it, his body trembled, but he did not stop moving his hand and threw the cone onto the ground. The woman did not stop him during the entire process. Su Ming did not plan to take the woman's life either, because while the woman was standing along over there, the presence coming from her gave Su Ming the feeling that she was an incredible threat to him. But strangely, even though she was a threat, there was also a hint of familiarity that he could not describe. That familiarity was just like when he had met Sima Xian in the past and when he met Han Mountain's ancestor all those years ago. The 2 phrases, those 3 words echoing in his ears, made Su Ming's heart lurch. Just as he was about to retreat once he accomplished his task, he lifted his head and looked at that woman. The complicated emotions and pity in the woman's eyes made a bang go off in Su Ming's head. This was not the first time he had heard of the word destiny. He had already etched that word into his heart a long time ago, and that was why, while he was shocked, the bewilderment and lack of knowledge he had when he heard that word from Han Mountain's ancestor was absent. Instead, as those rumbles went off in his head, Su Ming's heart went through an intense transformation. He had finally found another person who called him destiny. This was a chance that Su Ming had been waiting for a very long time. He was no longer a teenager, neither was he an immature child any longer. He had already experienced many things, and these experiences had allowed him to grow up, to gain his own will. "Is my little sister all right?" he suddenly asked, but the instant he opened his mouth and spoke, the black cone he stabbed on the ground suddenly shone with a black light. That light shot outwards and covered the entire area, and as if it knew where Su Ming was, it charged towards him. A powerful force of absorption came from that black light. From Su Ming's experiences, he could tell with one glance that the black light was not harmful to him. What was contained within was a power akin to that of relocation. Clearly, Zhoda had already thought of a way of retreat for the person carrying out the mission when he gave it to them. Judging by the area it surrounded, the relocation was not limited to just one person. It could cover all the berserkers in its area and quickly relocate them. Almost the instant that black light enveloped Su Ming, the woman heard his question. She was stunned, then gave him an answer that made him feel as if his soul was devoured by millions of lightning bolts. To her, Daochen, you. The woman instinctively said the first half of her sentence before her expression suddenly changed drastically. Terror appeared in her eyes and she took a few consecutive steps backwards. Su Ming's breathing quickened. He had asked the question to test whether the voice in his dreams truly existed and was really connected to him. Even though the woman had not finished her sentence, Su Ming had understood. His body was swallowed by the black light, and in an instant, he disappeared from the land. The instant Su Ming disappeared, suddenly a voice that shook the sky and earth came from the deity statue of Berserker Soul that had revealed a small part of itself in the air. There was not a hint of emotion in that voice as it echoed in all directions, only aloofness and mercilessness. Thou art the Wind Berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the laws governing the true divinities set by the first god of berserkers. I shalt grant thee the name of the Wind Berserker. Make haste to the great Yu dynasty and receive the true spirit. When the voice spread in all directions, Su Ming, who had originally disappeared with that black light, was suddenly surrounded by a ray of blue light and appeared in the sky above the battlefield, right underneath the deity statue of Berserker Soul that had revealed a small part of itself. Confusion appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but that confusion soon disappeared. He forced down the emotions that had stirred up due to the woman's words. Right then, as he looked at the small part of the deity statue revealed under the endless vortex, a strong wave of pressure crashed into him. The strength of that pressure was one Su Ming had never encountered in his life, but he could tell that this pressure did nothing to his body. Almost the instant he appeared, the countless number of berserkers on the ground all saw him appearing, but what they saw was different for each of them. Most of the people could only see a piercing blue light. They could not see Su Ming's face within. There were only a few who could see his face. One of them was Zhoda. Tianlan Meng also saw him, the old commander of the Northern Warzone saw him as well, and even Tianlan Yu's expression changed. She too saw him. The old men from Sky Mist City also saw Su Ming in the sky. It should have been the same for the shamans since the berserkers saw him. But the moment Su Ming appeared in the sky, a cold harumph came from within Sky Mist City. That harumph started off weak, but as it begun, it stirred up a large amount of ripples that echoed in the world. If it had been some other time, the appearance of these ripples would not have been anything. But now, with the mighty pressure coming from the revelation of a small part of the deity statue of Berserker Soul that seemed to have sealed off all power in the world, it could be seen that the person who let out that sound was incredibly strong. That cold harumph had still managed to cause this amount of ripples. The sound of that harumph echoed in the ears of all the powerful shamans, causing their minds to instantly begin ringing. Their vision became clouded, and as if all their senses had been sealed off, they found themselves unable to see Su Ming. If this sort of power was used during the battle just now, it would have brought about miraculous effects, but it never happened. Clearly, casting this sort of divine ability was not easy. Su Ming stood in midair and looked at the deity statue that had revealed a small part of itself in that gigantic vortex. He could not hear that harumph. All he could hear echoing in his ears were the deity statue's cold words. A huge storm had stirred up within him and his heart started pounding against his chest. Among all the living things in this land, including this deity statue, only Su Ming himself knew that he was not that Wind Berserker. He was not the Wind Berserker. If he was, then it was impossible that he would not have noticed anything prior to this. If he was, then he would have definitely not needed such a long time to understand the concept of speed. He would also not have needed to repeatedly train and refine his body to withstand that sort of speed. He was absolutely certain that he was not that so-called Wind Berserker. However, that deity statue, so mighty that it made him feel like an ant, had just stated without a doubt that he was the Wind Berserker. This made Su Ming's heart race, and at the same time, he remembered how the black stone had shone with that dark light when he willed himself to become faster so that he could make that berserker bone melt. It was that dark light that had turned Su Ming into wind, causing his speed to arrive at an extreme pace that had surpassed his previous attempts. Deceiving the world, huh? It tricked Dark Mountain's statue of the god of berserkers in the past, allowing me to gain the method to practice the ways of the berserkers so that I could become a berserker, and this time it deceived this deity statue. Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, and he found himself somewhat in disbelief. It's lying to the deity statue so that it thinks I'm the wind berserker? Just as Su Ming sank into a state of shock, the voice of the deity statue of berserker soul appeared in his ears once again. Thou art the first wind berserker, by the will of the first god of berserkers I shall grant thee the provenance of wind. This item is no longer in the world and was refined personally by mine own master, the first god of berserkers. As the deity statue's voice echoed in the air, a crystalline light shot out of the vortex in the sky and went straight towards Su Ming. In an instant, it fused into the center of his brows and started dissolving once it entered his body. When it started dissolving, Su Ming trembled. He could feel the presence of wind within his body. The power of that gust of wind was so strong that it dried his throat right when he noticed its presence. Thou art the first wind berserker. By the will of the first god of berserkers, I shalt grant thee the wind separation/art. That aloof voice echoed in the air, and another ray of crystalline light shot out from the vortex to disappear into the center of Su Ming's brows. Thou art the first wind berserker. By the will of the first god of berserkers, I shalt grant thee the crystal of inheritance. The crystal of inheritance was clearly an incredibly valuable item. It shone with a dark blue light and descended slowly from within the vortex, then went before Su Ming as if it wanted to fuse into the center of his brows. Yet the moment it touched his forehead, the crystal suddenly started shaking violently as if it wanted to retreat. At the same time, a change instantly appeared in the voice of the deity statue of berserker soul that seemed to be coming from within the vortex. Thou art not. The instant the deity statue of berserker soul spoke, Su Ming swiftly lifted his right hand and grabbed the crystal of inheritance that was shivering and withdrawing from his forehead. At the same time, he began rapidly shouting in his heart, "Deceive it!" The two encounters had allowed Su Ming to gain a vague sense of the black stone fragment's other uses. As he shouted in his heart, that stone shone with a dark light once again. During that one single flash, Su Ming had already grabbed the crystal of inheritance and put it away into his storage bag. Thou art the wind berserker. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. He was feeling slightly nervous at the moment because once the deity statue of berserker soul finally finished handing him all the things that belonged to the wind berserker, the eyes of the true and complete form of the deity statue of bone sacrifice right underneath the small, exposed part of the deity statue of bone sacrifice began shining with a brilliant light. Thou art the scion of the wind berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the first law set by the first god of berserkers for those in the bone sacrifice realm. I shalt grant thee the southern barren square cauldron. Make haste to the great Yu dynasty to obtain it. The voice belonging to the deity statue of bone sacrifice was devoid of emotion and filled with indifference as it echoed in Su Ming's ears. Su Ming's heart was pounding intensely against his chest, and he felt a hint of nervousness within him. He was nervous because he knew that all of this should not have come into his possession. Yet due to some unforeseen circumstances, all of these things now belonged completely to him. He also obtained the legacy of the Wind Berserker and everything that belonged to a Wind Berserker because of this. The fusion of the provenance of wind had especially allowed him to clearly feel a gust of wind that was different from the wind in the world around him. While he might not be able to control that wind at will once he refined it, he would definitely be able to stir up strong gusts of wind within him that may or may not be the same as the wind in the world. Once he managed to do it, then his speed would surely reach a level so amazing that the mere thought of it was making his heart pound in excitement. This alone was extraordinary in itself, but he had also obtained the wind separation/art. That art had also fused with the center of Su Ming's brows and was left deeply etched into his memories, like a brand. It was the strongest wind-related divine ability among the Berserker tribe, wind separation. Su Ming had only glanced through the art in his head, and was already shocked by its level of strength and terrifying presence. Although this art was not his own creation, but its power was definitely anything but ordinary. After all, this was an art personally created by the first god of berserkers. It was a legacy art he created for the Wind Berserker under his command. Su Ming's throat was dry because besides these two things he had obtained the even more important crystal of inheritance. That item was now in his storage bag, and just now, the instant he grabbed it, he sensed the astonishing life force and power within the crystal. If he could obtain that power, then he would definitely be able to instantly reach another level of cultivation. It was a pity that the crystal of inheritance possessed a strange sensory ability. It was the first to notice that there was something off about Su Ming. If the black stone fragment had not shone once again with that dark light, he would have been exposed. The surprise came too suddenly, and Su Ming felt a little overwhelmed. Once the title of the Wind Berserker was bestowed upon him, the voice of the deity statue of bone sacrifice immediately followed suit and reverberated in the air. Thou art the scion of the Wind Berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the second law set by the first god of berserkers for those in the bone sacrifice realm. I shall grant thee the illusionary armor of bone sacrifice. Make haste to the great Yu dynasty to retrieve the true armor. As that aloof voice spread out, the blue light on the 10,000 feet deity statue shone, and a ray of light shot out from the center of its brows straight towards Su Ming. When it surrounded Su Ming, the divine general armor of the awakening realm automatically manifested on his body. The black smoke appeared in the form of threads and swirled around him, fusing rapidly with the blue light. The black smoke and blue light blended with each other. Gradually, that black shade disappeared and a dark blue armor appeared on Su Ming's body. That armor looked incredibly mighty, covering Su Ming from head to toe. In fact, judging by its looks, his armor was about the same as the divine general armor he'd seen Bai Chongzai wearing in the past. The divine general armor of the awakening realm could not even hope to be at the same level as this. This was just an illusionary armor to boot. The true armor would definitely be even more outstanding. Yet even now, the string of gifts bestowed onto him had not ended. Thou art the Wind Berserker. Thou art the Wind Berserker. Humming sounds appeared in Su Ming's head. He listened to the words bestowing those gifts to him, but felt that it was a pity that all of them were in the great Yu dynasty and that he needed to go and obtain them himself. Yet even so, those gifts were already enough to make all those people who heard go mad with envy. Thou art the scion of the Wind Berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the laws set by the first god of berserkers. Thou wilt sacrifice thine bones now. The 10,000 feet deity statue of bone sacrifice spoke with a thunderous voice, then lifted its gigantic right hand and pointed towards Su Ming. That gigantic finger looked to be about several dozens of feet in size, and it was charging straight towards Su Ming. Su Ming did not dodge. He already had a similar experience when he awakened, and he did not want to deny sacrificing his bones either. After all, he knew that he did not exactly obtain his identity as the Wind Berserker through the regular way. Sacrifice my bones. I want to sacrifice my bones. A bright light appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He wanted to become stronger, wanted to obtain great power, because only by doing so could he become a powerful berserker and gain the right to be above all wills. Only then could he be his true self and search for the answers he wanted. To open his eyes and look at a world no one else could see. That finger closed in on Su Ming in an instant and touched the center of his brows. Although it came charging with an incredibly mighty presence, when it tapped the center of Su Ming's brows, its touch was as gentle as the wind. That one touch made Su Ming's body tremble furiously. He could feel an indescribable wave of energy swiftly surging into his body, charging into him with a force like a hot knife cutting through butter and starting to flow through his veins. Once it circulated through his body 9 times, that wave of energy let out a huge bang and rushed straight into his spine. A person's spine was different when he was an adult compared to the time when he was a child. Normally, a child's spine was formed by 33 vertebrae, but once the child became an adult, he would only have 26 vertebrae. But due to the differences between people, there were also some who had a different number. Su Ming's spine was formed by 26 vertebrae. The spinal cord formed from 26 vertebrae was now trembling under the power coming from the deity statue of bone sacrifice. It absorbed that power, and had even absorbed that berserker bone Su Ming had obtained earlier. At the same time, it had also sucked in an endless amount of wind. Su Ming's chi had dissolved and turned into the power of awakening when he awakened in the past. That power of awakening was stored within his body like blood and flowed through him just like blood. If he needed it, that power would also burst forth from within with incredible strength. However, the bone sacrifice realm and awakening realm were completely different from each other. This was not just an increase in power, it was also a change of realm, and even his body would have to go through an astounding transformation. Bone sacrifice. Bone sacrifice. The meaning of these words was to sacrifice the bone in a berserker's body, and that bone was the spine. The ancients of the berserker tribe believed that the most important part of a person's body was the spine. As if connecting the sky and the earth, it allowed a person to stand and allowed people to be known as humans. The spine could also let people summon an explosive amount of strength, and at the same time it was also the pillar of the mind. It supported a person's will and his body. It was the source of everything in a body. The blood solidification realm in a berserker's cultivation was to continuously manifest their blood veins so that the berserker tribe's source of the power could burst forth from within their body. As they continued gathering that power and as their blood veins increased, it would cause their blood to become purer as if it was refined. This was the goal of blood solidification. Only by doing so could the power of awakening be born from that pure blood. When a berserker awakened, a power that was akin to blood and was stored within the body, a power that could not be seen but could be felt. This would be the first time the person would use the power of the berserker tribe's blood, which would allow awakened berserkers to fly and draw their own berserker mark. With their berserker mark, they could stimulate the very basic level of power from their blood. The bone sacrifice realm was different. This realm required a deeper level of utilization and application towards the power of the berserker tribe's blood. Due to the belief of the berserker tribe and the importance they placed on the spine, they placed all the power of awakening in their bodies onto a piece of bone on the spine with a unique method. At that time, when that bone had absorbed all the power of awakening, it would go through a transformation, and as it continued to be refined and sacrificed, it would turn into a true berserker bone. Only then would that berserker be considered to have entered the bone sacrifice realm. The powerful berserkers in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm were not that much different from the berserkers who attained completion in the awakening realm. There were still not too many obvious changes. After all, if there was only one bone that was turned into a berserker bone, the power of the bone sacrifice realm could not be revealed. As long as a berserker had turned one of the vertebrae into a berserker bone, he would be considered to have reached the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm according to the stage division among the berserker tribe. However, it was precisely because of this that the subsequent refinements would be increasingly more difficult. When a berserker obtained his or her second berserker bone, then that berserker would be considered to have arrived at the middle stage of the bone sacrifice. If he or she wanted to arrive at the peak of the middle stage, then 13 berserker bones were required to do so. This was also the reason why Su Ming could kill those in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm and even some in the middle stage. Yet if he ran into the powerful warriors in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm, Su Ming's battle would be incredibly arduous. He would need to use all his attacks in his disposal with all sorts of combinations to be able to put up a fight. Once a person had 14 berserker bones, then he would be considered to be in the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm. The powerful berserkers in that stage could be said to be at the most magnificent moment of the bone sacrifice realm. Their power could usually turn them into the rulers of an area. That sort of glory would reach its peak when they obtained 25 berserker bones in the later stage of the realm. In fact, the people in that stage would be considered the strongest among all those below the berserker soul realm. This was because the completion of the bone sacrifice realm was to offer all 26 vertebrae in the spinal cord and turn them into true berserker bones. And once they did so, it would be as if they had opened a path between heaven, and from a mortal they would become a saint. However, the sacrifice of the 26th berserker bone was too difficult. Even if by a pure stroke of luck a berserker obtained a great opportunity and managed to offer up the 26th berserker bone, once it appeared, he or she must immediately attempt reaching the berserker soul realm. There was only one chance. If that person succeeded, then he or she would arrive at the berserker soul realm and become one of those who had reached the highest level among the 4 great realms in the berserker tribe. If that person failed, then his or her entire spine would be crushed into dust and disappear into nothing, and he or she would instantly die. The completion of the bone sacrifice realm was like a cord of life that bound all the berserkers who had reached that realm. If they managed to break free, they would turn into saints. If they did not, they would die. That was why there were many who did not dare try and were willing to stop at 25 Berserker bones, becoming the strongest among all below the Berserker soul realm. Su Ming had already known about these things regarding the bone sacrifice realm when he was at the 9th summit. As his body shuddered and the deity statue's power surged into the very first vertebrae at the top of his spine, that piece of bone started transforming rapidly, and gradually it became different from his other bones. It shone with a dazzling blue light that shot out of Su Ming's body and spread in all directions. If anyone looked from the distance, they would see that his entire body was covered in blue. The speed of the transformation was so quick that in the span of a few breaths, that bone was utterly transformed and turned into Su Ming's very first Berserker bone. The instant the first Berserker bone appeared, sweat broke out on Su Ming's forehead because during that instant he felt that everything within him, his blood, his power of awakening, everything, including his own life force, had surged into that recently appeared Berserker bone. It was as if that Berserker bone had turned into a void and was devouring everything madly. Su Ming's body started withering away rapidly. His cheeks became sunken and his flesh was shriveling swiftly. In just a few moments, he became thinner. Everything about him was absorbed by that Berserker bone. However, Su Ming did not resist. He continued standing there with a calm gaze. That Berserker bone only stopped absorbing his life force when a third of it was sucked away. The instant it stopped, the blue light shining on it gained an intensely piercing glare. It just absorbed a third? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Although he had become thinner and did not have his full strength any longer, he had a feeling of power that came because he had obtained that Berserker bone. It may seem contradictory, but in truth, that moment of weakness was only temporary. As for the strength he felt, it was because he had broken through the awakening realm and become a true, powerful Berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. The entire world had become different in his eyes. Right then, he could see a faint, gigantic shadow in the vortex in the sky, something that he could not see before. That was the true self of the deity statue of Berserker soul, hidden within the vortex. He saw now that the world was not perfect. There were numerous fine cracks on it that were exuding an ancient presence. These cracks did not just appear, but had existed since the start. He also saw Hifeng, who he could not find earlier. He had already changed to another body and had turned into another Berserker on the ground. He stood there with sparkling eyes, immersed in his own thoughts. It was as if he did not notice Su Ming's gaze at all. Besides that, Su Ming could also sense a vast amount of power in the world. That power belonged to the world itself. He could see it, but he could not use it. Bone sacrifice. When you offer up your bone and turn it into a Berserker bone, you will be able to begin controlling the vast amount of power in the world. Su Ming mumbled, and understanding formed in his mind. At that moment, silence had washed over the berserkers and shamans on the ground. They were looking at the sky, and even though they could not see Su Ming's face, the strange sight and the deity statue's cold words allowed them to understand just what sort of fortuitous event that person whose face they could not see was going through. They also knew that this person had broken through the awakening realm and arrived at the bone sacrifice realm. The shamans were also watching. The humming sounds were reverberating through the powerful shamans' minds, causing them to be unable to see Su Ming's face. The only people who could see Su Ming were the few people in the Berserker tribe. However, they could only see his face. Under the pressure of the deity statue, they could not see too many changes happening within Su Ming's body, and could only make their own deductions based on the presence they felt. It has ended. Once he inherits the legacy of the Wind Berserker, he will become a true divinity of bone sacrifice. The only person who could make Sky Mist's ancestor help him conceal his appearance even though the ancestor is in isolation can only be the true divinity of bone sacrifice. But he has a long way to go. Inheriting the legacy requires time, becoming stronger also requires time. It could depend on him alone whether he can become a powerful Berserker at Bai Chang Zai's level. Tianlan Meng could also see Su Ming. Joy could be seen in her eyes as she looked at him, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. The cold Tianlan Yu was still frowning, but she kept her gaze trained on Su Ming. This was the first time she met this person on this day, but he had already left an incredibly deep impression on her. It did not matter whether it was when he led the charge with his 1,000 men or when he stayed alone with a steadfast resolution. or even when he had turned into most striking sight in the battlefield. All of these were things she could not ignore. However, the person who had the most complicated feelings would definitely be Zhoda. He never expected that the person he valued and the same person he arranged for the performance this time would turn out to be a true divinity of bone sacrifice. It has ended. He now has a berserker bone and has become a berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. Someone from the 8 old men standing on the walls of Sky Mist City slowly remarked. Most of the others had the same opinion. This matter would end here and then, and it would be followed by the 2 deity statues' departure. After that, perhaps the battle would continue. Yet at that very moment, Su Ming, who was right beside the deity statue of bone sacrifice, suddenly started shining with an even stronger blue light in the sky. That light was incredibly striking, and as it shone, surprised eyes immediately looked over. This is the sign of the second berserker bone appearing. Almost everyone who just broke through the awakening realm can only use their power of awakening to complete the sacrifice of 1 berserker bone. Could it be that he? What's his name? Which tribe or clan did he come from? How many blood veins did he manifest when he awakened? Could it be that the power of awakening he managed to accumulate within himself when he awakened had far surpassed a normal awakened berserker? That must be. Look at him. He was just a berserker who had reached completion in the awakening realm just moments ago, and he could already kill those in the bone sacrifice realm. That's already enough to tell us what is going on. Surprise appeared on the 8 old men's eyes. His name is Su Ming and he is from Freezing Sky Clan. When he awakened, he had manifested 999 blood veins. That old voice that had spoken just a moment ago traveled out once again from Sky Mist City. That voice was still sent out in a manner that only a few limited people among the Berserker tribe could hear it. Once those words were spoken, Tianlan Yu's expression was the first to change. Disbelief appeared on her face, and she was not the only one to react like that. Yoda reacted in the same manner and even sucked in a sharp breath. The old monsters in the Berserker soul realm, who would usually not appear but were now in the battlefield as the absolute strongest berserkers, found themselves with a spark in their eyes. When he sacrificed his first berserker bone, he had only used up about a third of the power in his body. The old voice said once again, causing all the people who heard to turn their gazes sharply towards Su Ming. At that moment, once the first vertebrae in his spine had turned into his first berserker bone, the blue light that had been covering Su Ming's body all along suddenly grew even brighter, and the source of its sudden increase in intensity was his second vertebrae. The blue light shining out from the second vertebrae could only mean one thing. When Su Ming awakened, the power of awakening that was stored within him had far surpassed the amount contained within a normal awakened berserker. If they looked into it, they would find that this was directly related to the fact that Su Ming had 999 blood veins during the blood solidification realm. He was already standing at the very top of the blood solidification realm when he was still at that realm, and along with the berserker bone from Han Mountain's ancestor contained within him, Su Ming's power far surpassed all his peers when he awakened. With the addition of his creation art and Xianxia's guidance, the instant he arrived at the bone sacrifice realm, all the potential within these things exploded forth. That was the meaning of letting all his accumulated strength surge forth at the same time. The abundant blood veins during blood solidification and the dense power of awakening in the awakening realm had caused Su Ming to have a seventh of his strength remaining after completing the sacrifice of his first berserker bone. That power was enough for him to offer his second berserker bone as a sacrifice. After all, he would only be at the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm if he had just 1 berserker bone, but if he had 2, then he would be in the middle stage. It was not as if there had been no one who managed to do this in berserker history, but there were just too few people who managed to do it. This required a very solid foundation and an incredibly great stroke of luck. None of these could go missing. Right then, as the blue light on Su Ming shone with that intense glare, his blood and everything else started withering away once again. A large amount of his blood and life force were being sucked away at a frightening speed by the second newly appeared berserker bone. The first berserker bone had only required a third of his blood and life force, but the second berserker bone simply continued absorbing those things even after absorbing another third of it in the blink of an eye. Clearly, the price required for each new sacrificed berserker bone would increase exponentially. Su Ming could feel his body rapidly weakening, But in exchange for that moment of weakness was a great power. The moment the second berserker bone was about to appear in his body, it brought about an indescribable feeling, and Su Ming could also sense that vague power in the world even more clearly. It was a power that existed everywhere, a power that could not be sensed by those in the awakening realm. Only those who had reached the bone sacrifice realm would be able to sense it due to the berserker bones in their bodies. However, they would need to be in the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm to be able to control it even somewhat. Only those in the berserker soul realm would be able to completely control the power of the world. Su Ming felt as if he had fused together with the world. It was as if he had become a part of it. Perhaps it could even be said that the world was a part of him now. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's body had already largely withered away. Just when he appeared so fragile that he looked beyond recognition, and there was only a 2/10 of life force and blood left within him, the second berserker bone finally revealed itself completely on his spine. The instant it did, Su Ming let out a long howl towards the sky. That howl shook the sky and spread out in all directions, stirring up a wave of ripples that spread out with a rumble. The decline of Su Ming's body and the feeling of power, these two contradictory senses fused together and spread all around him along with that howl. Two berserker bones. The progression of events had far surpassed the expectations of the berserkers underneath. They had originally thought that Su Ming had reached his limit when he sacrificed the two berserker bones. Even Su Ming himself had thought the same thing until the moment there was only a 2/10 of his blood, life force, and power of awakening left within him. All the blood vessels in Su Ming's body swelled up rapidly and appeared on his skin. They looked incredibly hideous, like there were green centipedes crawling all over his body. That was what it seemed like. But if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that all the blood vessels on Su Ming's body had grouped together to form a twisted blood vein. It was a green vein, a vein that contained fresh blood. It was the vein that Su Ming did not choose to manifest in the past, but in truth it had still come to him. It was hidden in Su Ming's blood, and now it had turned all the blood vessels on his body into the 1000th blood vein. The 1000th blood vein. It had always existed, but Su Ming did not know about it right up to this moment. If when he arrived at the bone sacrifice realm he'd been satisfied with just one berserker bone, that 1000th blood vein would not have appeared. If he'd chosen to stop after the second berserker bone appeared, it would also not have appeared. However, even if he did not say anything, his decision was reverberating in his heart like a shout. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become a powerful warrior, the type that would dominate over all other wills, a presence that no one could control in the world, an untamable person over whose decisions no one could place any control, whom no one could force to obey to their will. He wanted that third berserker bone, wanted to fulfill his will when the deity statue of bone sacrifice was still there, wanted to use its strength and go forward a few more steps at the moment he had just arrived at this realm. This was Su Ming's desire. That 1000th blood vein appeared due to his desire. Almost the instant it appeared, the third vertebrae in Su Ming's spine burst forth with a powerful blue light. That blue light penetrated through his body and covered a circular area of 1000 feet around him, causing the sky, the area underneath the vortex, and the side of the deity statue to be completely dyed in blue. What powerful greed! But it's a good sort of greed. 1000 blood veins. 1000. Send my orders out. Su Ming will now be a child of Sky Mist. The old voice from Sky Mist City seemed to be letting out a long peal of laughter that boomed in the air. At that moment, all the people who could see Su Ming's face clearly were shocked to the core. He actually has 1000 blood veins. This is something that hasn't happened in the Berserker tribe for a very long time. How could it be possible that we have never heard about him when he has such potential? It doesn't matter how famous he was previously, from now on he will be the center of attention in the land of South Morning. Su Ming did not know what was happening underneath. At that moment, all his attention was placed on the third, recently appeared and rapidly transforming Berserker bone. At the same time that the Berserker bone started transforming, the 2/10 of his remaining blood and life force were continuously devoured. The appearance of the 1000th blood vein also delivered a large amount of energy incessantly, and gradually when all the blood vessels on Su Ming's emaciated body sank back down and disappeared into his skin, at that instant, A deep wave of weakness filled his entire body. Yet it was also at that moment that the third berserker bone appeared within him. As the three berserker bones shone, the powerful feeling coming from within them allowed Su Ming to feel the vast amount of power in the world, even if he had his eyes closed. He could now sense the power in the world even more clearly now. This power existing in the world, this aura that exists in every corner. I should be able to use it, Su Ming mumbled. At that moment, he was in a state of weakness he had never been in before. In fact, he felt as if he could be blown away with just one gust of wind. His body was as dried up as a corpse. That was the price of sacrificing his bones. There was a certain amount of time required before he could recover. However, once he recovered, he would definitely be unable to use a method such as this to manifest another berserker bone, because without the strange power existing within the deity statue of bone sacrifice to create pressure and solidify his power, it would be impossible for him to reach the bone sacrifice realm from the awakening realm. He had only one chance, and it depended on him on just how much he could seize. The next time the deity statue appeared would be when Su Ming reached the berserker soul realm. Of course, the premise would be that he managed to reach it and not die when he attained completion in the bone sacrifice realm. After all, to most people, the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm was their final target. When Su Ming closed his eyes and went on to sense the power of the world, the deity statue of berserker soul that had revealed a part of itself started showing signs of disappearing from the vortex in the sky. The deity statue of bone sacrifice also started becoming transparent, as if it was about to disappear. The pressure on the land also started fading away. Before long, the world would return to normal, and it would mean that the serendipity Su Ming encountered this time would also be over. As the pressure disappeared, some of the people on the land stood up, though with great trouble. However, their eyes still remained fixed on the sky to look at the indistinct person covered in blue light. Time passed by, and the deity statue of berserker soul in the vortex had mostly disappeared. Judging by its looks, it would fade away completely in a moment. The deity statue of bone sacrifice was also about to disappear completely. Su Ming still had his eyes shut. He was incredibly weakened at that moment, and he felt exactly like the time before he had become a berserker and was just a normal tribe member. Yet the more weak his body was, the clearer he could sense the power of the world existing around him. He gradually discovered that while he might be weakened, but he did not seem to be completely crippled. It was as if there was still a presence existing within him. However, it was very weak and was usually an insignificant existence in his body due to the power of awakening. However, as the power of awakening faded, it slowly started to gain prominence. That was the refined aura. It was the aura stored in the opened path within Su Ming's body, which allowed him to gain his divine sense. This is the art of aura refinement. It's the other cultivation method I named after I perceived and learned it from He Feng. Su Ming opened his eyes. He was not sure whether it was a figment of his imagination, but he could feel that the aura in the passages within his body was rather similar to this power in the world. This similarity made him recall having a familiar sort of feeling when he first obtained this refined aura, and it was the reason why he named this art aura refinement. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. That aura contained within the open path in his body now stood out prominently to his senses. With a glint shining in his eyes, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. That one inhale allowed him to clearly feel the aura in the passages of his body starting to rapidly circulate within him. The instant that aura swiftly circulated through his body once, the power of the world surged towards him and he sucked in a huge breath of it. That one breath of power from the world made Su Ming's body suddenly swell up. The life force and blood he'd lost was also somewhat restored. But that was not all. More importantly, Su Ming could feel that the aura contained in the passage became several times stronger and was now swimming through his body rapidly like a dragon. Su Ming was slightly puzzled, but he knew that he did not have a lot of time to think about it. The two deity statues were about to disappear. He immediately opened his mouth wide and sucked in another breath. This time, once the power of the world went into his mouth, his body filled up and all his blood and life force was instantly restored to full. But at the same time, a sharp pain that was almost unbearable appeared within him. Once again, the aura in that opened passage became much stronger, and as it circulated within him, it almost connected with the power of the world. Almost the moment Su Ming made this move, the expressions of the three powerful shamans on the ground changed drastically. Their pupils shrank, their eyes were fixated to the sky. Although buzzing sounds were going off in their minds and their divine senses seemed to be sealed off, their bodies could still sense the changes within the power of the world. The force coming at charging forward gave them the impression that the person in the sky was not a berserker in the bone sacrifice realm, but one in the berserker soul realm. The expressions of the old berserkers in the berserker soul realm also changed to ones filled with disbelief and shock. That's the power of the world. He can actually control the power of the world. This is a power only those in the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm can marginally use, and only those in the berserker soul realm can control. Just how did he do it? There's something off about him. Su Ming's life force and blood recovered, and the feeling as if he was about to explode became stronger, causing him to lift his head and let out a howl towards the sky. When he did so, blue light burst forth from the fourth vertebrae on his spine. The instant the blue light spread out, the two deity statues that were about to disappear suddenly stopped vanishing. Instead, they gained physical form once again. As their bodies materialized, Su Ming's body immediately started withering away under that unique pressure they used to help those who were about to arrive at the bone sacrifice realm. The blood and life force contained within his recovered body due to the power of the world surging into him were instantly sucked away by the fourth berserker bone, and he started shriveling up at a rapid speed. Excitement appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had never expected that his unintentional act could bring him such great serendipity. His heart pounded against his chest, and when his body started withering away, he opened his mouth towards the sky and sucked in a large breath once again. The power of the world surged towards him as he inhaled and was sucked into his mouth. It allowed his body to recover once again, and at the same time his newly restored life force and blood were absorbed by the fourth berserker bone. On the other hand, the aura that was like a dragon coursing through the opened path in his body swelled up, and its head connected with its tail as it continued circulating in his body. The instant the aura's head connected with its end, Su Ming closed his eyes and his body lurched forward. A large amount of black ooze was immediately forced out of his body, making it seem as if he had just gone through another metamorphosis. With that metamorphosis, the opened path in his body instantly swelled up, and the connected aura within it also rapidly merged together. Then, Su Ming sensed that once the aura gathered together as if it was pressed into each other, it started turning into droplets of liquid. His aura had turned into liquid. His body also changed because of this. He became even more slender than before and lost all the characteristics of a member of the Berserker tribe. His hair, too, became longer and his skin turned so fair that it looked as clear as crystals. A unique temperament came from within him. It was a quiet air, but at the same time strangely captivating. Right at that moment, Su Ming opened his eyes. His gaze held a profundity within that seemed to be able to suck in all things in the world, and at that moment, his temperament became astonishingly similar to that of the female shaman who had called him Destiny moments ago. It was as if they were cut from the same cloth, as if they practiced the same cultivation method. It was also at that moment when Su Ming opened his eyes that he finished sacrificing his fourth vertebrae and turned it into a berserker bone. If I'm going to aim for something, then I'll definitely aim high. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the two deity statues above him. A hint of madness appeared in his gaze as he mumbled under his breath. Su Ming spread his arms wide. He had already tried to absorb that power from the world once again, but once the aura in that open path in his body turned into liquid, it seemed to have temporarily become saturated and could not take in any more power. Yet Su Ming did not want to give up just like that. While staring at the two deity statues that were gradually fading away once again, a glint appeared in his eyes and a large amount of lightning started swimming all over his body. In the blink of an eye, those lightning sparks covered Su Ming's entire body, causing that blue armor of bone sacrifice on him to be filled with crackling bolts that wandered all around it. Since there's a wind berserker and a fire berserker, then could there be a lightning berserker? It's a pity that the fire berserkers have been destroyed by the god of berserkers from what I remember. So I can't reveal that power easily under the deity statues. If that is the case, I only fulfill the criteria of the lightning berserker. I just don't know whether lightning berserkers existed under the command of the first god of berserkers. Lightning sparks flashed all over Su Ming's body and thunder roared with an intensity that shook everything in all directions. The appearance of lightning on his body instantly caught the attention of all the people on the ground. Although most of them could not see his face, they could still clearly see the bolts of lightning and hear the crashes of thunder. What does he want to do? That was the question that arose within almost all of their hearts. The people who could see Su Ming's face clearly were also surprised and baffled by his actions. Deceive it! Su Ming cried out in his heart, turning that cry into wind and pushing it into the black stone fragment. The stone instantly started glowing with a dark light that covered Su Ming swiftly before it disappeared. The instant it did so, the bolts of lightning on Su Ming's body instantly became larger by several dozens of fold. Then they started spreading, and in a blink of an eye, they had already covered a circular area of nearly 10,000 feet. It looked staggering. However, Su Ming knew that this was all fake. It would be incredibly difficult for his origin vessel to call out such powerful lightning. All of this was a mere illusion and contained no power. Nonetheless, his heart was racing against his chest. He stared at the deity statue of Berserker Soul, but before him, the deity statue of Berserker Soul did not show any signs of stopping and gradually fusing into with vortex in the sky and dissolving. Disappointment appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he sighed. Looks like there's no such thing as a lightning berserker. Yet at that very moment, the deity statue of bone sacrifice that should have also disappeared started rapidly gaining physical form from its initial dissolving state. The pressure that had largely vanished prior to this instantly reappeared right away. The gigantic deity statue slowly turned its head around and looked at Su Ming. Thou art the lightning berserker. The moment these 5 words were said, extreme ecstasy appeared in Su Ming's eyes. However, the entire battlefield on the ground experienced an emotion different from his ecstasy. The instant those 5 words were said, a powerful buzzing sound broke out on the battlefield on the ground. It was a storm that was created once all those gazes filled with disbelief and cries of surprise filled with inconceivability fused together. Lightning berserker? Isn't he supposed to be the wind berserker? Why did he turn into a lightning berserker now? This is... Could it be that he's the wind berserker and the lightning berserker at the same time? How could this be? The 8 old men on the city walls sucked in a sharp breath and shock appeared on their faces. They looked at each other with confusion. The wind berserker and lightning berserker are the same. Just as all of them were caught in a state of disbelief, the 10,000 feet deity statue of bone sacrifice in the sky spoke with a thunderous voice that reverberated through the air. Thou art the lightning berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the first law set by the first god of berserkers. Thou art not the first scion, but for that, I shalt grant thee the origin of lightning. As the deity statue of bone sacrifice spoke, it lifted its right hand as if it was grabbing something from the sky. Instantly, thunder rumbled and a bright red bolt of lightning appeared on the deity statue's right hand. It flung that bolt of lightning towards Su Ming. The red bolt of lightning howled as it charged, and in the midst of all the excitement Su Ming felt in his heart, it seeped into the center of his brows and disappeared. Thou art the lightning berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the second law set by the first god of berserkers. I shalt grant thee the 9 thunderous destruction art. Thou art the lightning berserker. I shalt grant thee the crystal of inheritance. When the deity statue of bone sacrifice spoke up to that point, it suddenly stopped and sank into silence. It only started speaking once again after a long while. The lightning berserker already exists. In accordance to the 3rd law set by the first god of berserkers, the crystal shall be split into 2, and will only be whole once again when they fuse together. Those words were followed suit by the deity statue lifting its right hand once again and seizing the air. A crystal that was half the size of a fist immediately appeared in its hand. That crystal shone with sparks of lightning, and there was even some blood on it. The deity statue flung the crystal out, and it charged straight towards Su Ming. Due to the incident that happened when he was appointed the Wind Berserker, Su Ming took a step forward without any hesitation and grabbed the remaining half of the lightning crystal of inheritance. The instant his hand touched it, A shocking, thunderous boom resounded in his head. That thunderclap contained a roar that seemed to have traveled from a distant land. That voice was filled with a sort of madness, and dripped with hatred along with murderous intent. I am Chi Lei Tian from the Eastern Wastelands. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what method you used to snatch away half of my lightning crystal. You're dead. I'll definitely find you. Give me back my lightning crystal. The hatred contained within that voice seemed to have passed through space itself, causing Su Ming to feel shocked. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he tightened his grip around the lightning crystal, then put it away into his storage bag. Thou art the lightning berserker and also the wind berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the first requirement of the 9 requirements to inherit the power of the first god of berserkers. I shalt grant thee a portion of the power belonging to the god of berserkers. This power can be used twice to destroy heaven and earth. The final words spoken by the deity statue of bone sacrifice could be heard by all the people on the land, and in that instant it was as if their voices were swallowed by thunder. An abrupt silence fell among all of them. The deity statue of bone sacrifice lifted its right hand, and its entire right arm turned to dust. Within it was a strand of hair that charged towards Su Ming. It was just a strand of hair, and it already gave Su Ming a feeling that the sky had crumbled and the earth had cracked. A booming sound went off in his head, and he found himself barely able to stand. If he as the receiver felt that way, then it was much more so for the others. The instant that strand of hair appeared, all the people underneath could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground once more. Even that long-haired woman turned pale, and as her body trembled, she was forced to kneel down. Even the old monsters in the Berserker Soul Realm were forced to do so. There was no one on land who was not prostrating on the ground. Even the ferocious beasts were doing the same thing. Su Ming stared at the strand of hair coming towards him blankly. It tied itself around his right index finger 9 times, making it seem as if it was deeply etched into his finger. A power that made Su Ming's skin crawl burst forth from that finger. The strength of that power was so great that it gave him the false impression that he could blow apart the sky with one jab of that finger, and with another jab destroy the earth. This was a small portion of the power belonging to the first god of berserkers. It was also at that instant that Su Ming knew he took too much. Even if he had obtained the legacy of the lightning berserker, it would still have been fine for him. He could have continued staying there and not be worried about those from the berserker tribe harboring ill will towards him. However, he did not expect that once he obtained the legacy of the lightning berserker, he would be able to draw forth words that could make all berserkers go mad. The legacy of the first god of berserkers. The legacy of the first god of berserkers could only mean one thing. Could even be said that all berserkers knew clearly what it meant. A new god of berserkers. It was especially so for the old monsters in the Berserker Soul Realm. The appeal of becoming the god of berserkers could be said to have overridden all their other desires. Perhaps after the first god of berserkers died, not a single person who had become the scion of 2 true divinities had appeared over a long period of time. That was also why no one had been able to fulfill the first rule set to inherit the power of the first god of berserkers. Then it was only natural that no one knew the first god of berserkers had left behind such a legacy. This would become a piece of information that would cause a stir in the entire land of South Morning. It would be known to all the powerful berserkers in South Morning, and that information would spread among the shamans in a very short period of time and cause a sensation as well. This would mean that he, Su Ming, would be thrown into an indescribable situation. The price of this would be that he would have to face death with every move he took, and it would be far more dangerous for him compared to the battles during war. The shamans would definitely want to kill him just in case. There would definitely be a lot of people who would want to capture him among the berserkers as well. After all, Su Ming was the only one who had ever fulfilled the first rule among the 9 rules set to inherit the power of the first god of berserkers. They might be able to find more clues from his person. Even if those were just clues, it was enough to drive a person mad. It was a heavy price, but it also gave Su Ming ample rewards. Although it was just 2 jabs. The power of the first god of berserkers coming from Su Ming's right index finger at the moment made him believe wholeheartedly that even those in the Berserker Soul Realm would turn into dust under the power of that jab. It's a bloody legacy. This is a trial for the scion. A cruel trial. A pained expression appeared on Su Ming's face, but he absolutely would not choose to regret it, even if he could already clearly feel the greed within the pairs of eyes looking towards him from the ground. I can't return to Sky Mist City. Something flashed past Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, the 4 berserker bones in his body had reached the peak of their power due to the liquefied aura in the passages within his body. His fatigue was gone and his condition had recovered. I can't return to the land of the berserkers for some time. Even if Ninth Summit is around, I'll very likely cause them trouble, since this matter is too big. The shamans. I have to go to the land of the shamans. Over there, I'll train and refine my body and increase my power. When the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands arrives, the entire land of South Morning will descend into chaos. At that time, there will be very few people who will pay attention to me. A decision immediately formed in Su Ming's heart. I need a chance. A chance to leave this place. The entire battlefield was now swathed in a deathlike silence. Only heavy breathing could be heard. By Su Ming's side in the sky, the 10,000 feet deity statue of bone sacrifice who had lost its right arm was slowly vanishing, gradually turning semi-transparent. It looked as if it was about to disappear into the sky. Right at the instant it was about to do so and the sky was about to return to normal, suddenly a thick layer of black fog that connected the sky shot out from the land belonging to the shamans. That fog tumbled about, and a shocking, piercing shriek came from within it. Then, suddenly, a long spear shot out from within that fog. With a presence so great that it had practically never been seen before, it rushed forth. Its target was not Su Ming, but the deity statue of bone sacrifice that was about to disappear right beside him.